as a Raquel Campbell. I'd be surprised if it's a corner safety. Then I wouldn't be surprised. It could be Golden. Could you imagine Bucs fans at this point? Bucs fans would lose their friggin' mind if it was a wide receiver. I mean,
listen, real quickly before the pick comes in, Buc fans, web heads, just enjoy the moment right now. Because when was the last time we've been in a situation where we're like, hey, we're good on offense. All right, we address the defense. Right now, I feel like 19th overall pick. This is a luxury pick.
Yes.
It is. It's a luxury pick. Because we can trade back.
Window is wide open at this point, my friend. How many minutes or is the pick in at this point?
Waiting.
10-11 here on a draft day. No way. Did they pick a wide receiver? Oh, my God.
I'm a little behind then.
They picked the wide receiver out of Ohio State. Wow. This should tell you everything you need to know about where the Bucs are going and what may be. Listen, their offense, they're looking at the future on this, and they're looking at the present, and there is big time. If they picked a wide receiver, they just picked a wide receiver. That is what it is. There it is. Ohio State's wide receiver, Emeka Ibuka. There you go. There is your pick, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Oh, there you go. We talked about it. Matthew Golden was on the clock there as a wide receiver. We talked about it. People thought it was Ezaraku. I thought it was going to be a defensive player. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They're saying, you know what? We're playing for the future. And all I've heard about this wide receiver at this point is that he is the next Chris Godwin. And the guy who said that last night on this show was J.C. Allen. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, giving you something to think about. Let's just get it out of the way because the roommates are in the building. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense on night 2 of the NFL Draft. What do the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do in rounds 2 and rounds 3 tonight? What do you want to see them do? A lot of fans that were disappointed. Have you changed your mind about the first-round wide receiver from the Ohio State National Championship Buckeyes and Emeka Ibuka? Have you changed your mind on it just a little bit? Or are you still gung-ho on they should have taken Campbell out of Alabama? They should have taken a cornerback. You should have taken an edge rusher. And again, what do you want to see them do tonight? Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. We will have Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. Maybe Harry the Greek, maybe Tampa Bay Ray Kennedy. Again, it's a fluid situation. Maybe even TJ Reeves, the media icon from the Buccaneer Radio Network, who absolutely killed it last night. And in case you didn't catch that clip of why you make that pick in the first place, we'll play some of that sound. And again, we'll read your comments. Facebook stars are available at this point. YouTube super chats, like and subscribe as we're on YouTube right now, live, Facebook live at 7 o'clock. As I'm on about I don't know, 3.5 hours of sleep at this point. Because see, when I got done here, it kept on getting call after call after call until like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then it's like, okay, then you go to work. Then you start to edit clips down. You start to do this and do that. The phone rings. And guess who it is? It's one of our favorite webheads of the night. It's Mr. Curtis Glenn there from Newport Richie. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend, on night 2 of the NFL draft. Are you ready?
Well, I'm not only am I ready, but listen.
Yes.
This is going to be a hell of a night for sports in general.
Is every Bucs fan at this point going to calm down? Are you guys going to relax? Are you going to believe in Jason Light, trust in the light, trust in the process?
I'm going to say this.
Yes.
I'm all over the place tonight because I'm watching the draft. I'm watching the NBA playoffs.
Oh, God.
I'm watching some baseball.
Are we talking about the Boston Celtics versus the Orlando Magic, where the Magic right now down 0-2?
You know what? I'm praying the Timberwolves kick the Lakers' ass tonight.
Of course.
I got WWE SmackDown at 8 o'clock.
Oh, I forgot about that. And Malachi Black may be coming back. Seems like it's
so much. There is so much on TV tonight, bro.
Right. And I decided, you know what? And everybody's like, how are you going to do this drafting? And I'm like, I promised them. I've done this before. I'll do it again.
Here's the thing, Pete. Yes. This is why we love you.
Well, I love you too, brother.
Because you give us Harry, and you give us J.C. Allen, and you give us Leo and Louie and all these guys, and you're here whether people are calling in or not.
Yep.
I mean, there are plenty of nights where I'm at work and I can't call in, but just sitting there listening to you guys talk gets me through the night.
There you go. That's what it's all about. It's exactly what it's about.
Let's talk about this kid, this wide receiver.
Talk about him.
Okay. How long has Ohio State been around?
It seems like forever. And they just won a national championship, and he was a part of that wide receiving room where you have Marvin Harrison Jr.
Two receivers.
Yes.
In the history of Ohio State, back-to-back 1,000-yard season.
Yes.
Him and Marvin Harrison Jr.
How about that?
Now.
And leads in receptions in Ohio State
history. I remember as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I started watching football when I was about 7 years old.
Right.
So that was the early 90s. And I remember Chris Carter.
Right.
And Joey Galloway.
By the way, all he catches is touchdowns, right? Is that the reason why? And the pick is in for the Browns, so we'll see what they do here. Is it Shador?
Listen, I bet Joey Galloway can still run a 4.3 right now.
No, he probably can. He probably can. One of the fastest wide receivers in Tampa Bay Buccaneer history. I'm telling you. The guy just seemed like he was jogging half the time, honestly.
I mean,
God,
dude,
he's so fast.
And last night, when you guys were talking about first-round receivers, we forgot one for Tampa Bay history.
Okay. Who was that?
Ready?
Yes, go for it.
Michael Clayton.
Oh, Michael Clayton was a first-round pick. He was a first-round pick. You know what? You're exactly right about that. That was in 2004.
Yes, that was the year after that was when we started getting our picks back from giving them to the Raiders for John Gruden.
Well, listen, at the time, I know there's a lot of Bucs fans, and Bucs fans do this as well as I do. You know, Steven Jackson was on the board. The greatness of Steven Jackson.
The Browns took a linebacker from UCLA.
Yeah, they did.
Carson Wushinger or whatever his name is.
So that was one of the players that the Bucs and Bucs fans were interested in. Again, linebacker could definitely be a need that you look at tonight, and he's off the board now. So scratch that off there, Bucs. Mark him off the list.
Yeah, I was like, I forgot about Michael Clayton.
Yes.
Because, I mean, here's the thing. He wasn't great, but I'm going to tell you what I loved about Michael Clayton.
Yes.
Very, very physical.
He was. He was a great blocker.
If you got in his way, he was going to crack your ass.
This is how much I can remember his rookie year. They're playing the Denver Broncos, and I believe he catches a long pass, loses his helmet, and goes in for a touchdown. Am I not correct about this?
Yep.
And at the time, the reason why, and Gruden drafted him because he was a physical wide receiver. He could definitely block. A lot of people made fun of that, but
he thought he was like Keyshawn.
Well, and look, he had a couple good years there, and then he came back, couldn't stay healthy, couldn't stay consistent, but he was definitely a first-round pick. Forgot about that, so definitely got to talk to TJ Reeves. It was not just Rito Anthony and Mike Evans, but also Michael Clayton.
I was the biggest Michael Clayton fan,
right?
Because that was the year the Giants got Eli.
Yes.
The Chargers got Rivers.
Correct.
Roethlisberger went to the Steelers. I'll never forget that year.
As the third quarterback, yes, absolutely.
Yep.
And it was controversial at the time because, of course, Eli and his family did not want to play in San Diego. And you know what? To a certain degree, they were right. I mean, San Diego, it wasn't like they were a losing franchise. They just wanted to play with the Giants. And guess what? He won 2 Super Bowls versus, I don't know, Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, including the undefeated season there. I mean, that's that in itself deserves, in my opinion, Hall of Fame worthy. I don't know why. I guess Eli again doesn't have the numbers, but again, I definitely think he'll get in.
The problem with Eli is his record.
Right.
You can't be 116 and 116.
No, you can't.
No, absolutely not. So. And let's go ahead and say it. The one thing about Eli was he was an Iron Man, though.
Yep.
He played, dude. He went out there, and no matter what the team put out there, he was there.
Right. Absolutely.
So,
well,
now this a Buca kid.
Yes, you like him. You like him a lot. Have you bought into it? Because I know you were a little bit befuddled.
I bought into it last night.
Okay.
Because I'm going to tell you something. Hold on. We got a pick coming in.
Oh, yeah, we do. And by the way, the linebacker, you have the Texans pick is in here. Of course, Shedeur Sanders still on the board at this juncture. So we'll see where he's going to go. He's not going to the Texans here because they got C.J. Stroud.
Jaden Higgins from Ohio State.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yep. All right. Good stuff there.
I watched the Buca last night. I was watching some highlights on him last night.
Tremendous.
He reminds me of Chris Godwin.
It's what I'm saying. And then on top of it, he can block.
He's a dog.
Yes.
He loves the dirty work.
Yep.
And you know what? They were comparing. I was watching ESPN or ABC. I don't remember which one it was last night. And they were comparing him to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Listen, I like St. Brown. But St. Brown is no Chris Godwin. Chris Godwin gets in there, puts his nose in there, and does the dirty work. And if you don't watch your back, Chris Godwin will blow you up.
And there you go, Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. They're going to the Texans, a toy for C.J. Stroud as they lose Stephon Diggs in the offseason there, had some injuries to their wide receiving room there, so you get another young player. It makes lots of sense to help Stroud out because Stroud, to a certain degree, couldn't, duplicate, if you will, his first year. And it's tough. That's the sophomore jinx or the sophomore slump, if you will.
Listen, you know what? The thing about it is people get tape on you.
Yes.
And they learn your tendencies.
This is why you're one of my favorite webheads right here. This is why, because you understand, you understand the football lingo. You understand that guys are not always, and that's the thing, like Jalen McMillan, you expect him to be even better, but you just don't know. So he's going to have a second year. He's going to be more comfortable in this offense. And then on top of it, defensive coordinators and defensive players are going to get his tendencies. So that's where you have to have coaching. You have to have those adjustments. And once again, I like this move because not only does it set you up for the present, because I think they got a plan here. They definitely always have a plan. Jason Light and the administration there has a plan. And he said it in so many words. It's not just the present, but it's also the future.
And, what I love about it is, and I said this to you guys last night, was now when you line up, you're going to be like, what the hell am I going to do?
Right.
Because, see, the one thing that people also forgot about last year was with the injuries to Godwin and Evans was the emergence of Cade Otton.
Yes.
Because Cade Otton was huge when they were down.
Absolutely.
Cade Otton was like, where is this guy been?
He's the go-to guy. He's the go-to guy, and he's the reason why you address that wide receiving situation, because after Evans and, of course, Godwin go out, you have McMillan, who's inexperienced. And let's face it, the first half of the year, he was just, trying to find his footing as a rookie. And then he's able to find that. He's able to get the repetitions. He's able to get more comfortable in that offense. It happens. It's just guys don't just come in right away and are just productive, as fans out there. And I love fans, I love the fans, the Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans. As I said, they are the lifeblood. Again, guys,
listen,
over 700,000 views in the last 90 days, nearly 1 million views from Bucs fans nationally, all over the place, internationally. It's a beautiful thing. But I always tell fans, sometimes you got to be a little patient. Like a lot of people go, Braswell's a bum because he only had one sack. Well, he's, let's see what he can do. Because usually, traditionally, pass rushers don't come in right away and just set the world on fire.
I love Anthony Nelson.
I do too.
It would break my dude. I tell you what, it would break my heart to lose somebody like him and Will Golston.
Right.
Because these are guys that put your team together.
Yes.
These are pieces that make the team who they are.
Yes.
And you just like, okay, what's the kid from Georgia we drafted? Tyke Smith. It was a great pick.
Of course it was.
And I think we got him in the 3rd or the 4th round.
Got him in the 3rd round.
That was a great pick.
Yes, because he comes in right away and he contributes. He comes in right away because he understands the defense, playing under Kirby Smart.
And guess what?
Yep.
He's played big time college ball his whole career at Georgia.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with this kid from Ohio State.
That's the reason why you have the Philadelphia Eagles. And listen, I love the.
Oh God,
I love the. Listen, I know it's tough. It's tough.
That pig murdered me.
Well, it's tough because but look, Howie Roseman, they know what they're doing there. They get SEC talent. They draft from Georgia. They draft from Alabama. They draft kids that are coaching, that are ready to go and play. Now, they had the luxury. I don't think the Bucs had that luxury because I don't think Campbell's going to be ready for the start of the season. If he is, great. But they have, they have a plan. They have Bond. They don't necessarily have to go to him right away. They don't have to depend on him like the Bucs would have to.
I think that if we would have took him, that we would have been okay, because I think I would have loved to see him and Savassier play for that spot. Because I think he would have pushed Savassier, and I think we would have seen the best version of both of them.
Well, I think
then you never will know. And we got
a trade here. Hold on a sec here. Let's give you some breaking news here. Just come down. 2025 second round pick. Seahawks are received, so they're on the clock. The Titans here have received the second round pick, 52nd, so they have traded back. And they also receive a 2025 third round pick. So you could expect this. Maybe the Bucs. This is the reason why we went live tonight, because maybe the Bucs are going to be trading up for a player that falls down. Absolutely. So you're absolutely right. And I think they do love Savassier Dennis. And he's just got to get healthy. That's what it comes down to. Got to stay healthy. You got to stay on the field. Best availability.
Let's go ahead and say this.
Yep. Best ability is availability.
If this team can stay healthy.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and say it. We have a terrifying.
How many wins? Because Louie was asking from the Frozen Pyra podcast, and we should have him on in just a little bit here. How many wins right now, just on paper? And I know football's not played on paper, but how many wins?
Minimum 10.
Minimum 10.
Minimum 10, because I'm adding that with injuries.
Okay. All right. Good to go, man.
The DB from South Carolina.
So and you got Richard Sherman, by the way, the Legion of Boom, who is up at the podium, and I may be a little bit behind here, guys. So just bear with me as I'm trying to paint the picture. Yes, former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, by the way, Richard Sherman.
Our defensive line.
Yes.
If these guys can stay healthy, we have the potential to be one of the scariest. Listen, let me tell you something.
Yes.
We haven't even seen the best version of Kalijah Kancey.
You have not seen the best version of Kancey. And Kancey was talking about the other day. He wants to lead the league in sacks. Louie said he didn't like hearing. I love hearing that. I love a guy that's going to come after.
I think Yaya has the potential to be multiple time Pro Bowler.
Yes, and look at that, Nick Imawari on a lot of multiple mock drafts for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 19, goes in the second round, and he goes to the Seahawks there. They were known as the Legion of Boom, and they're comparing him to Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton, size and the speed, 4'3", 4'4". Some question about his tackling ability, but they say he can definitely tackle. He's got the athleticism. He reminds me of the safety that was there before, and I can't think of his name right now. This is how I'm only on about 3.5 hours of sleep. But the kid
from Seattle,
yes, for Seattle, part of that Legion of Boom.
You're talking about Chancellor or Thomas?
I'm talking not Earl, because Earl was smaller. I'm talking about Cam Chancellor. This is the comparison to me. And they say Kyle Hamilton because of the size. Okay, I'm able to buy that, but also Cam Chancellor with the physicality, with the athleticism. Again, 4.38 and a 40. That's just ridiculous. You can't teach that.
Let's say I'm calling it now. Cleveland's taking Shedeur right here.
Shedeur Sanders right here.
Right here.
You think so? Because the pick is in.
Why not?
The pick
Why
is
not?
in. Well, I mean, it's all about value. And, we've heard that Dion likes Cleveland. And we're watching Nick Imawari put the hat on. He's happy. I love this, that the kids are happy with their families. That's always a great thing.
They took the running back from Ohio State.
Wow, look at that. So the Browns passed on a quarterback. So Joe Flacco is your starter for 2025. How about that?
This is crazy.
Shedeur Sanders. And again, I think it doesn't just go off of tape.
But
and
I think
Louis Riddick even mentioned this. There was more concerns out there from general managers, and it wasn't just production. It was off the field. It's attitude. It's interviews. And I get it. Listen, football is new school with social media. Jason Light has even talked about this, but at the end of the day, it is still an old school. It is still an old school mentality. If you go into an interview and you don't do well, general managers and coaches are going to hold it against you, because that is an investment as a first round, second round investment that can get a general manager fired, that can get a coach fired if you don't get the right guy. And at the end of the day, as talented as Sanders is, and I think he is talented, the attitude and all that other stuff, I definitely think played a big time part in it. And can get a coach fired, and he also can turn into a bust.
If you're Deion's son, you're going to have attitude regardless.
Well, listen, I get that. I understand that. And it's a good thing to be. And a lot of people, put the comparison out there with Baker Mayfield. And listen, when Baker came into the league, he had his critics. He was able to overcome that. But there was that and that's still to this day, there is that stigma.
But like the one thing with Baker is he had to find what was best for him.
Correct. I agree with that.
It took him. Well, we were his fourth team.
But think about it. You're doing a job interview for your dream job, and you go in there and act like you just don't care about it. And I wasn't there, but this is just reports, right? And those reports are surfacing all around the National Football League. And it reminds me
of, shout out Harry the Greek. It reminds me of the story Harry told about Jim McMahon showing up with a cooler full of beer.
Right. But the Bears, they wanted him. They liked that attitude.
Absolutely.
It's not for everybody.
Absolutely.
Not everybody liked Jim McMahon, and that's their loss. Now, here's the thing that you have to say with Sanders, and I never hope for ill will on a kid, okay? Don't listen, I hope he's very successful. He's going to have a chip on his shoulder. He's going to have that extra motivation, and that may push him to be even better than what he was going to be in the first place. And it always comes down to what? It comes down to the franchise putting the proper pieces around you, the proper coaching, having the consistency. It's tough because we've seen
another trade, Peter.
Well, there you go. Another trade. And you got the Raiders here with John Spytek getting on the clock. So the trades are fast and furious right now. Spytek just doing big things there with the Raiders. You kind of wonder who they're going to go for here. They've already signed Geno Smith. Shedeur, I don't know if they would go with that investment. It'll be interesting to see, but there's plenty of defensive players on the board.
I will also tell you this: the stories that I've heard about Ibuka is he's very quiet, he's very humble.
Character.
I said this is like Chris Godwin and Mike Evans had a baby, literally.
I love it.
Mike, how often do you hear Mike Evans talk?
Yes.
Never.
Well, you don't hear him talk. You hear guys go about it in a professional manner, and the pick is in for the Raiders. All right, Curtis, I appreciate you, man. As always, use that
man,
second call.
I'm here all night with you guys, man.
Hey, we love it, man. We love you, brother. All right, good stuff there. Curtis leading it off. The open phone lines are here tonight as we go with the second night of the NFL draft, second and third round, as I'm getting questions right now from my Aunt Tammy. Watch the show. That's what I'm going to put out there because she is asking, where do you think Sanders is going to go? I have no idea at this point. Put it in the box there. If you think where if you think or you know where Sanders is going to go, Shedeur Sanders tonight. And who do you want the Bucs to take? Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, Peter, it's Tim.
What's going on, Timmy? How you doing? What did you think about that pick last night, man?
Well, I thought Louie said it good. He said I was expecting a bicycle, and I got a scooter.
You got a scooter instead, right? But it's a pretty damn good scooter. It's a guy who can play inside, outside, can run block, who's tough.
Yeah.
Great character, part of a great program there. It's a Jason-like guy. He's a Jason-like guy. Let's put it out there.
That's just it right there.
Right.
At first, I was disappointed and shocked.
Okay.
To be honest with you, because we just can't get to the quarterback.
Sure.
And then, you got to, like you said, you got to trust in light.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what? As the day's gone on, I'm more with it. I don't know much about the guy, but I trust in light.
Let me read this, and let me see if this sounds familiar to you. Because I think I kind of said something like this last night. So this is kind of eerie that Jason Light is saying the same thing. We felt this was the pick for the future, but also for the present. You saw what happened last year. We had some injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Bowles has said all along, I think he said it back in March, that a good offense can help a defense. It's about scoring points. It's exciting to add him to the mix. You have Godwin, Mike Evans, Jalen McMillan, Cade Otton, in addition to Abuka there. I mean, and then there was a report today from the Dan Patrick Show that the Texans and the Rams were trying to trade up for this kid. I mean, that's how solid of a prospect he was. Right. So again, this is called back channeling. This is called, understanding your board and understanding who the best player on the board is. And I get it. We were sitting here and saying edge rusher. We were sitting here and saying corner. We were sitting here and saying safety. And at the end of the day, we just have no idea what their board was. And they said, you know what? We need to score more points, and we need to continue to score points because at the end of the day, yes, defense wins championships, but let's not forget, this is a passing league, and you can get old fast, and you can also, your team could get hurt. And we saw this team struggle mightily with injuries, and still this offense was able to put it together. But when you're depending on Sterling Shepard and Jalen McMillan, who's a rookie, that's not necessarily where you want to be. It's not where you want to be, my friend.
Well, Mike's probably only got one more year.
Right.
And so, and again, Jason Light deserves the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you.
So that's my posture on the whole thing.
Right.
Let's go with it. This guy basically knows what he's been doing. He's been doing an excellent job.
Mm-hmm.
It was not what I expected, but I trust the guy. Yep. I trust him. So
I do too. What do you want to see them do tonight, man? What do you want to see them do?
Somebody to get to the quarterback.
So you want to see like Ezaraku on the board? I mean, right now we're at 38. They pick at 53.
I saw that guy.
Yes.
I don't anything to get. I'm thinking linebacker because I think Reddick's going to be. He's put himself in a bad spot.
Yeah.
If he wants to make money anymore, he's going to have to play his ass off this year.
I think it's a good thing. It's a good problem to have for the Bucs. I mean, that's what the smart thing about Jason Light is. It's almost like a Baker Mayfield situation, right? You got a chip on your shoulder. You got a 1-year contract for, $4 million. You got to prove yourself. You prove yourself. Jason Light takes care of you.
Exactly. He's got a lot to play for.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's truly going to help us out. But that's why I'm thinking of a linebacker because Levante is going to be gone soon too. This is probably his last year.
Sure, might be his last year.
I think number 52 was all that great either.
Well, KJ Britt wasn't good at all. He moved on to the Miami Dolphins, and the Bucs got Anthony Walker Jr., and he wasn't very good. But we'll see. He's training with Levante David, and Levante David made some suggestion for the Bucs to go after him. So we'll see.
So,
And then again, it comes back to Savasier
Yeah.
Dennis. I mean, look at when he was
Right.
on the field and healthy, that defense is different. He can cover, he can tackle,
Yeah.
but he's,
Yeah.
again, got to stay healthy.
that's the whole thing. 'Cause, like the guy before me,
Yep.
Was saying, that the injuries really got us on defense last year, really
Right.
bad.
Right.
But injuries are part of the game.
They
so
are. Absolutely.
Cannot use it as an excuse. So I don't know. I'd like to see us just grab nothing but defense. The rest
Defense.
of the way.
All defense,
So-
my friend. All right. Well, we
Right.
know
All
Jason Light will all sometimes draft an offensive lineman there
Right.
because you
Right.
got to keep those offensive linemen fresh in
Right.
case you have an injury. Knock on wood. Hopefully you don't have an injury. But you had
Well,
injuries last year to that unit too.
Yep.
So
Again, these
Yep.
things happen.
that's
so.
it. That's what it's all about. All right, Tim. Good stuff
right,
there.
buddy.
Anything else, my friend?
No, that's it.
You
man.
like the
That's
draft
it.
coverage, by the way.
I love it, dude.
All right. Well, if you
All
love the
over. I
coverage,
listened
listen, I
all
know you
night
love the
last night.
coverage. I appreciate that, man. I really do.
Yep.
I need you to do
Love
me a
it.
favor. I need you to go
Yeah.
bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just no nonsense.
There you
please.
go. That's what
Please.
I'm talking about. Yeah. All right, Timmy, use that second
bud.
call if you want to. All right, my
All right,
friend.
man.
All right,
Take
good.
care.
All right, thank you very much. Open phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391 as we are day 2 of the NFL draft. Facebook stars are out there. If you love the content, YouTube super chats. I mean, Roger Shue, the tribal troll.
Acknowledge me.
He had me eliminate the Tom Brady let's go. But I was not told that I had to eliminate the good enough to suck for Tom Brady. So if you want me to eliminate that, you also have to send another super chat. But I'm going to play that tonight.
That's
too.
good enough to suck right there.
That's right, Tom. It is good enough to suck right there. You're exactly right. But YouTube super chats are open. We will eliminate that Bucs, the Tom Brady let's go out of request because Harry the Greek hates it. I don't know where the Greek's at this point. But you're more than welcome to come on. Tampa Bay, Ray Kennedy, best of the Bay. He's supposed to come on. And Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast is supposed to come on. And right now, I got crickets. You got to love it. All right. So we'll see if we get some guests on here. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Tim, for once again coming on. Dave says, fire those cannons. As we shout. Right there. And he also says, go Bucs.
It's exciting.
Yes, it is, Todd Bowles.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Yes, it is. So go Bucs right there. Cornell says, hey, Peter Blake, what's going on? Mr. Cornell.
Oh, yeah.
Cubs update here because we got Chicago peeps in the house. Got to love that. Roger Goodell is at the podium. The Patriots are on the clock, so we'll keep you up to date on the night 2, second round, and, of course, the third round of this draft, which should go a lot faster than it did. I thought the draft last night, even though we were here, it went pretty fast, I think. And I also think it was very entertaining. Cubs up 4-0 over the Phillies, top of the 5th. Your Tampa Bay Rays here in the Tampa Bay area won in extra innings. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, as the Meatloaf would say. That's an old school reference. Look it up, kids. Draft day 2. Eric says, let's go Bucs. Let's go.
It's exciting.
Let's go.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Let's go. All right. Christopher Cole says, hey, peeps, what's going on with
Oh,
you?
yeah.
Tim says, I was pissed that we didn't take Steven Jackson in that draft. I remember that so well because Jackson could not pass protect. So that's the reason why John Gruden passed up on him and then eventually drafted Cadillac Williams the very next year. I'm going all the way back to 2004. We went back to 97, 98, 87, 92, 94, 95. That's 96. This is how much I'm into the draft. And we got a running back out of Ohio State, Trayvon Henderson there with the Patriots. Roger Shue, 4-0 Cubs, middle of the 8th inning. Dang, a trade. Yes, there's going to be lots of trades. Okay, Roger, thanks for the update. Again, Michael says, yep, draft day 2. I need some coffee and a little something for my nerves. I had coffee this morning. I got Mountain Dew right there. A little Baja Blast, if you will. They're selling it separately. Used to just sell it at Taco Bell. So it's good. Let me go ahead and take a swig here. I see my co-host there in the back room, Mr. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. So we'll get out to him in just a moment. Sanders, what might have heard is he ran 100 times, was 50 in total rushing yards. And when you top running back only carries it at 85 times the whole year. So your head coach had to run you 15 more times than your starting running back and had you almost throw it 500 times to get stats. You know your daddy was the head coach. Again, I don't think it's just production. I think it's, again, the attitude. And we heard throughout this whole process at the combine and the pro day, the last daisical approach and the attitude itself and not taking it seriously. And that gets back to people. And it's an old school league. No matter what you say or how you want to shake it, it's an old school league. And that gets around. That gets around in NFL circles. And they go, well, why are you not taking this guy? I mean, who could forget draft day? Right? I mean, they had the whole story about the kid and the rumor goes around. Why are you not taking him? Why are you not taking him? They start to ask those questions. I know it sounds silly, but that's realistic. That goes around. They talk to each other. All right. So Quentin. Okay. Cubs win. Thank you, Roger, for that. I heard some analysts today say they wouldn't be shocked if Sanders went undrafted, and you can't blame GMs or head coaches because Dion is going to have a camera in his face almost every day. And if he doesn't like the system, you put his son in. His son starts to struggle. You're going to hear about it every day. My guy, thank you, Terry Jones. Appreciate you.
Oh, yeah.
As always, Roger Shoe right there. There's no more Tom Brady sound effects. I paid $100 for no Brady at all. No, you paid $100 there, Slappy, for the Let's Go. You did not pay for this.
That's good enough to suck right there.
I'm going to play that. We're going to play that on this show because it's funny. I believe in us. We will make it happen. And oh, by the way, if you tell me about my sound effects and do not send me a YouTube super chat, I'm going to go ahead and get JP Peterson on you.
F you,
yes.
F you,
yes.
F you,
yes.
and F you. Peace out. I'm going to go have a Guinness.
That's it. There you go. JP Peterson right there. Covering the Tampa Bay Lightning last night after they lost. They were so close to scoring there in the last minute. I do like the wide receiver. We got defense with the exception of linemen, maybe. All right, so let's go out to this guy here. I always talk about it. I got myself a gun, so here we go. All right.
What do you hear? What do you say?
Oh, absolutely. What do you hear? What do you say? Mr. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television here. Night 2 of the NFL Draft, second and third round, and we're already seeing action from the respective teams here, but still, Shedeur Sanders on the board. How surprised are you? Where does he go next? Welcome to the Sports Web.
I'm not surprised at all, Peter, just because I said this a week ago, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I said I would not be surprised if he falls into the second round.
Yeah.
He's not. He kind of reminds me a lot of Johnny Manziel in some ways. Like, I just think that, Johnny Manziel was good, but was he really that good, or did Mike Evans make him look good?
Well, I think that's definitely a part of it. Even Manziel would tell you that it was Mike Evans making him look good. And anytime you're throwing to a 6'5", 6'6" guy, just throwing it up there in his catch radius, Mike Evans is going to make any quarterback look good. The reason why most likely he's a Hall of Famer, Mike Glennon called, he ain't great. Josh McCown called, he ain't great. Jameis Winston called, nah, he's not great. But Mike Evans has been able to be consistent and make those quarterbacks look decent because of what he does on the field consistently.
Speaking of Mike Evans, for those of you out there, check it out. The rookie jersey.
Oh, you got the alarm clock, though.
Yes, but guess what? I did that just for now.
Okay.
We're not wearing that.
We're not going to wear that? Oh,
we're going to wear these. We're going to wear these.
There you go, my friend. Now you got it. Now you're working, and the Chicago Bears pick is in. You got Des White on the left.
What have I missed so far? Because I was out to eat with the wife. She deserved it.
Well, you got the absolutely. Luther Burden, Missouri, goes to the Chicago Bears. So a wide receiver right there, a talented, fast wide receiver from Missouri going to, and he's got some bling on, boy, from Missouri right there to help out Caleb Williams. And once again, that has been the whole story of the offseason for the Chicago Bears, not only building that offensive line up but also putting the necessary weapons around him, and they continue to do that. Getting Loveland from Michigan, as I called that last night. You missed the linebacker going from UCLA. He's off the board now. And also Nick Imawari goes to the Seattle Seahawks. And I think this comparison, you can make it, Cam Chancellor, the size, the athleticism. They're saying right now Kyle Hamilton goes to the Seattle Seahawks with Richard Sherman's former Tampa Bay Buccaneer announcing that. So give me your thoughts on these picks here. The linebacker from UCLA, Luther Burden going to the Bears now. And, of course, Imawari from South Carolina going to the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, so far, again, it's playing to what the Buccaneers need to do. I mean, yesterday everybody was freaking out about the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And upon doing some research, I really like that kid, and I'll get to him in just a second. But I don't know why everybody's freaking out. Like I said, a lot of the guys that we've discussed, Peter, are still available on the board.
Yes, they are.
Still available on the board. And I'm going to say this. I wouldn't be surprised if Jason Light pulls the rug out from underneath us again and goes with a defensive tackle. I wouldn't be surprised.
What really? What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that?
Nothing. But people want the corner, people want the edge rusher. But in all reality, let's take a look at this. Vita Vea does not play all the snaps.
No.
So if we can maybe reinforce that defensive line maybe a little bit more, because I have
Greg Gaines there, right? So Greg Gaines, maybe you go defensive tackle there. Maybe I still think, and this report follows what we were talking about last night from Joe Bucs fan before the process. They swung and missed on a corner in free agency. They missed. So to me, I think that's foreshadowing. I think
again, the corner that they missed up on.
Well, they have not said. They have not said who they swung and missed on, but they swung and missed on a corner in free agency. Could have been Murphy. Could have been Ward, Shavarius Ward.
Yeah.
Who knows who it could have been? But we heard from Todd Bowles. He said it best. Now, Jamel Dean, he's the starter, but he's going to have competition because Dean can't stay in the field. Will Johnson's still on the board, I believe.
Jalen Ramsey?
Well, I mean, if they move in just a little bit there. Move in to the left side here.
Well, I'm looking at the draft here, and the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints with the 40th pick.
40th pick. You go with Shador Sanders here because it looks like are they going with Shador here?
I'd be shocked if they didn't. I really would be. I'd be shocked if they didn't because Shador.
This is a value pick because he goes from a first round pick to New Orleans. They they desperately need a quarterback. I don't think Spencer Rattler is the guy. They've addressed the offensive line with Ramczyk retiring with that offensive line there.
Here we go.
And it's frozen for some reason. Oh, that's me. That's on my end. So there you go. I am a little bit behind. Donald says hardly any defensive players off the board in the round so far. Yes, exactly, guys. Relax. It's going to be okay.
Shador Sanders is still on the board.
So the Saints passed up on him.
Yes, Tyler
Louisville quarterback. Look at that. What about that?
See,
and how do you think this young man is feeling right now? Because again, he's you never hope for anything to happen. I mean, again,
he's gonna go cry in the bathroom, Peter. Well, he's gonna go cry in the bathroom because he's putting on a show right now for the cameras.
It kind of reminds you of Geno Smith. Remember Geno Smith out of Virginia, and he was supposed to be a first-round pick. And listen, credit to where credit is due. Geno Smith looked like a first-round bust, went to some teams, revitalized his career with the Seattle Seahawks, and, of course, Dave Canales, former Buccaneer offensive coordinator, and now he's with the Raiders. So it can happen. This can happen, but there you go. This is wow. This is
if I'm New Orleans, I wouldn't – I don't even want to give the team strategy. But if I'm the coach of the New Orleans Saints, I wouldn't start this kid this year at all.
All right. Tanya says, I'm here, Peter. Thank you very much for tuning in to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Appreciate that. We'll go to Instagram Live there. Mary Rose 629. Hi, baby. Thank you very much for tuning in, especially calling me baby here. The girlfriend of the Louisville quarterback, along with the dog had to get into the scene there. She's more excited than I think the quarterback himself. It kind of reminds you of Russell Wilson and his girlfriend. Remember that? How that worked out?
Her whole life just changed.
Wait, it didn't work out. You know why? Because a couple of years and then Sierra with her goodies happened.
Oh boy.
So there you go. The New Orleans Saints get a quarterback, but his name is not Shedeur Sanders. It's Tyler Shaw from
Crazy how the Bears are still are picking again right now, and kudos to them for pulling the all-time heist of the year. Insane.
Right. And I was thinking we were going to have Harry here talk about how great the Bears are. I haven't had him, so just expect to look and get him on the line here. Let's go out to Ed. Ed goes, "What's up, bro? What's up with you? Guys, call in. What do you want to see the Bucs do here?" Of course, we're awaiting that pick as we're at right now.
Well, while we wait for the Bills to pick.
Hold on. Did the Bears just move in again? Or no, they got another pick here. So they're at 41.
They just traded with the Bills.
So they traded with the Bills. So they get back into the second round here. So the Bears are on the clock again. And round 2, we're at 41. Of course, we await the Bucs at 53. Seems like it's coming. It just keeps on getting faster and faster for me.
Yeah.
I don't know why this draft is. Yeah.
I'm curious to see who they're going to pick. Are they going to pick another corner of the Bills?
Well, the Bears are on the clock now.
No, they traded out. It's the Bills.
Okay, so I'm behind here a little bit.
Yeah,
there is a trade alert. Yeah. Okay. Well, you got me here updated. I do apologize. Chicago has traded out of that pick to the Buffalo Bills. So where do the Bills go here? Do they go with Ezraku? They went with Hairston with their first pick there, the speedy corner, of course. And everybody said when they made that pick from Kentucky, what are they trying to do? They're trying to match up with Kansas City. They're trying to match up with the Miami Dolphins and Tyreek Hill, right? Because you can't teach speed. And that's what you get there with Hairston. So, all right.
It was kind of an even swap there, what they did.
Let's see. Tanya says, I think the Bucs need a corner. Your thoughts? Yeah, no, I definitely think the Bucs need a corner. I think it's one of the needs. A lot of Bucs fans were disappointed that they didn't go for Jahdae Barron, who Denver took from Texas. So, and I think, again, it's foreshadowing. There are corners out there on the board. I believe Will Johnson is still on the board, correct? Will Johnson, he has an injury, but, very talented, 9 interceptions from Michigan, a first-round talent, but once again, can't stay healthy, can't stay on the field. Is this a guy that you're okay with? I know you love Xavier Watts, but if Will Johnson's on the board, is that somebody you would consider for the Bucs?
It's not going to be a popular thing, but no.
Okay.
He can't stand we're complaining about Jamel Dean.
True.
And it's kind of a similar situation. Unless he can stay healthy. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but like when you have a guy like Trey Amos, Xavier Watts, they can produce too. And I think they do a little bit more than what he does as far as Todd Bowles' scheme goes. Because you can put Xavier anywhere on that secondary. You can put Trey Amos anywhere, pretty much anywhere on that secondary. They thrive under that. So I wouldn't be surprised if I doubt he still makes it there. Wow, I'm looking at the big board, man. Trey Amos. Wow, Mike Green's still available.
I want to go back to this comment here from Jason Light, and this kind of sounds familiar. What I said last night when he got picked, it's It's very eerie. I trust me. I didn't read Jason Light's mind here. We felt this pick was for the future, but also for the present. You saw what happened last year. We had some injuries. Todd Bowles has said all along, I think he said it back in March, which we talked about on this show, that a good offense can help a defense. It's about scoring points. It's exciting to add him to the mix right there.
Yeah. I mean, I was listening to his press conference today. This is what I like about him. And there's some Buck fans out there that are not happy about this. And I keep trying to convince them, I'm done convincing Buck fans that are opposed to this. You're just gonna have to watch.
Something really quick. Can you hold that thought really quick? Let's go out to the sound from last night from the great TJ Reeves, the media icon from the Buccaneer Radio Network, in case you guys missed it here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television, basically in so many words explaining why the Bucs would go in this direction. And we'll come back and take your comments and take your phone calls here. Enjoy on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Here we go. Yes.
Here, and Jason Light has spoken to the media within the last 10 or 15 minutes here. So I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Every GM, every head coach is going to come in and say, "What? We got our guy. We're happy. We're thrilled." Of course. All right. So we get
Best
that
player available. We got
so
him.
then he was asked about Egbuka in specific and said, "Listen, you put the tape on and watch this guy against the toughest competition in the Big Ten. There's a ton to like." I'm paraphrasing. You look at the way that he played down the stretch of the season, 6 catches in the national championship game against Notre Dame. He is behind Marvin Harrison. They're the only two, Marvin Harrison Jr., they're the only 2 wide receivers to ever have back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons at Ohio State, ever. So that stands out. And then Jason was asked about, okay, what about, are you confident and comfortable with the guys you have at edge rusher? He was asked a couple of different ways about that because there were edge rushers obviously available to pick at 19. And he said, yes, we are very confident. Again, you expect him to defend what they're doing. He said, we're very confident in Chris Braswell coming on, what we have in Yaya Diaby, signing Hassan Reddick. We still love Anthony Nelson and what he brings. We're confident in that room. And, of course, you've got the rest of the draft to go tonight, tomorrow night on can you get an edge rusher then. Obviously, they felt that Egbuka was too important to not go ahead and pull the trigger on. He was asked, Jason Light, directly about, Louie, your point, that during the stretch when you didn't have Mike Evans and you didn't have Chris Godwin for about 3 games, the wide receiving production was almost non-existent. Did that factor into making a decision like this? And he looked right at the media and said 100%.
Boom.
And then he repeated it, 100%. This is what you're thinking about. That depth at that position and a 17-game regular season is a long regular season. And let's be honest, you have to prepare for the eventuality that Mike Evans and Chris Godwin aren't going to be here forever. You want them to be here forever. So there you go. All right, so a couple of other things, because you guys have been doing a great job. We'll plug in a couple of other things. Did you know this is the first skill position pick on offense by Jason Light since O.J. Howard, 2017?
Yes.
So that's the first one.
Yep.
Did you further know, Peter Blake, it is only the 3rd wide receiver ever taken by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the opening round. Mike Evans is the obvious one from 2014. Peter, you got the other one?
97. It's one of my favorite drafts of all time. And it's at number 12, Riddell Anthony from the Florida Gators. They also, the very next year, and he wasn't a first-round pick, he was a second-round pick. I believe that was Jaquez Green.
Correct.
Yes.
And they take Warwick Dunn in that 97 draft.
That's the list.
Yes.
That's the list of wide receivers in the first round that the Buccaneers have taken. Riddell Anthony, 97, then move forward to Mike Evans, 2014, Jason Light's first-round pick, and now this pick tonight. So fascinating how this has unfolded. Sure, there were edge rushers there. Sure, there were corners there. But this is a deep draft at both of those positions, and you have a night 2. And I keep saying this, you know this, in Jason Light we trust, when you start talking about not only second round, but third round and even day 3 players, because that's where you have seen names like Chris Godwin, names like Cade Otton, Jalen McMillan from last year, Bucky Irving from last year, on and on down the list, Yaya Diaby, that have helped you in the 3rd round, in the 4th round, etc. So stay tuned. It's a long process.
It is a long process, and let's go back out to it here as we get Louie here in. Going back to that, I thought that was important to play because I think, again, Bucs fans, you can speak with emotion, and I get that, but if you look at it in terms of how it works, why it should happen, it's the best player on their board. He could do so many things. And just staying up late last night like you did, working on that, editing, and then looking more into this kid. He can run block. He can play the slot. He can play outside. He's highly versatile, and he's a great character guy. And that's what this Bucs team is all about. We talked about it last night. It's about culture. Really quick, we got a trade here and from our Chicago peeps there, Harry the Greek, Travis Faley out there, Tom Banner, all kinds of Chicago guys, Dave, Sun Devil Dave. The Chicago Bears had traded their second round pick 41 to Buffalo, of course, and they have getting back 56, 62, and 108. Bears also gave Buffalo pick 72 and 240. So the Bears moving and shaking. What are they planning to do? Once again, trying to put those weapons around Caleb Williams, right?
Breaking news.
Yes, we got breaking news. What we got?
We officially have Sanders off the board.
To the New York Jets, right?
No, TJ Sanders to the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, geez. You know what? You're exactly right.
I
Defensive
had
tackle
to.
there. I know you had to. Yes, not Shador
The
Sanders.
Jets, the pick is in. The pick is in. So, I mean,
Is
they showed
this
a little bit of Shador. He was throwing the football.
If you're the Jets, you just got rid of Aaron Rodgers and the attitude. There is some type of attitude there with Sanders, correct? I mean, we've heard the reports from general managers.
But I mean, I don't know. Like, we live in a strange era right now, Peter, where, if people don't like you, they put out false narratives about you.
Erroneous news, fake news.
Yeah.
Yes, they do it on purpose. And by the way, that was done by the Chicago Bears. This is what Leo Haggerty says. Well, let's see where you go. And Will Johnson's on the board there. Mike Green, Donovan,
and Tyler, tight end, LSU.
No idea who he is, but Jets once again take a tight end over a quarterback. So it looks like they're happy with Justin Fields. You also have Jordan Travis on that team from the Florida State Seminoles.
49ers are very interesting right now to watch with Shador.
Do you think John Lynch would go with them? And you have Dion there sitting in Canton, Texas with, I believe is his wife right there. Listen, I feel bad. I feel bad for them because, again, you feel bad, but then again, no.
They got all the money, man. They got all the money. I seen the big extravagant draft party. Like, real quickly, if it's me, honestly, on draft day, I'm not doing all this extravagant stuff. Honestly, I would just kind of want to hang out with my family. Just relax.
I think we all doing extravagant stuff on draft day because it's life changing. It's life changing.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you got to be. I don't know. At 37 years old, I've learned things very quickly in my young life, and the pick is in for the 49ers. That's probably going to take a little bit to come in, but it's there. But I've learned just being humble and just live for the moment and enjoy what's going on. And just manifest everything that you want into existence, and you just continue to be humble. Great things will happen to you.
Yeah.
When I see, stuff like what Shador's doing, I don't feel bad for you because you have no business being cocky. We get it. Yes, your father's prime time. He's prime time. You're not prime time yet. The pick is in for the 49ers. I'm going to mute this so we don't get in trouble.
And by the way, we're at 43 right now for the San Francisco 49ers. So 10 picks away until the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select, unless they make a trade up. And guys, there's a lot of good news here. Will Johnson,
Alfred Collins, D tackle.
There you go. So
Texas.
Collins, defensive tackle from Texas, off the board. Still, Donovan Ezaraku.
Cowboys are on the clock.
Oh my goodness. Who could they go with? Who could they go with here?
So right now we have the Cowboys, the Colts, and the Rams.
Yes. And who's coming there? Who's the 49er that's coming there? Who is that? Faithful to the Bay. They've had some first-round picks tonight that I've known their teams, but they're not like
right.
So Julian Peterson. Wow, okay. Yeah. I remember him.
So we got the Colts, the Rams. Well, because I'm kind of intrigued about this. Actually, does Shiloh Sanders go before Shador Sanders?
Oh, geez. What about that, huh? How about that?
I think Shiloh's actually a pretty good ball player.
I really do. Did this right here, and here's the thing: he did the super chat for $100, so we eliminated the Let's Go, but we did not eliminate Tom Brady. That's
good enough to suck right there.
That comment right there is the reason why you get this, and you also get this.
F you,
yes.
F you, yes. F you, and F you. Peace out. I'm gonna go have a Guinness.
Bucs are not taking a punter in round 2 there, jerk off.
Here we go. The pick is in. Wow, I love this. It's moving quickly.
It is. Well, you got Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas, going to the 49ers. Makes sense from John Lynch's standpoint. trying to build that defensive line, of course, around Nick Bosa. Let's see here, Ed. Wide receiver was a great move because Evans is getting up there. Godwin, who's having injury issues. We've seen what happens to the offense when Godwin went down. The offense wasn't as good. I love the move. Peter, check your text messages. I did. And Jason Light, we trust. Good comment.
Oh, yeah.
Sitton says, what are we doing in this draft? What do you want them to do, guys? Open phone line, 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Let's go out to Eric. Almost time, Bucs pick. Yes, it's almost Christmas again. Bucs chance to get Will Johnson or Mike Green. Mike Green, character issues, but there's value there. First round production. He falls to the second round. Let's go out to Eric. Eric, welcome to the Evolution on night 2 of the NFL draft. What's on your mind?
What's up, boys?
What's going on?
Bucs can still get Will Johnson or Mike Green.
You like those picks? Who do you want to see? Which one?
Either or.
No. We got one here. Make a pick.
As long as the defense, that's all that matters.
Okay, you're so diplomatic on this, Eric. I'll let you have it. Great job, Eric.
Okay,
I love it.
This?
Yes.
I want to say. I say Will Johnson and Mike Green there around 3. I'll take him around 3.
Well, I don't think Mike Green's going to be there around 3 unless there's some really serious character issues there. Production.
I think he falls to round 3, man.
Wow.
You remember what happened to Warren Sapp? He could be still of the draft.
Well, Warren Sapp didn't fall that far now. He fell down to 12.
I think
and by the way, that rumor was made, and this is from our own Leo Haggerty. The Chicago Bears.
Sanders, though?
I don't know.
Still on the board, man.
Yep.
He's still on the board.
Still on the board.
Hey, guys. Would you plan for him to be a backup for the Buccaneers?
No, that's a waste of a pick.
No, you already got Kyle Trask. So
it's a waste of a pick, bro.
Eric, appreciate the call, man.
Okay.
Call back whenever the Bucs make the pick. All right.
Round 4 or round 5, if he's there later.
He ain't gonna be there round 4 of round 5. No, they're set at quarterback, my friend. I appreciate the call. All right.
He could be better than Kyle Trask.
Well, they like Kyle Trask.
This isn't Madden. We're not playing Madden. They're not going to.
All right. I appreciate you, Eric. Yep. I'll see you later, man. Appreciate the call. Let me give him the Ric Flair.
Woo!
Let me go out to Ed. Ed, welcome to the Evolution. What do you want to see the Bucs do? What's on your mind tonight?
I honestly, I'd like to. I'm just like some Bucs fans. I'd like to see them get another edge rusher. But then I'm like thinking, you know what? They got a bunch of names of guys that are developing right
They
now.
do. And I mean, it's a good point. And it's one of the things I was thinking about the other night off air with Leo Haggerty.
I think they go heavy at D tackle and corners and safeties. I really do. I have this funny feeling because you already have Braswell. You have Anthony Nelson, who comes in clutch when you need him. You know, they Hassan Reddick, Yaya Diaby, like they have a good rotation edge.
Would you go linebacker there?
You could go inside linebacker. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bucs' next pick is inside linebacker or a defensive tackle.
In my opinion, you could never have you can't never have enough good defensive linemen.
Well, you're true. You're right about that. You're right about edge rushers and linemen. You can never have enough good of those. And then you look at the Bucs situation last year when it comes to the injury situation, when it's cornerbacks, and we saw Josh Hayes, who didn't play well as a rookie. He's a rookie. You have Funderburk. He didn't play well when Jamel Dean went down. When
Ezeraku is off the board to the Cowboys.
There you go. So Donovan Ezeraku, a name that a lot of Bucs fans wanted. Yours truly, now a Dallas Cowboy. Great value by the Cowboys there, and Jerry Jones. So there you go.
Is this a sign of things to come for Micah Parsons? Could he be done in Dallas? Maybe not this year, but next year, because he's going to command a lot of money, and the Dallas Cowboys are not too friendly with the salary cap.
Right now. All the money right now invested in CD Lamb and, of course, in Dak Prescott. That could always change. But, yeah, it's a good point. And a lot of people will say, Michael Parsons could be a lot better if you would just focus on football instead of the outside interferences like podcasts and stuff like that. But we'll see how that definitely plays out because he's a highly talented player. You make a great point. Ed, what else?
Yeah, I really like that move. They went with the wide receiver, and maybe why they're developing him. Maybe he's got some good skills at return because our return game hasn't been that great.
Good point.
And they really need to look at that because field position is everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great point that he just made. Great point.
That is a big man right there. I don't know, Jason. I guess it's a black shirt or something. It's a big man. That is a guy that is 2024 ACC Defensive Player of the Year, 16.5 sacks. Yeah. Really liked him. But again, and I agree with you on this, Ed, that it's not only for the future, for the present. Could do multiple things, play multiple positions, outside, inside slot, can block, smart player, good character issue. And again, he was the highest player on the board, and they love that.
Once again, the Jason Lloyd is proving he's the best in the business.
He really is. He's one of the best
for the Colts.
If not the best.
I don't know. I think what's his face might be coming off the board here.
Bull Johnson. Bull Johnson could be. Well, and again, they're showing highlights of Izaraku just causing havoc. Ed, what else is on your mind tonight, my friend?
So I heard a lot of rumors about Smith coming here.
Smith who?
A lot of Smiths up there.
Smith who?
Maybe his name isn't Smith. He's a wide receiver. He's very, very quick, very agile.
Are you saying Tyreek Hill?
That's it.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
He's not coming to Tampa. That all started. Yeah, that all started because of he came to Tampa. He was working out and he shouted out Baker a couple of times here and there. People tend to throw these things out of proportion. JT Tuimoloau, Ohio State edge.
Yep. Another edge. Edge are going off the board at this point. So,
it's just looking good for the Bucs, man. If you're trying to get corner or inside linebacker or even D tackle, man, it's looking real good for the Buccaneers. I would be shocked, Peter. I will fall off my chair if they go offense again.
All right. Well, I don't think they're going to go offense again. I will bet that they don't go offense again. I probably may lose that bet.
Seen it offense, really.
No,
I'm just being funny. Yeah. I'm 12.5 sacks. That's not too bad.
Not too bad. All right, Ed. Thanks a lot for the call. Use that second call tonight, my friend. Okay. Don't work too hard. All right.
We got a lot of draft to cover here, so use that second call, man.
Yes, use your second calls. I think Alex was trying to call in. I know. So let's give him a call. Let's see what he was trying to call about. I'll try to call back our guys here. Don't want to have him waiting again. Open phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. As right now we are at pick 45.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying.
Well, he's not there, so we can't do that. Who is it? Yes, there you go. The edge out of Ohio State. So edges are going back to back now. Donovan Izaraku to the Cowboys.
For the Rams. And who's it going to be?
Rams at 46 last year. Prototypical draft for them. What a hell of a draft they had. Jared last year and Fisk. Well, Shedeur Sanders, that would fit. That would fit. And I'll tell you why it would fit. Because Stafford is there. He's getting older. You have Sean McVay. Let's go out to Alex. Alex, welcome to your second night of the NFL draft coverage here on the Sports Web.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Doing good. Another blessed day, my friends.
Yes, sir.
So listen, I think that the Bucs are going to do something that we're all forgetting about. I think they're going to get some edge rushing tonight. I'm going to tell you why I think that's the pick that you're about to see.
Okay, because you're seeing a run on this right now.
Not sure who yet.
Will Johnson's going to come off the board.
Still going to go. I think the Bucs are still going to go in all in on Jalen Ramsey. I'm going to tell you why. Because I want y'all to keep that name in the back of your mind, because that position is hurting right now, bro. That position is hurting right now. So I'm not expecting the Bucs. I mean, I think they're going to go defense all the rest of the way.
Right.
Rather it be, an edge rushing position, rather be in the secondary. Like I said yesterday, I think
Will Johnson's coming off the board. Sorry to interrupt you. The Rams. I think he might be coming off the board. I have this funny feeling that the Rams are going to go after Will Johnson.
Of course, Jared Verse won Defensive Player of the Year out of Florida State. They also got his running mate there in Fisk, so they built their defensive line up, especially after Aaron Donald retired. So a hell of a draft by the Rams. And they haven't had picks. They did a good job last year with the picks. that they had. Alex, go ahead and keep on.
I think a name that the Bucs might go after, Mike Green. I think the Bucs. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a name that gets called on this round. But what are your guys' thoughts?
I mean, I don't.
What is exactly his issue? It was something with a girl, right?
I believe it was assault multiple times. There was also in high school where he moved. It was high school and college. I mean, it's very. I don't know the whole story, but I do know there was a couple allegations, not just one. There's two. There's multiple allegations. So a lot of NFL teams see that as a red flag because you know what that means? There's a pattern of behavior. Yeah. And the NFL
saying that he denied it though. It says NFL draft prospect Mike Green denies sexual assault allegations.
Well, look at what Shannon Sharp is right now. The hot water that he's in. What's going on?
Is that a money grab, or do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the point. Do you
I
know
think they had a consensual relationship? And
is it a money grab? Is it a consensual relationship? You just don't know, and this is
that's why you young men out there that become professional athletes, stop messing around with these Instagram models and go pursue a real family, dude. I'm telling you.
Be careful of who you surround yourself with, right? Absolutely. Because you have this empire, you have this money, you have all this success. Shannon Sharp is an intelligent guy and has this, great podcast, and he's doing all these great things. And then, he puts himself out there, and you have to say, was it worth it? And a lot of people say, well, it's worth it because you're living your life. Well,
hey, Peter.
Yes.
So I want to use an instance of this, but I'm going to.
But to answer your question, if Mike Green is on the board, I think there's value there. I just wonder where the Bucs lie because it's all about character issues and it's about men being in that locker room. And they've said that this is what it's about culture. So does that disrupt the culture? Is that the reason why Green may not even be on the draft boards? We talked to Leo Haggerty and we talked to Ira Kaufman of Joe Bucs fan, and he didn't seem to think that he was on a lot of draft boards because of the character issues.
Yeah, but I did some research.
Yes.
I did some research overnight though on the Bucs first pick. And I think the Bucs nailed it, bro. I know a lot of fans are upset about that. And obviously our defense needs work, and obviously we have, like I said, I'll say it 100 times, we don't know the status of Jamel Dean. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's always lipping off the by week 5. Come on, bro.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Yep.
So
back issues, everything. It's frustrating, bro. It's frustrating.
Yep. So many issues. So but I'm thinking about how stacked Baker Mayfield. And by the way, don't think in the back of your mind that I think that Baker Mayfield had a slight impact into that pick yesterday.
Well, I think it's also obvious that Jalen McMillan had
Terrence Ferguson off the board, tight end.
So there you go. Shedeur Sanders still, the Shedeur watch is still going on as the Rams pass on him. That would have been an opportunity.
I'm going to go ahead and say this right now, Peter. You have Arizona, and you have Las Vegas. He's not going to go to Arizona. If there's a time right now that Shedeur is going to get picked, if he doesn't get picked by the Vegas Raiders to sit behind Geno Smith, I think that's a strong possibility.
Well, remember, Vegas. That was the comp with him coming out of the NFL. That he was Geno Smith, and it's interesting because they're kind of having the same slide at this point with all the projections of Geno going the first round, and he's in the green room and he gets finally picked by the Jets. And then also remember, John Spytek, but Tom Brady being the minority owner and working with this kid in the years that he's with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So it's interesting.
If he doesn't go to Vegas, I don't see him getting drafted.
I don't know where he goes. Round. I mean, does he go to the Giants? The Giants are not going to get him because they drafted Jackson Dart. So the Jets had a chance. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where he goes. Pittsburgh.
Who are you wanting the Bucs to take?
For me, at this point, they're Will
pick is in for the Cardinals.
All right, and we're at 47 right now for the Cardinals, so we're only a couple picks away. Yeah, I'm just going to sit back. I think it's a corner. And if it's Will Johnson, And, I think there's some question there, but the talent is there.
I just don't think I'm telling you, don't be surprised if they don't pick up that cornerback position. I'm telling you right now, because I really feel that they're about to be all in on Jalen Ramsey. I just want you to keep that in your mind as they approach.
I definitely agree with you on that. I agree with you.
I'm going to surprise you with that.
Listen,
Will Johnson's off the board. I knew it. I had the funny feeling, but I wanted to hear you talk. Because you brought up, I actually enjoy you calling in. This is you touch on some very good points. You
Alex
made some
is great.
points.
He's one of the
Alex,
webheads.
you made some great points.
He's one of the webheads here from the very beginning with the other platform that we talk about. He's been with the sports web for a long time. I appreciate him and appreciate his knowledge, man. All right,
guys, I'm gonna get going, but I'm gonna use that second phone call after the Bucs make this pick a little bit later. But listen, I'm telling you. Do not be surprised if you get an edge rusher picked on this, some type of edge rushing. I'm not sure who yet.
Okay.
But don't be surprised if you get some type of edge rushing
picked
on this round over your cornerback position. But I'm telling you,
could it be Mike Green? Could it be Mike Green out of Marshall?
It could be, bro. I like that's my pick. I know Eric called before I did.
I don't know either.
But I was thinking Mike Green too, bro. So
I'm thinking maybe inside linebacker or a D tackle.
Yeah, Will Johnson off the board at this point for the Michigan Wolverines. Again, couldn't stay healthy. 9 interceptions.
One more thought.
Yes.
One more thought, Peter, before I go.
Sure.
Again, I'll call later on this evening.
Sure.
Put pressure on the quarterback. That's what I think they're gonna focus on here on this pick here.
Yep.
I'm just gonna keep that in your mind.
All right. Blow up the middle of the line. I think that's I think that's the best bet with Vita Vea kind of getting up there. Oh, the Las Vegas. We got breaking news. The Las Vegas just traded with the Houston Texans.
They're not taking a quarterback.
Yeah, they're definitely not taking a quarterback.
They're not taking a quarterback. All right, Alex, appreciate the call, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, we are only a couple picks away from Tampa Bay being on the board at this point.
The pick is in already.
Yep, wow. There you go. Let's go out to Donald here if we want Demetrius Knight. That's a linebacker, I believe. We need to take him at 53. Won't be there at 84. That's a possibility. Very good, Donald, right there.
Oh, yeah.
I see you all the time commenting on the sports web, man. We appreciate that. Report is the Bucs weren't high on Campbell. There you go. They weren't. Maybe they weren't. And Arizona's done a stand-up job here, building that defense. Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Gannon coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles. Defensive mentality. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle at Ole Miss. Will Johnson, quarterback at the Michigan. Talent is there for Johnson. He just can't stay on the field. That's the problem. That's the reason why he most likely has dropped the medicals. I agree with you guys. With whom you surround yourself with. Yes, absolutely. Show me who you are. Show me who your friends are, and I'll show you who you are. How about that? Rams signed Devontae Adams. Wow. Yes, they did. They signed him in the offseason without Aaron Rodgers. So there you go. So the Texans pick is in. And we're at 48, so the Bucs pick at 53, just a couple picks away. For your
the Texans are going to go wide receiver. They might. I have a feeling they might go with the receiver out of Iowa.
Receiver.
But I think they're going to go again. I wouldn't be surprised if they go again wide receiver.
All right.
Or the kid out of Miami, the tight end there, Arroyo. I believe because they need to give C.J. Stroud some weapons.
No, this is what Todd Bowles had to say with a lot of fans going out there and not being happy with the pick. He was the best player on the board, period. Point blank, he was the best player on the board. So there you go.
I want to talk about him a little bit before the Buccaneers because we're nearing their pick.
Well, listen, I want to put this out there, and hold on. Alexander says we're going tight end. Come on now, Alexander. I don't think we're going to go tight end here. Now, this is from Scott Smith, who we've had on here before from Buccaneers.com. The pick for Ibuka at number 19 had nothing to do with Chris Godwin and his rehab process. This is what Jason Light said. Chris is still on track. We're still shooting for week 1 with him. This has nothing to do with Chris's injury rehab right now. This had everything to do with the fact that he was a player that Todd Bowles and can I go ahead and put this out there? Because there were fans out there saying basically, once again, Todd Bowles got screwed. And people go, well, this is what they're supposed to say.
was happy that they did this.
Of course they were. He alluded to this in March, and we talked about it. It's about offense, and this is the killer instinct of Todd Bowles. It's not about defense. it's still about defense, okay, with Todd Bowles. Make no mistake about it. He wants to rush 4, but he also wants to score points. I want to read this again. This is Jason Light. This has nothing to do with Chris's injury rehab right now. This has everything to do with the fact that he was a player that Todd Bowles and I said at the end of the day, if this guy was here, we were going to take him and we're going to be happy with it. Boom. That's it. Period.
I mean, again, like I said to the Buck fans out there, look, this is the necessary pick here. Mike Evans is getting older. I hate to say that he's losing a step, but from what I've seen this year, he's getting a little bit older.
Yeah.
A smidge, I would say a slight smidge of him slowing down a little bit.
A little bit.
But that's okay.
And by the way, let's give you real quick. Let me give you an update here. Boston 59-49 over Orlando. So not good news if you're a Magic fan. Orlando Magic. Oh, no. Sorry.
But back to this kid. I mean, look, this is a good pick. It opens up the offense for Baker Mayfield. And there's no really a true rush with him because even if Chris isn't ready, McMillan, you still have McMillan, and a lot of people are forgetting about Cade Otton, the tight end.
Yep.
A lot of people are forgetting about him. And apparently, from what it looks like, we're not losing. Yeah, we're not looking Culp and then it looks like we're not going to be trading Rashad White. You still have Rashad White in the passing game. This offense looks very potent, and they can put up points. And now you can rotate guys for kick returns as well.
Yes.
And that's huge. The Houston Texans selection is in. We're just waiting now. I think they might go tight end here. I think they're really trying to beef up stuff for. They're gonna go offense here for sure.
Go offense in this?
Yeah, I think they're definitely gonna go offense here. Maybe. I mean, D'Amico Ryans is a defensive guy. Oh wow. All right, I was wrong. Anantari Isray, offensive tackle. Minnesota. I can't pronounce these names. Some of these names are brutal.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. Whatever happened to like Will Johnson?
Oh, you got Mike Green. Mike Green.
Yeah, Mike Green. It's easy.
Name.
Easy name. Not no more, man.
Nick Scorton there from Texas A&M. That could be a guy that the Bucs go with. Corner, your guy right there, Trey Amos, Isaiah Thomas, Xavier Watts, who has been mocked to the Bucs from some publications. I was going to tell you that, so I know you're excited about him.
He's a big time player, man. I'm telling you, he would be tremendous on this Buccaneer defense, and he would make some noise. He would bring some impact, man.
Bucs pass on him. Tanya says they shouldn't. The most needed position is corner or linebacker, but once again, Tanya, they went with wide receiver because it was the best player on the board. And I'm telling you right now, a lot of Bucs fans are going to really like this pick. They're going to be eating their hat at this point. 5 picks to go. Where are we at right now? Are we at 49 or 48 for the Texans? I know the Texans.
49. The pick is in for the Bengals. But to answer what Tanya said, going back to wide receiver, I'm telling you, go watch some of this kid's highlights.
Yes.
Go and go look at the interview. So the Buccaneers are not looking for star power. They're looking for character.
Yeah.
How you carry yourself.
Is Mike Green in this conversation? Because Alex calls Mike Green calling it now. We're at 49 for Cincinnati. We know Cincinnati already drafted a edge rusher.
I think they could go Mike Green right here. Cincinnati. They need defense.
You go double dip here because remember they got Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. So you double dip and then Trey Hendrickson, those rumors start to fly because we know that he's on the trading block.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to pay him $30 to $35 million.
That's tough, man, because he's in his 30s already?
Yeah.
He's looking to get paid. All right. Demetrius Knight Jr. Oh, South Carolina linebacker. That was somebody that I liked for the Tampa Bay Bucs.
They talked about. There you go. So he's off the board as a linebacker. So the Bengals go with linebacker. We're at 50 for the Seattle Seahawks. We only got 3 picks to go for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Quarterback? I'm having a brain thought. Yeah.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, yeah, Sam Darnold.
Yeah, Sam Darnold. And then Geno Smith went to It's gonna be Watts, Xavier Watts. So Virgin Boys.
I'm hoping it's Xavier Watts, man, because I'll tell you what, if it's Xavier Watts,
Tim Crumry, 1988 first team All-Pro with his cowboy hat on right there for the Cincinnati Bengals. We're drafting Watts. All right, there you go. So Watts.
I'm telling you right now, man, if we draft Watts, that'll be what
good.
3 years in a row that I've 2 years that I've gotten the second round, the pick right.
What if they go green? That would be shocking. I think a lot of Bucs fans
would be okay if they go green. Then that means that if they go green,
they go green. Well, they go green. Everybody's going green.
Yeah,
we're all going green at this point. It would be
yeah.
Listen, the production's there.
It's just mostly character. That's what it is. And if the Buccaneers pick green, then I think that they thoroughly investigated all this stuff. I just think that they want to deal with another situation like they did with Jameis Winston, because that really that kind of put the team in a rough spot, man. Remember that year, Peter, when we started off 3-0, Ryan Fitzpatrick was tearing it up with Deshaun Jackson. Everybody seemed happy. We lost a couple of games, and then we knew Jameis was coming back, and then it just kind of really fell apart.
What was it? 4 straight 400-yard games, and the loss to Pittsburgh, where Chris Conte gets truck sticked by the tight end for the.
I don't even know who Chris Conte is.
Well,
I don't know who Chris Conte is. I forgot who that guy was. Yeah, that guy. Thanos snapped his fingers. He's in another universe.
Right. That's what it was. That's what it was. Let's see here. Eric says, hope the Bucs get Mike Green. Donald says, still a bunch of good corners. You could go corner here. You could go corner. You know, who's on the board at this point? Your guy, Trey Amos. That's your guy right here. You
Trey
like
Amos, Xavier Watts, one of the two guys. I'd be thrilled if the Buccaneers get two of them.
He's lengthy. He's big. This is exactly what Todd Bowles wants to have as a defensive player there. Let's go out to Virgin Boy. We care too much about character to draft green. Goes against everything Jason says, and then he loses his credibility. Although, and that's a good point, you trust Jason Light, and they've done their checks and balances, and they've gone through, those procedures there. And if they check it out, because they did the same thing with Jameis Winston, there was character, and they checked it out. Didn't necessarily work out. Siobhan Ravel, there you go. There's a name right there that we've heard about. He could also be a player that fits into that Todd Bowles defense. I think he's a good corner here, but I don't know. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Buccaneers now. I
feel like the Bucs would just. I feel like Bucs fans are just going to be not satisfied because they wanted Campbell, and they can't understand. You could go with Oladipo there from UCLA. He's on the board. We've heard.
Texas A&M, the edge rusher, score. Again,
they've met with him.
There's
what good safeties are on the board? You're Xavier Watts is a safety.
For me, Xavier Watts is
Siobhan Ravel. Let's make that happen. That wouldn't be a bad pick. That's a good pick too. Says Eric Crawford, Jeff Quinn. Okay, so we talked about Xavier Watts is on the board. Trey Amos. Okay, so Siobhan Ravel. We got lots of people watching right now. So let's see how this works out. Where are we at with Seattle? Have they made their pick? Or are we doing this stupid commercial here?
We're still waiting.
God, these commercials are awful. I don't care about the NBA.
I'm watching it on ESPN right now. There's no commercials.
I'm not watching ESPN. How can you watch ESPN? The playoffs are on there, Boston and Orlando.
I'm watching it through ESPN too.
Oh, I'm watching ESPN too. So I'm just behind on you. I personally wanted Johnson from Michigan, but we'll take Siobhan Revel. There you go. So that's
again a lot of options, man. There's a lot of options here for the Buccaneers. Wouldn't be surprised if they trade back.
Listen, 6'2", 194. This is his analysis here. Press corner. That works for Todd Bowles' defense. You'd love to see him work press. He wants press. He doesn't want to play zone because we know when these corners play zone, this defense as a whole, when they play zone, they get picked apart. He has the link to reroute receivers, the speed to run with them, turns his head in time to locate the ball. When his phase, he flashes the ability to recover. When he's caught out of phase, he reads the quarterback, closes well and zone lock, so he can play some zone. Also has the frame, 50-50 balls, fights off through blocks.
Elijah
He chases with
Arario,
good effort.
Miami tight end to the
Okay.
Seahawks.
All right. Good effort
Ohio.
there. He tore his ACL in September, so he played in only 3 games in 2024. So that could be the reason why he is falling. But again, he's falling right into the Bucs' lap at this point. You look at his overall numbers, only 8 total tackles, 2 interceptions in 2023, 1 interception there, 55 total tackles, 30 solo tackles there for Revel Jr. out of East Carolina. So we got that. We'll see how that works out as we're coming up.
Denver just traded out of the 51st pick.
Okay, so who did Denver trade to?
Carolina.
Oh, they're not going Shador. Who are they going with? I like this pick too. They should draft
Thomas out of FSU. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that. I don't know who they go with here. I mean, the pick is in.
All right.
I think they're gonna go offense here. They might go offense here. Actually, no. I think they're gonna go defense. They might pick a corner here. I think they're gonna what's their biggest need right now? Linebacker, the edge, corner. Yeah. They got to compete with the receivers. You got to think about it. They got to shut down Drake London. They got to shut down Mike and Chris and Olave. I think you might see the Panthers go defense here.
Listen to what they say about Green here. Green led FBS in sacks with 17 in 2024. Explodes off the ball, transitions from speed to power, rushing the passer, has hands, are active, changes direction well. Green wins with inside weaving moves. He dips, flattens at the top of his rush, chases with excellent effort, gets under blockers, shoots his hands, defending the run. He's a former linebacker who gets the depth when dropped into
Nick Scorton. They stole him from the Bucs. Maybe
you think so? You think
Texas A&M edge?
Well, I know the Bucs were interested in him. Let's go out to Virgin Boys here. I'm an FSU fan, and they should not pick Thomas in round 2. If he's there in round 3, it's tough to say with FSU because they're terrible defense and tough to watch the tape of anything that came out of FSU last year. It was awful, completely awful.
I think the Bucs might be trading back. Yeah, I think I don't know. I have a funny feeling that Nick Scorton was their guy that they were probably looking at. Maybe I don't know. It's tough. These things are so hard to predict. I mean, if Tampa Bay trades back, then
it wasn't a pick. Yes.
Yeah, they took their pick. So we'll see. I mean,
you think? I don't know. I'm not ready to assume that now. I think
me neither. I mean, I'm just saying, hey, it's draft day. Anything can, anything goes. Yeah,
it is. So Carolina picks Nick Scorton there out of Texas A&M, another name that the Bucs were interested in. So we are at 52 with Tennessee.
Tennessee's on the clock.
Bay's pick is coming up as we speak. After Tennessee, Chuba Hubbard
pick is in with Tennessee.
All right, they're not going quarterback here. We know that.
No way. Who could they go? I mean, now we're starting to see a lot of these names come off the board. Like when I say these names, I'm like people that we've all been talking about for the past month now. We're starting to see these guys come off the board. Now it's going to be strictly rotational and depth players and. In my opinion,
I think Bucs fans would lose their mind if the Bucs went running back here. They're not going to go running back. I'm just saying.
No way. Unless they're trading. Oh, the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. The selection is.
Who is it?
It's going to be offense.
Who are you?
Maybe.
Who?
I'm
so behind on this. I'm still watching the Panthers here. What they did with Scorton. He's huge. Only five
I
sacks.
can't even pronounce that. Alawalafami.
Oh, out of UCLA.
Out of UCLA.
Edge.
Yeah.
Bucs were interested in him too. All right, Bucs are on the clock.
Here we go.
Bucs are on the clock.
Xavier Watts, Trey Amos, hands crossed. Probably won't be either one of those, but I'd be shocked.
I like Revel. I like the Siobhan Revel Jr. I like that. I like that pick. And Mike Green is still on the board, Bucs fans. So there you go. And they're even saying best available for the Bucs right now as we're looking at it. And I'm watching this right now because I got ESPN in the background on the computer, on the laptop. Best available, Mike Green. Best fit, Revel Jr. 6'2", 194. Who do you want, Bucs? Bucs fans, put it in the box. Here we go. Switch to ESPN2 way faster than local channel. Yeah, well.
Bucs are on the clock. 6 minutes.
Yes.
Let's see. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's see who it is.
Draft time.
Here we go.
Here we go. Who's coming to the podium there, by the way?
They have key departures, offensive coordinator Liam Cohen.
Yeah. Duval.
That was so cringy by him, man. He's got a lot of work to do.
Duval.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good.
Then he the second time he did it, he was like, Duval. I was like, just stop, man.
It's like Sega.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what Tom Brady thinks about that?
That's good enough to suck right there.
Exactly. All right.
Here we go.
Commercial. Of course, there's a commercial. We got the wait.
I don't see a commercial.
My thing just paused. I don't know what's going on. Thanks a lot. I'm streaming this. All right, let's see here. Let's see.
Come on.
The pick is in, but I don't see who it is. Who is the pick for the Bucs?
Radio silence here. We're just anticipating. I don't know if you. Who do you think, Peter? You think they're going corner, inside linebacker,
I think you go corner, but
you don't have to pick a player. Just if what's your gut feeling telling you right now?
Level there or Green. I think those are the two best, and you've got to be happy if you're the Bucs, if you're Bucs fans, because there's still value on the board. And again, you say whatever you want to about Green's character issues, and that's huge, but he was highly productive with his sacks there, 17 sacks in 2024. And then Revel Jr., 6'2", 194. You give drum roll. All right, are we there? What do we got? We still got.
Not yet. Pick is in.
Oh my gosh, we have lost good players on the board. Guys, there's still good players on the board also. Not only you lost good players on the board, there's still good players on the board. And we talked about this. I know that Ezaraku was a favorite and Campbell was a favorite. They didn't like Campbell. They didn't like him. They didn't like him for some reason.
So the Broncos traded the 51st, 84th, and 122nd and 208 to the Panthers. The Panthers receive the Panthers traded 57. Oh, it's going.
Well, I'm looking at my phone right now. I'm looking to see if there's anything. We still
5 straight playoff appearances, longest streak by any NFL team. That shows you something. And remember, everybody, fire Todd Bowles, fire Bowles, fire Bowles.
Oh, yeah, fire Bowles with all the injuries there.
Yeah, let's just restart all over again. Hey, how about we just trade Mike and Chris? Let's just rebuild everything.
Oh, stop. That's what everybody wanted to do when Tom Brady left. Rebuild. It's going to be a rebuild. There's nothing going to happen.
I heard the Stone Ages.
Yep, no Stone Ages. Eric, a lot of talent. Remember SI, 2 wins there.
Yeah, 2 wins.
Yeah, 2 wins. Get Mike Green, says Shaw. Andre Shaw there every damn year with the commercials for the Bucs pick. Will Johnson. Yeah, Will Johnson's one player. Will Johnson can't stay healthy. So let me get this straight. I mean, we could talk about Johnson all day long, as talented as he is. You got the same problem with Jamel Dean. I mean, Jenna Lane said the same thing when she picked him. That's the problem with picking Will Johnson, because he can't stay healthy like Jamel Dean. 4 of the games we lost last year when Winfield was out would be nice to hedge another good safety. Certainly possible. Don't take Green, says Greg Cole. Eric, surprise, Bucs got corner. Bring Shiano back. Stop it. Come on. Who do they pick? I don't know. UCLA linebacker. Yeah, he's off the board. Gone. Bucs pick is in. I know. We know.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Alex, we're going to hold on here. We're going to hold on for the pick here. So I don't know what is the hold up.
Here we go. The pick is in. Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the 2nd round in the 2005 NFL Draft. We have drum roll. Come on. Benjamin Morrison, Notre Dame corner.
There you go. There you go, Buccaneer fans. So Benjamin Morrison is the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right there. We've heard a lot about this kid also. We've kind of talked about him just a little bit. So
I don't
there
like
you
this
go.
pick.
You don't like this pick. Why don't you like this pick?
Don't like this pick.
Yeah?
Don't
Why?
like this pick. Injury prone. I don't like this pick. He missed his last 10 games in 2024.
Okay.
I mean, Thorpe Award semifinalist, nation's top defensive back in 2023. I don't know, Peter. 6 interceptions tied
Mm-hmm.
third, and
I tell you who
don't know how
does.
I
I
feel
tell
about
you who
this.
does like him. I know who does like him, and that's J.C. Cornell. He had him drafted. 6 foot 193. Morrison's arms are short, but he can reroute and smother receivers when he gets his hands on them. Flips his hips, makes it tough for receivers to stack him. He got Simeon Rice. You didn't tell me Simeon Rice was at the podium there. He tracks the ball, closes well. By the way, this is Matt Miller's pro comp. Guess who he compares him to? The former Tampa Bay Buccaneer that got traded out of there to the Detroit Lions, Carlton Davis III. So Benjamin Morrison, your corner from Notre Dame, right there. So there you go. There is your pick. Bucs fans, what do you think? Do you like the move here? Let's look at his numbers overall. And I'm not seeing anything. So that's always a good thing. Thanks a lot, ESPN, for that. So no numbers. Let's go ahead and look at his numbers. But that's your pick. Let's go back out. I like it. Morrison, yes. Simeon Rice, yes. And Rebel was coming off a torn ACL. That right there would be the reason why you may not go with them. I'm with Louie. I don't like the pick. Well, I think there's some people who don't like the pick. He will fit good in this system better than drafting a quarterback here. Who said a quarterback was getting drafted? I don't know who anybody thought that 6 interceptions in 2022. I'm not seeing anything with his numbers. So let me go ahead and see if I can find some numbers here on Mr. Morrison. But that is your pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, guys, they addressed the cornerback need as we talked about.
I'll give it a B+.
B+?
I'm not completely sold on this pick. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, I think they could probably get Trey Amos in the 3rd round, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know if they double dip with corners, but 2024, no interceptions, 20 solo tackles, 2023, 31 tackles, solo 25, 3 interceptions right there in 2022, 6 interceptions. We talked about it. This was a position of need. We also heard that the Bucs swung and missed on a corner in free agency, kind of foreshadowing. We also heard from Todd Bowles how he wants competition for Jamel Dean because he can't stay healthy and stay on the field. So here you go, Bucs fans. Benjamin Morrison, the corner out of Notre Dame. So I'm with Louie. Don't like the pick. Morrison is decent. Eric, we need to trade up and grab one more DB. Dan,
they trade up.
They put that pick in pretty quick. They must really like him. Again, that would be a dumb move for Tampa Bay to draft a quarterback. If that happens, I would lose face. They're not drafting. Who said they're
not drafting a quarterback?
They'll
probably pick one up. They'll probably pick one up. Like when the draft is over, like when you start getting all like those undrafted rookie free agents. They'll probably sign one to the practice squad, but they're not gonna pick a quarterback here. They only have 6 picks.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't. Again, we're not playing Madden here, so.
Right.
This isn't like you're doing a franchise league with your buddies and one of them misses the
9 picks in 3 seasons. We shall see. I mean, again, this is what it comes down to. Okay. All right. So I'm talking.
At least they addressed the position.
Yes.
They addressed the position in need, and at the end of the day, he's not going to be a starter. It's going to be Jamel Dean, God willing, he's healthy, and Zion McCollum and Christian Izzian, and maybe he's gonna be in that 4th spot with what's his face? That
Yeah, I don't understand where this quarterback talk came from. They're not going to draft Shador Sanders, guys. There's no quarterback being drafted. Where's this nonsense? Alex said they're drafting a quarterback. I think he was making a joke at this point. Alex, you can call back if you want to here. He says he doesn't like it. Okay. Ed, Bucs don't need a quarterback. Why are we talking quarterback? Tristan, dude's got to be a slot corner, but I don't like the size on him. That's a fair point. Although, 6 foot, 193, 6 interceptions in 2022. Again, 3 in 2023.
Trey Harris, Ole Miss to the Chargers.
There you go. So there, Trey Amos, Chargers.
Trey
Okay.
Harris, Ole Miss.
Okay. All right. So, Anya says the pick, Anthony Belton from North Carolina. Yes, the Pack did pick them. And Alex says no Ramsey, though. So my thought was wrong. I don't think they're going to go out
early.
I don't. I think the money there, I think they're using that to sign their picks and re-sign players like Luke Gedeke instead of. So again, that's your pick at number 53, cornerback Benjamin Morrison for Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Open phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. I would not mind an offensive guard or offensive tackle as a pick 3, but don't know who's out there. Go Bucs. Go Bucs. Absolutely.
He's excited.
I think Todd Bowles is excited.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Yeah. Okay, so let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, this is Tristan. What's up, Peter?
Tristan, what's going on here, buddy?
Nothing, man. I tuned in just to see what you guys were going to say about this here draft.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm trying to say Louie awfully quiet last night. Last night he had a lot to say about the slot corner, what he don't like slot defensive backs.
No, just because you have Christian Izien, who is, I think, more than capable of playing that position. He's showed he can become a turnover machine.
Right.
The problem last year was we had lack of depth at the corner position because, again, Jamel Dean was hurt. His secondary in 17 games has played 2 times together, healthy. That's a big problem. So again, like for me, it's just like the most important stat for a corner is availability, and the availability of those guys wasn't there. I love Zion McCollum, but he can't do it by himself. You need a solid guy to pair him with, and I think it's Xavier Watts, Trey Amos, one of those guys. And I like Christian Izien. Jamel Dean, in my opinion, I like Jamel Dean, but he can't stay healthy. It's frustrating because you see, real quickly, we've seen games, right, where the Buccaneers are playing so well, and then, they're kind of close games, and then all of a sudden you see Jamel Dean down, and then it kind of turns into dog crap, and then all of a sudden we're in a dog fight because we're the lack of depth at the secondary position, and people got to understand too, Zion McCollum is still a very young corner. That's a tough position, especially with the rules and the amount of passing interference and how everything is so catered to the offense and scoring points. And I get it; it's not an excuse, but in my opinion, I think corner was the most important position here. And I don't know. Listen. I just talk about the Bucs. They're the professionals. They know what they're doing. They're spending more time.
You kind of gotta break it down on what you know for fact, right?
Yeah,
like,
that's it.
When you think about positions that we pick and that we draft, you got to look at the teams we play against the most in the division, right?
That's
now, if you look at the division, you got Drake London, who's 6'4". We go down to we see that now with Xavier Leggett and with Trattoria that they got in Carolina right now. Those guys are 6'2", 6'3" or better. We go down to New Orleans. Damn, Chris Olave. Chris Olave is 6'3", 6'4", and runs like.
He'll be out of there after this year. Olave will be out of there after this year. I promise you that. The Saints are going to blow up.
That's not the point. The point is that we have a division full of tall corners. I mean, full of tall wide receivers. Now, the Zion McCollum pick, it made sense because Zion is 6'2". So it makes sense. And then also he's athletic. So that makes sense. But, I just I'm not excited about this pick due to the size and the speed combo. Now, I am excited because of his turnover production.
Well,
his
I want
6
to read.
interceptions in
this
college
to
was
you.
better than all our corners combined.
I agree. 7 interceptions, and that's what we heard from Todd Bowles in this offseason. He wants to get ball hawks, so I definitely think he can do that. But this is what Matt Miller had to say on ESPN about his draft comp. Once again, compared to Carlton Davis, the third. That's not a bad comparison. When Davis could stay healthy, he's a lockdown corner. Tampa Bay lands a cover corner who would have been a first-round pick had he not torn an ACL last season. So he's coming off an ACL last season. Morse, and remember, we know that the Bucs have done this before. Carlton Davis was hurt. I believe Jamel Dean was also coming off an injury at Auburn. Morrison has the skill set to play man or zone coverage. He can match up against wide receiver ones in the pros. The Bucs have a good group of corners, but they are one of the best NFL teams at drafting and developing defensive backs under head coach Todd Bowles. There isn't much developing to do with Morrison, though. Once he's healthy, he'll be starting. And we've heard again that it's a competition because Dean is inconsistent and he can't stay healthy. So here's your competition right here. It's Dean, who's been a starter, and Morrison. At the end of the day, it's a good problem to have because one of these guys is going to win out, and whoever
Somebody's
wins,
got to work out. Yeah,
it's going to be right. So I like the pick. Again, this is just me saying I trust what Jason Light and this organization does, and I liked Carlton Davis III when he was here. When he could stay healthy, he was a lockdown corner. If Morrison give you anything of Carlton Davis, then I think you got yourself a good player here, especially in the second round. And a lot of Bucs fans were complaining, and you could have gone with Green. Would you have gone with Green here, Tristan?
Yeah, I would have preferred Green because if you look at what you just said about Carlton Davis had 1 year of solid cornerback production to where he got over 2 interceptions.
Okay.
And that was a Super Bowl run. And I've said this several times. If you go back and look at the corners, no corner or nobody in the secondary has gotten more than 3 interceptions in a season aside from that Carlton Davis year.
Sure. Well,
you know who their turnover machine was? You want to know why the Buccaneers are lacking bad in this position? It's because they got rid of the wrong corner years ago. Sean Murphy-Bunting should have still been on this team. I believe Sean Murphy-Bunting was the guy, but unfortunately, the money situation. I like Jamel Dean, but you guys remember that draft where Jamel Dean was drafted with Carlton? That was the same draft, right? They picked 3 corners.
It was Sean Murphy-Bunting and
Carlton Davis.
Seth Rollins is coming to the podium here. Am I behind on this? But Seth Rollins, right there, Chicago, it's a big time Chicago Bear fan. Yes, coming to the podium there. Tristan, you a wrestling fan?
Yeah, he need to be curb stomped for what he did to my boy a couple of weeks, but
Tristan,
last week.
Why aren't you calling Turnbuckle Talk on Wednesday nights, bro? You know
Ozzy
wrestling.
Triapolo.
Because wrestling is like my personal passion, man. Like I don't like to share that with nobody.
It's our personal.
I like that. That's a good answer. That's my personal passion.
I love Tristan here, but you can always share that with us here on Wednesday night. You need to be calling in.
What? Yeah, but like I say, man, it's like I still got that kid in me. I still be laughing and hollering when my guys show up. You know what I mean?
Real quickly, you know what I just realized?
Hold on a sec. Media icon here, Mr. TJ Reeves, who is an encyclopedia when it comes to knowledge here. Morrison's dad played with Bowles with the Washington Redskins in 1993. So once again, there is some type of family affair, some type of connection. It all matters.
There's a trade. Denver just traded out of the second round again.
Well, who did the Bears pick?
Detroit Lions.
Who did the Bears
they picked the offensive tackle out of Boston College. I cannot pronounce his name.
Well, there you go.
For the Lions. Real quickly with the Lions. I mean the Broncos. Shout out to Sean Payton and what he's doing with that Broncos defense.
Right.
Going with Barron, and now they have Patrick Surtain Jr. or Patrick Surtain II, and now they're pairing him up with that kid.
Oh, there you go. That's the way you got to win.
You want to talk about building and a team to compete with your division right there. I would not be surprised if they start taking a back seat.
Trapilo, offensive tackle.
I'm not even going to try.
Well, I tried. Maybe I failed my broadcasting degree. Listen, You don't have to hide it anymore. You're more than welcome here, Tristan, to talk wrestling on Wednesday nights or anytime you want. Seth Rollins.
Tristan, would you bring back the NWO?
Hell no.
What if it was just ran by Eric Bischoff?
Man, hell no.
Well, listen, Tristan, what did you think of WrestleMania? Did you like that ending with John Cena winning 17, or did you think it was flat with Travis Scott doing his best impression of Dennis Rodman and failing miserably?
Listen, man. Travis Scott looked like Bert from Bert and Ernie first off, so that was kind of hilarious to me.
Fiend.
Bert and Ernie. Las Vegas is going to be picking right after the Lions. Let's pay close attention to that because maybe Shador gets off the board there.
All right. Again, I'm going to say it was flat. See, Tanya says it was a flat. She tried to pronounce the name. Lions must be going for green. What a pickup that would be of value.
Yeah.
You get one side a green, and then who's
Good
the other
point,
kid?
Dave. Good point.
Sun Devil Dave says Ozzy. Okay. Wow. I like wrestling too. Dave says Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins really look. Everybody's a wrestling fan on this show. I want to throw it out there. We don't just talk Bucs and NFL. We talk turnbuckle talk on Wednesday nights here. 9:30, 10 o'clock. It's again fluidity.
I think honestly we should put a poll out there. I know you were kind of iffy about it. I think we should commit one day.
I gotta be the executive. I love Wednesday nights.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, we gotta do Wednesday nights, and if it's late, it's late, man. But we gotta get guys like Tristan to stop hiding his passion, stop hiding it. You got to do me a favor too, Tristan. You've been on this show for a long time. You got to say, bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Go, do it.
We got to do that at a later date, Pete. I'm still sober, man. Now, maybe late as the night progresses, if the draft gonna still be going, we can get to that. Now we can do some radio drops now.
Raglage, Georgia, guard.
All
Lions.
right.
Pick
So
the guard out of Georgia.
Guard here. So Mike is on Georgia. Georgia's on my mind. I did the best on my.
Let me ask you guys this.
Right
now, granted, granted this is Bucs talk right now.
Sure.
If you look at the division, do you think that the divisions, it seems like every team in our division has had a major focus on offense this draft?
Yeah, man, they got to compete with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
No, I would say Atlanta's focused on defense, which is what they should have focused on last year. But they got Jalen Walker, did they not, from Georgia? And then they also got the kid from Tennessee there, Pierce Jr. So they've definitely had a focus on defense. To answer your question, yes, I think they're trying. Every team is trying to get better and match Tampa Bay, and this is the reason why that wide receiving pick for the Bucs makes sense, because there's a lot of teams still trying to get better offensively. The Bucs have an opportunity to get better at that position. They're also getting older at that position.
The Raiders. Here we go.
But now the Bucs are going to focus on defense. Am I worried about it? No, because I think the Bucs have gotten better in the offseason with Hassan Reddick. Now we'll see.
Selection for the Raiders. Here we go. Here we go. To answer that with the look, a lot of the NFC South has watched the Tampa Bay Buccaneers put up monster points, and they know they have to go toe to toe. And unfortunately, the Falcons, they have the offense to do that. We've saw it twice. Unfortunately, they have the offense to go toe to toe with the Bucs. Outside of that, Carolina doesn't. New Orleans doesn't. So now those two teams, the New Orleans Saints, and you see them picking offensive linemen and a quarterback. They know they need to protect the quarterback, and they need to put up points. The Carolina Panthers, they're trying to build an offense there. That's why they went wide receiver. They went wide receiver last night. They know they need to put up points. With
McMillan, you're trying to get the number one guy, like like a lot of teams are trying to get, right? I mean, you talk about Josh Allen being a young kid. You get Stephon Diggs. It will last for a couple of years, but that's a number one wide receiver. CJ Stroud, he's tried it with Diggs, didn't necessarily work out. You get him a full complement of wide receivers. You have injuries, you still address that. Caleb Williams, you address that position with getting him offensive line. But going back to your point, when it comes to offense, I definitely think these teams are trying to get better.
Wide receiver.
For who?
I think
for the Raiders. So Shador is going to continue to fall. So now you have Baltimore and Denver picking. This kid's going to fall out of the third rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, out of the second round.
No, look for the Rams to sneak in here. I like them to go to the Rams.
No, they already picked. I don't think they're going to sneak back in. They've already made a couple of trades, right, Peter? I believe so, right?
I believe they have. Let's see here. Yeah, they
I
traded
mean, the
out.
thing is, anybody who wants Shador Sanders, I don't think you need to trade up to go get him because
Nope.
it's clear he's the best quarterback available now.
Look at
So
this.
anybody who's looking to get him,
Man, maybe Sanders will be irrelevant at this point. I mean, this is everybody's. And again, Tanya says it was flat for WrestleMania main event there for John Cena. I know my co-host here, Mr. Louie, who just yawned. I saw that. Get your coffee ready. Yes.
No, here's the thing. I actually didn't tell anybody this, but so between the Nashville trip, I got no sleep in Nashville because we were partying. You have to on Broadway. And then I had to drive back home, which took us like 15, 16 hours. Obviously, we stopped. Didn't get much sleep there because we stopped at 11, woke up at 6 to go back on the road. And then went to work. As people know, I am a blue-collar construction worker. In the union, they call us high-class scumbags for some reason. I don't know. I've gotten no sleep doing the show, Turnbuckle Talk, 12, the draft.
Yes.
So I've probably gotten maybe a total, I don't even know. I'm running on fumes. My body's, because that's why I'm not drinking beers today. That really killed me yesterday. I'm everybody out there right now, I'm shutting it down. No more beers. I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm over it for a while. I'm gonna wait until it starts to get a little bit warmer. But today
Stand
at
by,
work,
Tristan.
man,
Alex, we got Tristan on the line. We're gonna finish with him. We'll come on to you. All right.
Yep.
All right, Tristan, go ahead and finish up, my friend. And by the way, again, Turnbuckle Talk, wrestling Wednesday nights. Get on here. Call in.
Well, if we can talk about some 90s wrestling, I'm with you.
I would love to do that.
We'll do 90s wrestling. We'll have 90s wrestling with Tristan. We'll talk about it. We'll do it.
Sound like fun to me.
All right, man. All right. Well, I appreciate
it. Real quick, hold on, Tristan, real quickly before we let you go. Greatest match of all time. Real quick, go.
Go for it.
Greatest match of all time, Ric Flair versus Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes was the old great all-American man speech. That was the greatest speech in all the man time, greatest promo cut ever. Dusty Rhodes is probably the most electrifying and entertaining sports athlete known to man.
Love it.
Aside from himself, of course.
By the way, this is how old I am. First match was at St. Pete Bayfront Center, and who was it between the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes versus the dirtiest player in the game, Ric Flair. True story. And the Bayfront Center is no longer around. Yes.
And we talk about cachet, just so you know, I grew up in South Tampa, in West Shore to be exact. I actually used to walk by Hulk Hogan's old house when I was a kid walking to elementary school. So I am familiar with the wrestling innovations. Also, when I was 7 years old at Piccadilly, I once asked Hulk Hogan to hold his ketchup.
Well, there you go, my friend. That's what it's all about. Ketchup,
and he didn't give me the ketchup.
You didn't give me the ketchup, but did you? When you said that, did you know if that happened today? What would you be saying if he wanted you to hold his ketchup? What would you say?
Oh, nah, I'm an old adult. Holding people's ketchup is just wrong on so many levels.
No, what you would say is mustard. That's what you would say right there. That's what you would say. Yes.
Hogan became a meme nowadays. Still the greatest wrestler of all time. Still the greatest wrestler of all time.
Can you believe that they booed him on Netflix and they put him in California? What a disgrace. I mean, you're not even on.
Hey, man, you know, like things I never had on my lifetime bingo card was a Hulk Hogan racism scat and also a Hulk Hogan sex tape. So, I mean, yeah, Hulk need to do a little bit more community service to get his good graces back.
I agree.
Man.
I completely agree with that. Who would have thought that Vince McMahon, but then again, you look at the storylines of what he would do with him and his family and some of the crazy stuff. That's all from Vince. That's Vince's mind right there. So, yep.
Yeah, and wrestling, a lot of stuff about wrestling has painted Hulk Hogan in a bad light.
Agree.
Especially how he was with the guys, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like a lot of that stuff is unsavory. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like how he wouldn't drop the belt or he wouldn't sell.
I like what the Undertaker had to say about him. Did you guys ever hear that story about the first time the Undertaker won the title?
I did
And
not.
he's
Go ahead and tell this story
So-
really quick before
Yeah.
you say that. Let me go out to TJ Reeves, the media icon, Tristan, while you're on, and then we'll get you out of here. If you were wondering, and I was, the last Notre Dame first or second round pick for the Go Bucs before tonight was, do we guys know this?
The last.
And he's putting it out there right now. Demetrius DeBose, second round, 1993. We are the crew. Thank you very much, Mr. TJ Reeves, with that great information. Appreciate you, man. You're right.
Really great mind over there, TJ is.
Oh, he is. He is great. All right, Tristan.
I think GPS on me, to be honest with you. I think TJ Reed got my phone hacked. Because every time I call him, he seems to pop up somewhere.
Yeah, well, we love the media icon when he's on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. He gives us all those facts and information and the history of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and it brings back great memories. And it's the reason why I do the show in the first place, so we can talk Tampa Bay Buccaneer football, we could talk NFL draft, and of course we could talk wrestling. And guess what? And radio station or TV station that can say, you gotta stop talking. We can talk whatever we want to.
We can do whatever we want.
This is true.
Yes. All right, my
This is
friend.
true.
Wednesday night, stop hiding. All right, come out.
Yeah.
Got you, Peter.
All right, brother. Here's another one here. Here you go. Here's one. Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels, the ladder match. Greatest match of all time for me. That was good. That was really good. That was a good one.
For me, it was Undertaker, Shawn Michaels 2.
Oh, absolutely.
Classic. And
Shawn should have went over, in my opinion.
No.
I get it, Undertaker. Well, listen, if you're going to have Brock Lesnar go over on the Undertaker.
they messed up big time with that. I agree with you there. That was wrong.
Absolutely did. They couldn't.
Bray
book
Wyatt should have been the guy to end the streak.
Yes.
Someone like that, Bray Wyatt. I'll even go ahead and say with
I
the
agree.
heat that CM Punk had.
Oh,
even
yeah.
CM Punk, the heat that he had with the
Randy
ashes.
Orton.
Something, yeah, one of those guys.
Randy Orton,
Brock Lesnar.
please.
No, Brock Lesnar didn't need it. He really didn't. Well,
Terrible.
another great match that a lot of people sleep on. I have homework for you.
Yes. Yes.
Go back and watch Shinsuke Nakamura, his debut against Sami Zayn NXT.
Okay.
Go give that match a watch.
All right, here's another one, guys. How about WrestleMania 3? It stole the show. It was not Hogan versus the Giant,
Savage
by
and
the way,
Steamboat.
Andre the Giant. Savage and Steamboat. And there was so many moves to that. I mean, they put that together. You got to watch that on A&E when they did a profile or bio of that, how that got put together. And, Savage and Steamboat, especially Savage, could never match that. Savage was a great wrestler locally here, of course, dying in Largo about 10, 15 years ago. I think it's been about 10 years locally.
Yeah,
I
would
think
say so. Yeah, I
10
would say so.
years. We're getting old, guys. We're getting old, but Savage would never match that, even with the superpowers. I'm hoping they draft Chris Paul Jr., not to be confused with the basketball player that can't stay healthy, and he'd be the linebacker in the third round. So we'll see what the Bucs do at 84. But once
Taking a
again,
while for the Ravens to
Morrison.
put their pick in. I feel like I've been looking at that for about 5 minutes now.
This commercial thing is killing me. All right, Tristan.
Yeah. One more thing.
Yes.
I need you guys to do me one favor. If
Do
you
it.
can, because I know you guys are Jason Light fans and all that stuff.
Yes, we are.
Whatever you got to do, send them an email, text message. You can flap a few pigeons, whatever you can do to get his attention. Tell the guy to start drafting some guys from Florida, man. Not
They
Florida,
have.
but
They have.
the state of Florida.
Tristan, it's not good right now, my friend. I would say, listen, this is like we're talking about Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp and Warwick Dunn and Rito Anthony and Jacquez Green. It's not those days of Florida football, man. It's taking a hit. I mean, Miami maybe coming
Every day
back.
is a day for Florida football. Peter. Every day is Florida football.
I love.
we just see
Listen, I
the
love.
Miami tight end go. If he would have added that to the offense, the tight end from Miami, Arroyo.
Oh, can you imagine the Bucs fans would have
Mike
just,
Green is off the board to the Baltimore Ravens.
There you go. There you go.
They stealing right now. They
Yep.
are stealing. They are stealing.
The value
They are
there.
literally stealing the draft.
That's a Ravens pick. You get Starks in the first round, perfect safety for the Ravens. The Ravens just get it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're like the Bucs and the Philadelphia
That's a
Eagles.
smart
They get
pick by them.
players. Green again, character issues. That's why he fell. But you're getting value there. They got a locker room. They got a good coach there in John Harbaugh that can keep him in line. They don't put up with nonsense. Who is drafting? There's not Ozzie Newsome because Newsome did it for years. Who is the general manager? They just get it. Tristan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, what I would like to see, and I think Baltimore is a good example of something I always wish we did. I wish we drafted based on identity as opposed to what it is in which the world says that we need. And I think that we've gotten so far from drafting based on that defensive Tampa 2 philosophy. We've gotten so far from that, and we've seen the Eagles literally win a Super Bowl using our philosophy. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Well, that's why they got to get another defensive tackle, or they really. I finally do think that the Buccaneers have their edge rushers. I really do. I think the smart thing to do next is go in the interior and inside linebacker.
All right, Tristan, we appreciate the call, my friend. Again, don't be a stranger. Use that second call if you like. All right, always bringing it, my friend.
Got it.
One of those long time guys. You know, we don't always see eye to eye, but that guy brings it. All right, let's go out to Alex with his second call here as Mike Green is officially off the board with the Baltimore Ravens. Your thoughts? Benjamin Morrison, pick 53 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Welcome back to the Evolution.
Yeah, so
You don't sound too excited here, Alex.
No,
you got to pump.
There was a deep pause there.
Boss, you got to get more. Let's start the call over again. Come on, Alex, you're calling back here. Your second call. Your host here is on 3.5 hours of sleep. Bring some excitement here, my friend. Come on. There it is.
There it is. All right, let's go. I'm awake. You woke me up.
There you go.
Unreal. I like the pick. I'm gonna tell you why. It gives the Bucs option in that position. I think it'll give Jamel Dean an eye awakener on possibly making more of an effort at staying healthy. I think it's a good pick. I know some people are disappointed about Mike Green, which, by the way, I think he just got picked by the Ravens.
He did.
Yes.
I think he went to a really good organization just because of the issues with, his past and
listen, this is what I think, guys.
RJ Harvey, UCF running back off the board to the Broncos.
Alex and Louie and everybody out there, I'm not saying Mike Green's not a good player, but there's a reason why he dropped. So the character issues are there. And once again, for the Bucs, a lot of people say they need an edge. We heard from Jason Light last night. They like what they got there in that room. They like Yaya Diaby. They like Kalijah Cansey. They love Chris Braswell, which they invested a second-round pick. So they may not go edge in this draft. They may simply go with what they have to build on it. And once again, Hassan Reddick could be that missing piece, that veteran presence. Because if you get a motivated, not the guy that went to the Jets and didn't want to play, the guy that had 50 sacks, the veteran presence, a veteran. Think, and I'm not gonna, be blasphemous here, but think of Simeon Rice when he came in and you double teamed him and you opened up everybody else. Or when you doubled on Warren Sapp or you doubled on Anthony McFarland, you have one-on-one matchups. Think about the impact the veteran edge rusher like Reddick can bring to that room. So Jason Light wants to give his picks the opportunity. Braswell, he looks like he may break out. He may be a guy that breaks out. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's JTS.
And Peter, I'm going
Ray Amos just went to the Commanders.
There you go. So Commanders making moves there. Trey Amos, your favorite. I know. I think Morrison's a good pick, though, for the Bucs, man. I think he's a good pick. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, and I do want to add this, though, too, to keep your spirits up.
Yes.
The problem, the only thing I think the Bucs still lack is just, we all know guys like Vita Vea, when he gets through, he's gonna make a move toward the quarterback, but you got to get some rushing, man. I just think the Bucs, I think that's just the only spot we lack after picking up, who we just got and Morrison. I think we just don't get to the quarterback quick enough. Too much time in the pocket. So if the Bucs can get some rushing in the last,
listen. Again, I'm gonna put this out there. You didn't have Hassan Reddick last year. Now you got Hassan Reddick, 50 sacks, my friend. He's a proven commodity.
That's not JTS over there. That's
that ain't JTS. Reddick. I mean, again, I don't know if he's a second coming of Simeon Rice, but maybe that impactful, I guess Leo word, impactful player like Simeon Rice, that veteran presence. Think of maybe, JPP and the same, but this guy has more sacks. He's double digit machine there. So
but I will say this. putting the draft aside for a second, I just think that I would have liked to see maybe like a Jalen Ramsey come in. I'm gonna tell you why I'm talking about him a lot.
You're still on that Ramsey thing. It's $21 million.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Tell me why.
I'm gonna tell you why.
All right.
Because I feel like he's just has that more veteran presence that I think the Bucs just lacked in the defense last year. And I'm just being honest because yes, we're gonna draft strong, and I'm not gonna rely on just who we picked in the draft, because you need the more veteran presence on that defense, because it lacked. I mean, that's just what we lacked. But if I'm the Bucs, like I said, I'm continuing. Personal opinion, in the draft, I'm getting some rushing, some pass rushing or something, because I just think that opposing quarterbacks spent way too much eating our shit up. I mean, I'm just being honest. I mean, we got burnt all season. Defense could not get off the field.
Yes.
Now, granted, I will say this: people are forgetting why the defense was off the field or on the field so long. It's because the offense also had granted, we scored a lot of points, but there were many games where we were getting a lot of 3-and-outs. So we all know that the offense and what Baker Mayfield can lead us to can score 30-plus points a game. We're not questioning that.
Yeah.
We're not questioning the core of this offense. Wide receivers, all the way down to Bucky Irving, and the running back position. You talked about Rashad White a little bit. The Bucs offensive core is really stacked. It's really stacked. And yesterday's pick, I think, in my opinion, it top-notched it. So you have to just complete the defense, put more pressure on the quarterback. Because I'm telling you, man, if you sit back and watch that Commanders game and how we lost that Commanders game, why did we get beat? Because we just left him too much time.
Yep.
Defense couldn't get off the field.
Defense
couldn't get off the field. And I'm going to disagree with you on that, because here's the thing. Yeah, and here's the thing. The defense couldn't get off the field. And if you look back, the Buccaneers were not the only team that the Commanders did that to. I think the Buccaneers were the 7th team. Listen to this crazy statistic. The Buccaneers that was the 7th time when a game with the Commanders going into the final minutes, with the Commanders having the ball last, they've always won the game. And it was due to Jaden Daniels just absolutely killing defenses on the field. Like, those are demoralizing when your defense is on the field for about 7 minutes in one quarter. You can't have that. And the Buccaneers could not get off the field, unfortunately. That's why I think right now I think the smart pick is to go interior. I think they need somebody because we see splashes of that where Vita Vea breaks. He opens up he parts the Red Sea, if you will. And then you see Levante David shoot in there, or somebody shoot in there. We need another guy to line up with Vita or rotate with Vita to continue to do more of that.
I got a name for you in the 3rd round, Josiah Stewart from Michigan. How about that guy?
I like him.
You could also go. Here's a Florida State name, Joshua Farmer.
I heard him. I heard about him.
And your boy Xavier Watts is still on the board there. And
Hey,
I don't think he's gonna make it to us.
Shador
keep this in your mind, guys, before I go.
Yes.
The Bucs rated, and this is why that secondary position in the defense. Obviously, we're talking about defense here.
Sure.
That secondary, and why I think this pickup is good that we just got. The Bucs rated 29th last year in passing defense, but rated 4th in running defense. My point of saying that is our pass defense and the time that the quarterback, any opposing quarterback, had against this defense was just too much time.
Agree. But I think I think it changes, Alex, this year because you got that veteran presence and Reddick. Watch out.
And you got to think too, Joe Tryon Shoenka. There was times where I thought, if in all reality, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka should have had about 16 sacks this year. And
Well, he's just
didn't.
outrunning. Just not finishing
Agreed.
his outrunning.
All gas, no
Right.
breaks. So imagine
No
if Joe Tryon-Shoyinka had those 16 sacks. I think
And-
we'd be looking at a different defense right now.
And
And
again,
that's
I
what they
love
wanted him to be.
And listen, I love the young components of this defense, right? I love Cansey. I love his confidence in saying he wants to lead the league in sacks. I love that. I know, Louie, you didn't like it. I love
I
it.
didn't like it because now you got to back it up, because what happens is when you come up and you have 5 sacks this year, you look like an idiot.
Well, then back it up. You know,
Yeah, you gotta back it up.
Back it up. And
All
I
right,
think
guys, I want to add this too, and then I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna watch
Okay.
some baseball.
Okay.
By the way, the Rays are on the West Coast. Peter's starting a set this weekend against San Diego, so hopefully we can continue our slight winning. Ways the Rays
take 2 out of 3 from Arizona.
Off.
Yes.
The Rays came back last night late in the 9th inning or 10th inning again, extra innings, by the way, and they won. But anyway, just as I said, I agree with everything you said. I just think that with this new pickup in Morrison that the Bucs just drafted, I think it's a really good pickup. And I know a lot of haters are out there and saying they disagree, but I'm telling you, not only does that give you an extra guy in that position to battle it out, it's going to give Jamel Dean a thought in his brain to work harder to stay freaking healthy, bro.
And stay
Because
more
I'm telling
consistent.
you,
Yes.
that was the one position that probably got burnt out of any position on this team. I'm being honest. Because how many times have we went 3 and how many times have opposing teams went 3-10, 3-12?
I'm sick and tired of seeing that too. Great point. Great point. I am sick and tired of seeing that. You see the Buccaneer defense. It's 3rd and 15. Easy stop, and the Buccaneers give up 20-something yards.
And who are they going to, Louie? Who are they going toward? Jamel Dean.
Well, they're going towards
90%
Jamel
gets
Dean,
burnt.
and they're also playing zone defense because
Right down the middle, too.
Right down the middle, like the Atlantic
down the
Ocean.
middle.
So again, I think that changes with that veteran presence and Reddick. I think they're going to rush 4. They're not going to blitz as much, but it's going to give them more creative energy, if you will, Todd Bowles and that defensive staff to do some interesting things there, especially with Reddick as that veteran presence. I'm looking for Yaya and I'm looking for Cansey and Vea in the middle. It's gonna be fun, man. I'm telling you.
I hope that
I do.
By the way,
yes.
I know you just mentioned him a minute ago. Tryon-Shoyinka has not given his full potential either.
I think he's in the wrong system.
It doesn't work in this system. He's going to be with the Browns. He'll get the opportunity there.
I think he'll do a lot better with the Browns. I think he'll maybe have. I'm going to say over 6 sacks.
Myles Garrett, on one side, so you'll have the opportunity. We'll see. We'll see if he can.
I think you're going to see a huge jump in his progress. I really do, and I think he's gonna do something there with the Browns. I could be wrong, but I see a lot of talent with him. I really do. I was high on him. I liked him a lot. He was a big disappointment for me, but then I really looking at the tape because. As Peter knows, and for all you guys out there, I'm going to be on the sports web more and more. And what I'm going to be bringing to the sports web throughout the season is I'm going to be breaking down all 22 films. Right? I mean, all 22s. I love watching that. To some people are like, oh, you're a nerd. And no, I like to watch football, and I like to see like
it's the
what's
X's
going
and
on.
O's.
Yeah, man. I like to see and one guy that I would watch consistently was Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, and that's why I gave him that name, all gas, no brakes. I'd never seen anything like that. When he first came to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I said, hey, man, this guy is kind of built. He's lanky. He reminds me of who? Simeon Rice.
Yep.
I'm like, this could be it. We have a pass rusher. And
only one.
his rookie year was just, I wasn't really like, hard on him, and then the second and third and fourth year was just like, come on, man. And then like this year, going into this year, I said this is a make or break year. I expect Joe Tryon-Shoyinka to have at least 10 sacks because it's a contract year. And 5, I think it was 5, right? It's just it's not even 5. No, it's 4.5, 5.
Yeah.
I don't know, somewhere along that lines, but not enough to keep you here. Unfortunately, it's just the wrong system. Good luck to him. No ill will. It didn't work. Sometimes it just doesn't work.
One player before I get out of here, guys, because I'm getting ready to watch some baseball. Do you know who one player that I missed that I wish the Bucs never traded away.
What's up?
And I think you guys touched on it earlier, and I think it was a money issue. Is
Sean Murphy
Murphy
Bunting.
and yep,
Yep.
dude.
Well.
Can you imagine? I think this draft would be 100% different conversation if we still had a guy like him, in the locker room on the roster.
Inconsistent too, and hurt somewhat. And they're hopefully they find, they found a guy, Morrison, who can be again a guy that can come in and either give Jamel Dean competition.
And by the way, his injury was only a hip issue. It wasn't nothing super major.
Well, it was a torn ACL. That was the report.
Oh, it's a torn ACL.
Yes.
I heard it was a hip issue.
Yeah.
So, do you think that'll affect anything between the competition between those two, or do you think he can come back healthy?
I think they got the medicals on that, and I think it'll be interesting competition at the end of the day. Alex, you got to run, my friend.
Thanks, buddy. I do gotta go.
I appreciate
Thanks,
you,
guys.
brother. Yep. All right. Let's see here. Let me go back out, and we'll get out to the comments in just a moment. Wanted to give you an update. The Orlando Magic are pulling away after being down by 10 at halftime over the Boston Celtics. Last check, 83-74. 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter there. Let's go out to Curtis.
Andrew Makabu, Texas safety, goes to the Eagles.
Sean Murphy Bunting hasn't been healthy in the last 3 seasons. Yeah, exactly. Bears get a DT. How about Landon Jackson? Dang,
Hello.
Roger. Hey, Curtis. Yes, using your second call. What do you think about Benjamin Morrison here, quarterback from Notre Dame?
Like it. Love it.
Yeah? You don't sound too excited. Can we get some more excitement from you?
Wow. I just woke up.
Okay. You just
passed
woke up.
out.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, I've been up since 4. I've been going since 4 o'clock this morning.
Damn, you've been going. Everybody's been going since 4 o'clock this morning. We're all doing it together. It's great.
Well, and I'm a dad right now. I got my girls with me.
Yes.
Real quickly though, they just pulled up a stat about the Baltimore Ravens and who they drafted. Look how insane that defense is going to be. Honestly, right now, I'll go ahead and say it. From the AFC side, way too early, they're my Super Bowl pick. Just because they just got Mike Green, and Malachi Starks.
Stand by here, Curtis. I'm going to put you on hold really quick. I'm going to take this call. I'm going to come back to you. Yes, you're on the sports web. Stand by. We got Curtis. We'll finish up with him. We'll come out to you. Former Tampa Bay Buccaneer Bo Allen at the podium for the Eagles, of course. Curtis, go ahead.
So no Sanders yet, huh?
Nope. Shador Sanders is still on the board at this point.
Pick is in for the Giants. They're not picking them.
They're not picking them.
We're in the third round, right?
Are we in the third round? We're in the second round.
Hey, listen, Kansas City's going to come back on the board. Cleveland is coming up. So
it's not KC. We're not doing that.
At Cleveland's what, 4th or 5th pick?
That's Cleveland for you.
Cleveland is the 67th pick. Casey's with the
Sanders a value pick at that moment.
Yeah. We are in the third. Are we in the third round? I think we're in the third round.
No,
are we
we're still in the second round.
Second round still.
Oh no, we're in the we're officially in the third round. I'm sorry, I didn't see that the Giants were picking.
We got Matthew here saying third round. Thank you, Matthew. We've got the correction right there.
Laptop block in one corner of that. So.
Gotta love that.
Anybody that played for Marcus Freeman is going to be very disciplined.
That's a good point. Very good point. I'm going to say that. Right. And remember, he was also in the national championship game.
Yes, he was.
Was he not in that game? Did he? Well, he did.
No,
he had a torn ACL. But he did play for that team. And Freeman.
It doesn't matter. He played with that team. He was around that team.
Yeah.
And to play I had a buddy that kind of knew Marcus Freeman, and you have to be very disciplined to play for this guy.
And by the way, your guy there, Louie, Xavier Watts played for Notre Dame too. So again, that would make sense as a pick.
Listen, Jason Light has had some really good third round picks. Maybe Xavier Watts falls to the Buccaneers, and maybe listen, if we get Xavier Watts, I'm thrilled. I'm happy with the draft.
Who's been your favorite third round pick in the last couple of years?
Well, they've done pretty good. If you look at the track record with the Buccaneers, let me see. I
I think mine was Mario. I think mine was Mario Edwards.
Who was it? Mario Edwards
For whom?
for the Bucs.
Yeah,
Mario
Edwards.
Edwards. That's a long.
In the third round.
Third round for who?
That was a long time ago. Mario Edwards for the Buccaneers. That you're talking like what?
I think you're thinking of Mike Edwards, not Mario.
Mike
Edwards.
Edwards. Yes. That's what I was gonna say. We've had a Mario Edwards, a corner. A Mario Edwards. You guys remember him? This was like, I think I want to say 2009, maybe 2010.
That's way back. Yeah, Mike Edwards, who had a cup of coffee this year and went right back to Kansas City. So congratulations to him.
I mean, hey, you know what?
Did win a Super Bowl with the Bucs.
Yes. His first couple of years in Tampa, you're like, where is this guy from? Like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
So
Darius Alexander Toledo, defensive tackle for the Giants. The Giants are beefing up that defense. Remember what we said, guys. You got to build your team to win your division.
That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing.
Are they going to be able to score any points?
Yes.
Probably not.
Well, they got Russell Wilson at the controls.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Do you trust Russell Wilson at this point?
No.
Listen, that whole quarterback room is interesting to me. I mean, Russell Wilson, again, Jackson Dart.
I love a quarterback room.
Winston.
I would love to sit in that quarterback room with Jameis.
You know, Jameis is going to excite you because, you never know what the hell Jameis is going to do.
Yeah.
And, it's going back. It's crazy that, yes, Daddy farted. Okay, I did. Thank you. It was great. Anyway.
Yes.
Going back and looking at that Legion of Boom Seattle team now, and then putting everything on Russell Wilson, he wasn't ready.
Nope.
He wasn't ready, bro.
Well, listen, remember Russell Wilson with the Seattle Seahawks, how much of a different quarterback he was. But what did you do with that rookie quarterback? You gave him Marshawn Lynch, and that took the pressure off of him. You made him a DLG quarterback to a certain degree with mobility. You used his mobility. You let him develop as a quarterback, and then eventually he developed into that. To answer your question, I don't know what the Giants have around him, enough around him for him to be successful. So it may be a quarterback room where it's, musical chairs, but at the end of the day, I understand it because you have to win games. So you go with your veteran presence. And that's the great thing about Dart. And I'm going to write somebody back because they wrote on my wall about Dart. You don't have to throw him into the fray right away. You can play the veterans.
Perfect.
Right. That's the situation.
I'm waiting to see where my pick of the draft is going to go this year.
Ashton Galante, Louisville edge rusher to the Chiefs.
To the Chiefs. There you go.
Scatterboo. Scatterboo?
Yes. Cam Scatterboo. Yes.
That's gonna be my pick of the draft.
That's the pick of your draft. Okay.
Yep.
All right, Kurt. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the call as always. And we'll continue to see what the Bucs are going to do here in the third round. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, brother. All right, let's go out to the phone lines here. We'll go back out. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
I'm one of your regulars. Hey, Brad, how you doing, Peter?
What's going on, boss? What do you think? Benjamin Morrison, pick 53 there at a Notre Dame cornerback. You like this move? Yeah.
Before his injury, he was a top 5 pick. He was one of the premier ball hawks and top defenders. Like as a freshman, he got 6 picks.
Yep.
Second year, he had a lot of pass defense. Junior year, he was headed towards maybe a Thorpe Award if it weren't for that injury.
Yep.
So, I know. See, look, last year you had Josh Hayes and Tyreek Thunderbird. No offense against Tyreek Thunderbird, but Josh Hayes.
Listen, nothing against Josh Hayes, but I'd rather see Isaac Hayes play corner than Josh Hayes. I'm sorry.
Against the Commanders,
yes.
When Jamel Dean got hurt, and that weakness in the defense got exposed.
Of course. As soon as Jamel Dean went out, that's what you do. Yeah, and then you scary Terry. You
real quickly.
Yes.
Well, the Buccaneers third round. So, like I said, I want Xavier Watts. I think this is
value pick. I know he's coming back from injury, but you getting him at the 53rd pick, somebody who should have been the 5th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
A premier ball hawk. That's a steal.
That is a steal. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Look,
I mean, I'm saying, man, I think Jason. I mean, he's hitting it on every round, man. They're getting the best available player in each round.
They are. They're getting best available players, and I disagree with Tristan. I think these are players that do fit. Again, a part of a great program in Notre Dame, who was in the national championship game. Even though he didn't play, he was a part of that team. Well coached by
he was
Freeman.
captain. Actually, he was the defensive leader.
There you go. That is the MO of Jason Light. That is called culture right there.
The defense. He was the one talking to them before the games too, giving them motivational speeches.
There you go.
So you need people like that in your locker room.
Yep.
I mean, character.
That is what this team is all about. Character. That's why they drafted the kid out of Ohio State last night. Character guy. They love those character guys. That's why they didn't draft a guy like Green, because the character issues were there. And again, it sounds easy to say, but for me, it is. Trust in Light, trust in the process, and trust that the Bucs know what they're doing, because usually, more times than not, they're going to be right. Even the media icon TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network said it last night. Lots of picks. All right, what else?
I'd like to see next round Jack Sawyer. I know, but he's not that speed guy, but he's a team guy. He's more like an Anthony Nelson, but he's a warrior. He's a team guy. I mean, hey, I know we got Hassan, but I don't know who else is there. That guy from Mississippi, but all the speedy edges have gone. So I mean, Jack Sawyer from Ohio State next round
could be. You could go in that direction. Again, I think they're very high on what they have when it comes to edge, but they may address that. They may go Landon Jackson edge out of Arkansas. That's a player. You could go with Watts, who's the safety out of Notre Dame, as my colleague would like. Josiah Stewart, if you're going to go edge from Michigan, you could go in that direction at this point. I mean, there's spots there you could definitely go with. So,
yeah. So one more thing is,
yes,
you got to understand that Jalen McMillan was a 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
Bucky Irvin was a 4th round pick. So
yes,
the money round's only starting for Jason Light and crew. Plus, kudos to him for promoting those two, Mike Beal and the other guy. I forgot his name. But I'm looking for what's his name? Greenberg to get a promotion to GM and Light to become the team president. So
well, I think that's certainly possible. But let's not hope for anything to happen at this point, but it's certainly possible.
No Shador.
That's
Harold Fan Jr., tight end, Bowling Green.
So there you go. The Browns passed up on Shador.
Vegas and New England are up next.
Wow. So there you go. Shador Sanders, the Shador watch is still on the board at this point.
I think some kind of collusion by the owners against Dion for talking all that stuff.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I just think it's a character thing. They don't like the arrogance, and they don't like with Dion. You can even see it in the comments. Somebody said it, I believe, earlier in the comments. You're bringing a circus. And that's the problem. If he came in there and he was quiet and he wasn't arrogant and cocky, you just went to the combine and did what you had to do. It's okay if you don't want to do certain things. That's fine. No big deal. But you hear a lot of reports and a lot of stories on, hey, he was acting like this, he was acting like that. Sometimes, and I hate to say this because I don't like resorting to this, but you have I've met people like this in my life plenty of times. These little humble, I can't say it on air, but these not humble, these little entitled little brats that think that everybody needs to kiss the ground that they walk on and throw rose petals. Get out of here. You get slapped.
It's conditioning. It's conditioning the athlete. It's the athlete that is, he was the quarterback at Jackson State. He's getting NIL. He's, of course, Dion's son. And he goes to these, and we don't know what happened. We hear reports, so we don't know. Maybe the NFL owners are colluding. Maybe they're trying to make a statement to Dion. And
Las Vegas is on their pick is in. So
there you go.
There you go. But real quickly to the last caller, because he asked who had we picked in the 3rd round. Hold on. The last 3rd rounds for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the past 4 years. Jalen McMillan, Tyke Smith, Yaya Diaby, Rashad White. Other notable guys, Jamel Dean, Chris Godwin. So Mason Foster. I mean, I know he wasn't here for a while. Mason Foster was all right. He wasn't too.
He was okay. He was all right.
Yeah. Another one, Chris Sims. Remember that? Darian Porter, cornerback to the Raiders. So no Shador.
Anyways, Sanders.
The 3rd round for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is money.
Yes, it is. It is money. All right, I need you to do me.
The money rounds are coming for Jason Lighting.
Yep, we're at 68 right now. We're waiting for 84 when the Bucs pick again. So we'll see.
So the real value players are going to start to come for the Bucs. Okay?
Yep, Chris Godwin. There's another one. Matthew said Chris Godwin.
Chris Godwin. I mentioned Chris.
Yep. There you
he
go.
Took Deshaun Jackson's job.
Yes, he did. He should have taken Deshaun Jackson's job.
Look, we got the best scouts and the best management in the NFL. So I trust him so.
All right. Well, I need you to trust in this. I need you to do something. If you're going to be a part of this show, you need to say, bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Go.
Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring your nonsense.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. He nailed it. And for that, my friend, you get a Ric Flair. Woo! All right, and you also get a second call, Abraham. All right, welcome to the Evolution. All right, my friend, I got Ed calling back in. Ed, call back in. We'll read some of these comments as we're neglecting. Well, Ed is going to call.
I have one of these. I think I have one of these sound bites. I'm going to try it. It doesn't cuss. I think it's a Buccaneers one. I'm going to go ahead and hit it.
All right, stand by here.
All right, just wanted to make sure.
Okay, that's okay. Let's go out to Ed here. Ed, welcome back to the Evolution. What's on your mind?
I think the Bucs are really putting together a good draft.
They always do. What's new here, my friend?
This is just awesome right here.
Water is wet. Stu Sturm. Listen, here's all the certainty. Listen, I'm going to go full screen on this. Here are the certainties in Tampa Bay sports. First and foremost, Stu Sternberg is not going to spend money on the Rays. Second, the Bucs are always going to put together a great draft with Jason Light. And the third is that Bucs fans, no matter what, are still going to be unhappy. And at the end of the day, they're going to check their ego at the door because they're going to become fans of those players that Jason Light in the administration draft. There you go. There's your certainties in Tampa Bay sports. I know here's another one. The Tampa Bay Lightning are going to do everything they can to win a Stanley Cup, no matter if they win one or not, which they've won 3 already, but they're going to try their best. So there you go. There's your certainties in Tampa Bay sports. All right, go ahead.
So, they got a good guy here who I think is going to eventually he could be a starter.
I think that's what they're planning on for him to be a starter.
Be a starter this year.
Well, they could.
I think he might even beat out Dean.
Well, that's what Bowles is talking about. That's the competition. Competition. What is it? Competition sharpens iron. I believe that's what it is.
Yeah.
Is that the statement?
This kid is strong, dude. I was
close.
I think so.
Man, he is definitely.
I'm close to going to sleep here. I'm just.
I think we all are. I'm going to tell you right now. Once the show is over and once this draft's over.
Hold on a second. We got a wrestling reference here. We got John Cena on the. Hold on, Ed. What is John Cena doing here? What is he doing? What are we going here with John Cena? What is he doing? Who is he representing? Oh my gosh, we got Idris Elba, the English actor, is here. Are they representing the Patriots? I guess they are. I guess John Cena is representing the Patriots. Wow, and Cena's in full heel mode here. I can't hear this conversation. I want to hear this conversation, so I got to see this when I go back. But John Cena and Elba here going back and forth. Of course, and where is the connection? Of course, John Cena, wrestler, representing the Patriots. They are from Massachusetts. Yep.
He's a Patriots fan.
And then also the Fast and Furious franchise. So how do I know that? I have no idea. All right, Ed, go ahead.
Franchise sucks.
Anyways, what I was saying
it does. Real quick, hold on. I'm sorry, Ed, but I got to give my 2 cents on the Fast and the Furious. The first movie was amazing. The second movie was cool. The third movie was like, all right. And then everything after that, I have no idea.
Triple is very underrated, my friend. We're going to disagree.
I really love Fast and Furious fans.
I don't like it. It's not about, for me, it was about the racing, and I like that. And I was like, the 2 JZ Super that Paul Walker was driving, that thing was amazing. I mean, I would love to have that car. I'd probably wrap it around a pole within a day. I wouldn't have
anything around a pole here.
But I would wrap that thing on because I would open that thing up. Listen, I had a Cadillac ATS and I put some money into it and I boosted that thing, and that thing weighed all of maybe 3,000 pounds. It was a little 4-cylinder engine, and I put a lot of money into it to do what I had to do to it. I had that thing pushing some serious horsepower, and I got rid of it because my valve cover gasket started leaking, and I think the head gasket was going. I pushed that thing to the limits, and that little rocket ship was scary to drive. So a 2JZ Supra with what 800, 900 horsepower. Peter, it's a good chance I'd probably wreck the thing.
There you go. Pick is in for the Detroit Lions there, to the chagrin of Packer fans.
Wide receiver, Arkansas.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right, Ed. What else, man?
Sorry, Ed.
So, first of all, I agree with him on the Fast and Furious movies, but I love them.
I do too.
They could have another 20 of them. I'd still watch them.
Well, I think it's going to get old eventually. It's not all. It can't be all about family. You're going to be in a damn nursing home here talking about family. I don't think it's going to work.
What are they going to be doing? Racing their wheelchairs?
They're probably going to do that. Well, they went to space.
I don't know, but
they turned into secret agents. You know
what? I am so lost. They went to space.
They went to space. You got to catch up, bro.
Where were the two black dudes in space?
What? They were in space.
What
were they doing in space?
Yeah,
you gotta watch.
What are they doing in space? What was that?
Very funny.
Yes, it was funny. Was it Isaac Tesla? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes. Talk about the draft, Ed. We're called to the draft. Go ahead. Talk about it.
It's only the Saints picking. Who cares?
Who cares about the Saints? Screw that. Do the Saints take? No, the Saints don't. They don't take Shador
They
here.
already got a quarterback.
Listen, the Saints are definitely are going to be in the basement, so that's all we care about.
Well, listen,
right?
Could you go double dip here? Could you go Washington football team, aka Redskins, where you went RG3 and then Kirk Cousins a couple rounds later? Could they go Shador here?
No, because Buffalo's going to pick after New Orleans, and I think the Jets are going to grab. I think I'm going to go ahead and predict that the Jets are going to take Shador Sanders.
Okay,
I think they're gonna take Shador to compete with
Justin
Fields.
And
I mean,
Jordan.
he has to. If this kid does not come off the board in the third round, honestly, Peter, kid, he's got a major problem. Who's gonna take you?
Yeah,
upset right
and Tristan is right about this also. Suicide Squad was the square off for Cena. That is correct. You're exactly right about that. I forgot about that because DC stinks with their movies. We're talking about movies tonight here on the NFL Draft night 2.
Bro, the Browns passed up on you 3 times.
Yes. Well, that's the Browns. That's what the Browns do. They're
but even if the Browns think you suck,
well, there's
a problem with you.
Oh, listen, they
There's
signed
a problem.
Deshaun Watson.
Mike Lennon would have came off the board.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me Mike Lennon would come off the Mike Lennon? When did Mike Lennon get drafted? What?
Third round.
Third round. Yeah, third round. Mike Lennon.
The story on that was at the time Greg Schiano wanted to trade for Carson. And hold on a sec, Dave. I know I'm gonna have you call back. Carson. The quarterback for the Bengals who went to the Raiders eventually.
Carson Palmer.
Schiano wanted to trade for Carson Palmer at the time, and they didn't make the trade. So they drafted Mike Glennon because he hated Josh Freeman so much. That was the story that year. All right,
I
Ed.
gotta ask you about. I gotta ask you about that because that was a weird time. Because we saw flashes of Josh Freeman.
Schiano was a weird coach. He was a weird coach.
What really happened to him though? Was he a victim of basic? I shouldn't say victim because in this day and age that's a different terminology. Was he a product of the damage that Greg Schiano caused?
I think so. I think there was some stuff off the. I can't really comment because I don't know the whole story, so I'm not going to.
I heard something. Yeah, I don't know.
There were rumors there that was off the field. There was also rumor. It doesn't help when your coach drafts Mike Glennon, aka this guy.
Freaking idiot.
Napoleon Dynamite right there, but
I heard some stuff about Liam Cohen. So one of my project managers played for the University of Maine. He was an offensive lineman.
Sure.
I'm not going to say what he told me, but if it's true about Liam Cohen and it's nothing like bad like that. It's just
attitude.
No. Oh, he said if Liam Cohen had a hard on for you, he would give you. He would ride you. He would ride you. He said him and Liam didn't really get along too well. But like I said, he played for the University of Maine. I'm not going to say his name. But he told me some stuff about Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen likes to have fun and party. So
Well,
I'm not going to say nothing else.
Well, he's in a perfect place at Jacksonville, and in a couple of years he'll be probably out of there with Shad Khan, aka the James Bond villain of the
Vernon Broughton.
Yes.
Texas.
All right, Ed.
I'm sorry, Ed.
That's all right, Ed. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't think your co-host likes me, dude.
No, he likes you, Ed. He likes
you. I do. I tend to ramble sometimes. But it's been a long week.
What were
for
we
all of
talking
us.
about? I forgot.
Well, I
Something
forgot
about Fast and Furious was in space,
Fast
and then that's when
Furious,
I got
space, and
confused.
then we talked about Suicide Squad, which Tristan brought up. We were talking wrestling
Yeah, I
before.
didn't like that movie.
I liked the first one over the last Suicide Squad. I did.
Yeah.
So
First one was all right, but I just wasn't my thing. But anyways, I'm gonna try and start again here. So I really like that pick with the quarterback. What was his name?
Morrison, yes, Benjamin Morrison. Not to be
Benjamin
confused
Morrison.
with Mark Morrison, Return of the Mac.
Benjamin Morrison sounds like a place to get paint from. Sherman Williams, Sherman Williams. I gotta stop. All right, go ahead.
All right, go
Let me
ahead.
mute my mic here.
I'm at work. I can't stay on the phone forever.
Okay, we got you, Ed. We got you, buddy.
Okay,
you like to pick a Morrison?
Yeah, I do like it, and reason being, I mean, just look at his highlight reel. I mean, he looks like he's the man.
Yes,
he really does.
He does. Good.
I mean,
Good.
He's got short arms, but you can't tell.
Well, I mean,
he battles for that ball. He don't care.
well, that's exactly what Todd Bowles wanted, right? Ball hawks.
Yep.
So there you go. You got your ball hawk right there.
All right.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful though in the NFL because they're gonna call passing interference. You know how this stuff is. That's why the Todd Bowles needs to work with him on that. That's another little concern that I have because you're not gonna get you're not gonna get away with how you are a little handsy in college and the NFL because in the NFL there's a lot more eyes on you and they'll throw that damn flag. It's unfortunate.
You can sneeze on somebody and pick up a penalty. Yeah. All right, Ed.
All right, I gotta run, guys. But
don't work too hard.
Have a good night, and
yes,
I'm gonna listen to the show. So.
It's all about the family. It's all about family right there for Ed.
Family and space.
That's it. Family and space. All right, open phone line 727-255-0391.
I feel bad now.
255. Oh, don't feel bad.
Ed was trying to say something, but I'm sorry, Peter. It's just I don't. Why
you gotta move in
space?
Let's move in just a little bit there because like you're in the corner. There we go. We gotta get you.
Why are they in space?
Well, it's a long story.
Did they drive a car into space?
They drive a car into space. Yes.
Oh my god.
You gotta watch it, and it's with the Tokyo Drift guys. You gotta watch it. Jim Melvin says I remember being pissed off as hell when the Bucs drafted Antoine Winfield Jr. So it shows what I know. I remember predicting that pick for that other platform. It was a great pick. All right, Sun Devil Dave, welcome to the Evolution using your first call of the night. Benjamin Morrison, cornerback for Notre Dame. Your thoughts?
I like it. I think that they brought up, basically you're saying you're having your competition with Dean, right? Is that what we were talking about earlier?
Yes.
So I think they addressed some key needs, obviously DB and of course wide receiver. And I know a lot of people weren't particularly thrilled with the first pick, but I really like the kid from Ohio State as well.
Thomas is off the board.
Need because again, Godwin and Evans, they're getting older and they're injury prone. They're not going to be 100%. They're not going to play all 16 games. I don't think so. You bring in this kid if he's as good as they think he is as far as making plays, and if he could Evans and Godwin mentor him. I think it's a great. I think they're having an amazing draft.
They really are. I mean,
the Bears are doing good too.
I think the Bears are doing very well. Absolutely.
With the tight end, and then they picked this wide receiver because look, the Bears were last in all offensive categories, and yards per game, points per game, yards per game, yards per play. I mean, they're horrible.
Yeah.
Most sacks allowed. So they were trying to address those needs. They got the tackle. I think offensive tackle, I believe, and then they picked up wide receiver earlier, and then of course, they got that big tight end from Michigan, right? So they want to go with the double tight end set, 2 tight end sets, and I guess Johnson, the new coach, he's got a lot of good ideas. That's Johnson.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So we'll see. I mean, I'm pretty happy. And also, I think the Browns fleeced the Jags. So in in tribute to that, hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. I want all my picks back, and I want David goddamn Putney just to
You like that? Right?
We got web hands. I love it.
We
I
gotta
love
use that
it.
as a
Yes.
we gotta use that as a
Yes, we do. We
They
absolutely
fleeced
do.
them. I didn't know they got a future. They get next year's first round pick.
Well, there you go. And the Jets just passed up on
crazy.
Shador Sanders. They take Isaiah Thomas out of Florida State, the corner. So you pair
That's
him
a
up
good
with
sign.
Sauce Gardner on the other
Nice.
side. Wow. Good job by the
And
Jets.
Louis, you really brought up a great point. I mean, obviously, I think I threw in, if you saw my another draft day reference, I think Sanders is Bo Callahan. He's like a circus. He's got some issues. He's got some character flaws.
Yeah, man.
They don't want to have all the craziness.
Well, did he
you know,
show
really
up?
want to
his
bring
birthday?
that bull crap?
Did he show up to his
See.
birthday party? That's what I want to know.
Right? Did all this? Why wasn't his teammates there? Right? But I mean, I like Shakur. I like Sanders. I want him to get drafted, but we'll see. And then who mentioned who was saying about Scadaboo? Did you say the Bucs might get him, or who brought that up earlier?
Listen, I
missed
think
it.
some fans would burn their jerseys in effigy at this point if the Bucs drafted a running back. I really do.
Okay.
I mean,
But who brought up Scadaboo? Who's bringing that up?
Well, it was one of Curtis brought him up. He
Yeah.
really likes him, and you talked about him all year long, and he'll go here sometime.
Yeah, if I would take him, fifth, sixth round. I think it'd be. I hope the Bears or the Bucs get him. We'll see what happens. But
yes,
again,
play that sound bit.
great show.
Play that sound bit again, please. Please do it.
I
It's
gotta
funny.
go back. Darn, I wiped it out.
Well,
I'm
let's
sorry.
go do it again. Come on.
I can't.
Well, I want to hear the
It's
other
gonna
one.
take
What's
me a
it?
while,
Well, come on. We got plenty of time here. I mean, we got
But
70.
we got a whole third round to go.
Yeah,
through.
what was Cena saying on there?
I don't know
was
what
going on with
Cena was saying. He's
Who
a
cares?
full heel, trying to be a heel at this point.
I think he was trying to do something with the.
Where's
yeah,
the quarterback? Where's the quarterback who got drafted by San Diego? Ryan Leaf. You got that soundbite?
Oh man,
I love that one.
let me work. Yeah, let me work on some stuff here.
All right.
But we'll see. But I mean, let me call back. But
all right, I'll have you
great
call
job,
back.
you guys tonight.
Great job,
Rays
you.
are on.
Great job. Yes.
I think the Celtics. I don't know. Did you see? Is the Magic hanging out?
Please
The
tell
Celtics
me. Please tell me that the
it
Magic
was
didn't
a
blow it.
2-point game.
Oh
Someone
God.
pull it up real quick.
Oh please, please tell me.
Can you see the scores? Let me see. Here.
Hold on, Alex. Let me see here. Did the Magic
gotta
blow
see.
it? Oh
Hope
my
not.
God. All right, 95-93
Aren't they up?
Magic.
Oh, they
18
No, 'cause
seconds left.
it's tied.
Well,
Okay.
Hey, would you guys rather have? Would you guys like to have a basketball team in Tampa?
I don't know. I don't know.
Didn't
I
the
mean,
Toronto Raptors play down there for a little bit because of?
they did. They did
They
for
did.
a little bit. Did they draw?
about-
They weren't that good, were they?
I think it was COVID.
It was COVID, but they weren't good at all.
What do you hear about that? Real quickly, in that new Orlando Dream team, they said they're going to invest 1.5 billion.
Yeah, that's
just
that's nonsense.
gonna
They're
happen.
not getting it. They're not getting that. No,
ain't gonna happen.
That ain't
Ain't.
happening. No, they're
So who's going to buy
dreaming.
the Rays?
I hope somebody. I hope Stu Stells. I mean, I hope that becomes.
If I win the lottery, I'll buy the Rays. How's that?
You want $2
Please
billion,
do.
huh?
We'll all buy the Rays. Let's all buy the. Let's have the people buy the Rays at this point. Let's go all Green Bay
It's like-
Packers.
yeah,
Just
like
drive
the,
our bikes
and
to the game.
Celtics too.
You know,
That is great.
there you go.
But
Right
listen,
on.
guys, you guys are doing awesome. I
Thank
know
you.
that the Bucks are coming up a little later, right? 84th.
We got 10 more
84th.
picks to go. Is the
Okay.
Broncos on now, or is this the
Broncos pick is in right now.
All right, so it's
I'll
74. So
call
it's
back to set up those sound bites again.
all right. Set them up.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, talk to you,
Take
man.
care.
All right, later, man.
Right up. All right. All right. So let's see here.
Here we go. Who do they got? Who do they got?
Magic 95-93. Let me go ahead and see if we got an update on this. I'm going to get off the draft here really quick as I'm multitasking as we speak. Please, Magic, don't blow this. Don't blow this.
Oh, that series is good as over, man. Celtics.
Well, listen, if Orlando loses this game, yeah, the series is over. All right, what are we doing here? Hold on a sec, out. 3. Oh, my gosh, he missed it. Celtics got the ball. They got the timeout, and there's 0.3 seconds left. Magic are up 95-93. I'm going to do the play-by-play here for you guys because
Pat Bryant, wide receiver, Illinois, to the Denver Broncos.
All right, so you're watching the draft. I'm watching this basketball game here. So if you're a Magic fan, enjoy the commentary here. Again, 95-93 Magic. And it is Banchero passing it out to Wagner from 3. His shot is not where it used to be. Percentage has gone down this year. He misses it. And the Celtics call a timeout with 0.3 seconds left to go. So if I'm behind at this point, Virgin Boy says, and Jason Light, we trust. Louie, don't lose hope on Watts. Yes, thank you.
Man. I'm paying. If you see me, when you see me doing this with my beard, that means I'm getting not anxiety, it's the anxiousness. Because I see Watts is still there, and I didn't think he was going to be there at the 3rd round. And then in the 3rd round, I thought he would be gone by now. And now I'm starting to see us getting closer and closer. And I'm just like, okay.
Magic win. It's over. Magic win. Magic win. Magic win. Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Thank you. Wagner, 32 points. Tatum, 36, coming back from the injury. Magic win 95-93. I'm not watching this anymore. I'm going back to the draft. This is behind anyway. I don't know why.
Selection is in for the 49ers.
By the way, thank you very much for the YouTube super chat there. $4.99. Appreciate it. Good stuff. You guys can go ahead and read to that. Orlando Rays, Roger Shue.
Oh my God, who the hell cares? That's good enough to suck right there.
F you, and F you. Peace out. I'm going to go have a Guinness.
All right, so that's what you get, Roger. Christopher Cole, 9 picks to go. Explains why he said Duval. Okay, I'm not going to suicide.
No, he never did nothing like GAY stuff. It was just,
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I know Dean is sweating right now. He knows he can lose his spot when he's screwed, when his contract is over. Chris Godwin, yes. That's why I don't mind Devin White leaving. Ignorance. Dave right there. Sun Devil Dave. Sanders equals Bo Callahan. Dan.
I don't know. I might take Bo Callahan over Sanders. I'm just kidding. It's a joke.
You want Bo Callahan? By the way, who was the agent in that movie?
Oh man, hold on. That was a while ago.
Oh my gosh, come on now. It's easy.
I told the wife, I said, hey, consider draft week. P. Diddy, really? Oh my God, yeah.
He's P. Diddy, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that should be fun because we're gonna go watch that tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna watch it tonight before I go to bed again. I don't know why. I'm just gonna watch it. Cleveland Slicks, we talked about that. So Light watched the Natty, and that was the scouting department draft, a slot corner and wide receiver yawn. What a way to mix it up. Come on, Tristan. It's more than that. Louie, don't lose hope again with the Watts. Chiefs are getting dangerous. Dang Giants. Let's see. Yep. Braswell and Yaya were unavailable at times, as well as Cansey. All of them are projected to be injury concerns, maybe a conditioning room issue. Just got to stay healthy. That's what it comes down to. Bucs like
Shavian Revel Jr. Sorry. East Carolina corner to the Cowboys.
There we go.
All right. Now I'm getting a little anxious. Carolina's right here. And
Ravens D staying dangerous as always. They have a physical D. They do. Absolutely. Here's another good one. Also, the Undertaker and Mankind cage match where Mankind was thrown through the cage. By the way, Undertaker is wrestling with a broken leg at the time and still being able. I mean, that guy's a monster. That guy's.
I never finished telling the story about the Hulk Hogan situation.
Well, tell the.
You never heard him talk about that?
Which one?
So he was very nervous. He thought the Undertaker said he thought he was going to get fired. So he does this podcast. I forget the name of it. But it's pretty good if you really like the Undertaker, because he's been a guy that's kind of peeled, like he's finally peeled back the curtain, and you get to really know, you get to see a different side of the Undertaker, which is very cool. And he said he was very nervous because he was wrestling the Golden Goose, which was Hulk Hogan, and the finish was him tombstoning Hulk Hogan on the chair. And he said all day Hulk Hogan was harassing him. Hey, brother, I got a bad back. Take it easy. When he's like, relax, Hulk, I'm not going to drop you on your head. So when it comes to the finish, Taker says he did the tombstone, but he had him like locked in. and
Yeah.
he dropped him. And he said he heard Hulk Hogan go, "Oh, brother, my back." And Carolina takes another edge rusher out of Ole Miss. Princely, can't say that name. But anyways, meanwhile, back to the ranch.
Yamalian, I believe it is.
All
And that's one of the names that the Bucs were interested in at the time. Yeah. Cool.
So he said he went to the back, and then Hulk Hogan was laying in the locker room floor. There was a bunch of people surrounding him, and he was like, "Oh man!" And then he's like, "Oh, where's my family? I need to call my wife, my back, whatever." And Taker was very, very nervous until he went. So he's thinking he's getting fired at this point. He says, and then he goes into TV. I think it was Tuesday or whatever it was, and he says Shane McMahon was like, "Man, and then he went to go see the film on Hulk Hogan. He says Hulk Hogan's had never even hit, and he said right then and there, that's when he knew what Hulk Hogan was all about, and he just started laughing.
Oh
Go
yeah,
check it out, man. Go check it out on YouTube when you get a chance. That's actually a really cool story, man.
Yes.
Like 6 Feet Under podcast, I think it's called. He does
6 Feet Under.
Yeah, it's a very cool show. Good insight. They have special guests on there all the time, and you get to see a different side of Undertaker than you would normally see, which is very, very cool. The pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. Let's see where they're at.
78, by the way. We're waiting for 84 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to be up again. Let's go ahead and take this down. Let's get ready to get these picks in for the Bucs, and let's see where they go at this point. What
do the Cardinals do, man? You know, because we're getting close now to where the Bucs are picking. So this is crucial, in my opinion. You have the Arizona Cardinals, you have the Houston Texans, New England Patriots, the next three. New England's a team that scares me because Vrabel's a defensive guy. And they have a very good corner in Christian Gonzalez, who I think is going to be a premier corner in this league if he's not already.
Right.
They're definitely going to have to pair him up with somebody. Man, I'm getting nervous, Peter.
Don't get nervous.
I'm getting nervous.
Get nervous. And again, YouTube super chats are open there if you love the content. Facebook stars, where are you at right now? My Facebook peeps. Got 10 people watching right now, 13 people watching on the Sports Web, a YouTube channel, which is growing there, and on Twitter, 42 people.
That's awesome. Shout out to everybody watching, man. Thank you guys.
Love it, man. Absolutely love it.
Speaking of the super chats,
yes.
So Roger,
yes,
did the $100 super chat because he said you can no longer use that Tom Brady soundbite.
The Tom Brady "Let's Go," but he did not say you can use this one.
That's great enough to suck right there.
And
also, nothing was ever said that I couldn't use that.
Well, that's right. There you go.
That's great enough to suck right there.
That's right, Tom. Exactly. But we got to get some Baker Mayfield stuff. Here's a Joker.
Why so serious?
We got The Rock. Let's see The Rock.
What is your name? I told you it doesn't matter what your name is.
Of course, The Rock not showing up for WrestleMania.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I have a Rock one that I can't play.
You can't play that one?
It's explicit Rock.
Yeah, we can't do explicit Rock.
It's the
we could do Ric Flair.
Woo!
We could do Billy Madison.
Shut up!
By the way, Happy Gilmore is coming out because we were talking about movies before as we await the draft pick for the Bucs here.
Cardinals are taking forever.
I feel like this has been a longer draft in my opinion.
I'm about to get a DoorDash coffee with a shot of espresso in it.
I was about ready to hand the show over to you because I'm all out of my Baja Blast, but I didn't want to go with another Mountain Dew because first it would be like 300 grams of sugar and then more caffeine. So I'd be up all night long bouncing off the walls, although the draft is tomorrow morning. So I'm not sure if we're going to do 4 through 7.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
We could go on maybe live on a Sunday to kind of recap everything in its totality.
Go live on a Monday night and just recap it.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. Let everybody.
What time does the draft start tomorrow?
It's probably going to be, I want to say either 11 or 12.
Is it 11? If it's 11 to 1, that's not too bad. That's 3 hours, right?
Yeah,
we could do that.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going to talk. I mean, we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. Let me actually look that up. What time is the draft tomorrow?
Yeah, look it up. That's what you do. You look up stuff. Look it up. You look up Fast and the Furious, driving in space. We do that.
I'm actually now I'm kind of intrigued by that. I want to go see that now. I'm gonna look for it.
Go see it.
I'm just curious what they're doing in space.
Watch them all in order, by the way. Just watch them all because they're not all in order. You got to watch them all in order because
Jordan Birch, edge rusher, Oregon to the Arizona Cardinals.
So there you go. All right, and Prince Yamalian is off the board. Josh Sweat, of course, signed the 4-year deal with the Cardinals. Gannon trying to build a defense there. 12. Does it start at noon?
I'm looking at it right now.
Right. I thought it was 11.
All right. So Saturday, it's 11 a.m.
It's 11 a.m. Okay. 11 a.m. to what? To 1?
Actually, no. Rounds 4 through 7, 11 a.m. That's it. It just says 11 a.m. I think it's because it happens so fast. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like
Matt's saying 12 and he's saying noon. You're saying 11 a.m. So
yeah, round 1 was held Thursday night from Lambeau. Rounds 2 and 3 at 5 p.m. Friday. Wait, what?
Huh?
This is wrong.
Starting at noon. So it is noon at this point. It is not 11. So we do have some chance to get some sleep.
Yeah. You know what? Let's shoot for it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Screw it. We'll give you another day of draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Patrick Peterson.
Texans pick is in. Here we go.
Right. So
then you have Indianapolis and Cincinnati right after that. I mean, Cincinnati needs Jalen Noel, Iowa State. I called it. I said it. I said I think they're looking at the kid from Iowa State.
You did. There you go. So double dipped on the wide receiver. Good call there, my friend. All right. So tomorrow will be 3 picks. It'll be 4th round 121, 5th round 157, and then 7th round 235.
Yeah, because we don't have a 6th round pick.
I don't know. No, you make it through the whole deal.
But those are going to be quick.
YouTube super chats. All right. It says 12 on my end. It is 12. We got that. It is correct. It is not 11. So we do have a chance to get some sleep, at least.
Yeah.
I
told the wife, I said, don't bother me. Because usually I wake up very early. Like even on Saturdays, I'm up at so my normal routine is 4:30 from Monday through Friday. And then Saturday, I'll wake up at 6:30. But I kind of just lay there in bed to kind of gather my thoughts from everything that's happened throughout the week.
Sure.
I think tomorrow I'm gonna wake up at 8:30. I don't care.
You should just sleep until 10.
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
I can't do it. Because I have a bar outside that I built last year. And I hung up and I did a really nice bar actually. I burnt the wood with a blowtorch, and then I used some nice wood for the top for the countertop. It came out really nice, and I hung up some Buccaneer flags and stuff like that. Justin Wally, cornerback, Minnesota. Come on, Bucs. Come on, baby. Let's go. We're there.
Xavier Watts is still on the board there at safety for Notre Dame, and you also have Josiah Stewart, the edge from Michigan.
So I want to kind of collapse the bar. I want to redo it because I actually want to put a grill because I want to start. I had a pool. I knocked down the pool, Peter, because I can't do it anymore. I am so sick and tired of that damn pool. It's again so a funny story is when we have cookouts out here and stuff like that, I just say, hi, I'm Louie, I'm head of maintenance. And I seen the first time I built the bar, I was very proud of it. And then when we had our first cookout, everybody just kind of invaded it. And I was just like, everybody went up to the Aubrey and was like, oh, that's such a nice bar. Da-da-da. You did a fantastic job.
Look at this.
I'm just, WATTS, Watts. Everybody was like, oh, you did such a nice job. And then I'm just like, hi, I'm Louie, head of maintenance. I'm just head of maintenance, apparently. But it was cool. It's a nice little bar. But I took down the pool. I can't stand it anymore. I made a promise to myself and the wife. I said, look, we're going to start going to the beach every Saturday. This summer, every Saturday, we're going to the beach. F that pool. I'm sick and tired of taking care of it. I'm the only one that takes care of it. For me to go in it for about an hour, it's just pointless. I'm done. It's turned green 3 times because vacations. I asked somebody to kind of help out with it. Nothing comes of it. So, and the water bill is crazy. I'm all set with that damn pool. It's a part-time job taking care of that damn thing.
Heck yeah, it is. Heck yeah, it is. My roommates were talking to me last night about the electric bill going up because all these lights are on. I left them on last night. I was so tired. Let's go out to Green Queen herself, Miss Darlene Emanuel. She's laughing. I guess she's enjoying this because we're just talking about anything and everything at this point. We talk Fast and Furious.
Fairchild, Georgia guard.
Morgan Fairchild. It might as well be Morgan Fairchild. I don't know who that is.
Yeah. I'm sick of the pool, man. Screw that. Yeah. I'm done, man. I want to go to the beach. There's a beautiful beach near, well, it's about an hour away, Narragansett Beach, and then we have Cape Cod that has some nice beaches. You know, you actually to go to that beach in the Cape, you have to make a reservation.
You actually have beaches up there?
Oh yeah, we have beautiful beaches.
Really?
Oh yeah. There's a beach that looks just like Clearwater Beach in Gloucester, Mass, but that's about 2.5 hours from me.
I thought it was just a dump up there. Oh, okay.
Oh no. We got some nice spots. There's some nice spots, man. To come up here in the I don't recommend ever coming up here in the wintertime. I'd slap a person for why would you come up here in the wintertime? Yeah, it's
I want to see just snow. I never seen snow before.
You've never seen snow?
I'm 46 years old. I never seen snow.
Later on, I'm gonna find the blizzard that we had, and I'm gonna send it to you. And it's me opening the door, and it's just hammering snow, boom! But you can't even see in front of you. And then you're gonna say, "I'm all set."
What? And Crumb Rise back up there for the Bengals with his cowboy hat on. They couldn't get anybody else. Where's Iggy? Where's Iggy Shuffle? What's his name? Icky Woods. Where's he at?
Yeah.
So
Texans,
again,
Texans. Titans pick is in.
82.
And then we got Pittsburgh. We got Pittsburgh too. And then it's Tampa. Fingers crossed, man. I'm not going to get my hopes up, man. I do this stuff all the time, and then I get disappointed. It was like day one draft night. I got my hopes up, and then
Shador Sanders, Tampa Bay.
Yeah. You saw me too. Everybody was commenting. They were like, Louie's vibe changed. Because I was just like in shock. I'm like, what?
I think everybody was in shock. I even said,
you know, you look again. We went back. We researched who he was. Like I glanced at him, and you know what? I Buck fans, I'm gonna do better because I glanced at that kid, and I just kind of thought there's no way the Bucs would go in this direction, in my opinion. But then again, I'm not a professional. But next year, I'm going to do a full, thorough investigation. I sound like a cop now. I'm going to do a full, thorough investigation. Not investigation. Like, I'm going to do my research on I'm going to be more open-minded with a lot of these players. I have to.
Crazy text messages. Sun Devil Dave says, I want my picks back.
I want my back.
From draft day, remember? I want my
back.
Putney.
I want Putney.
How realistic was that, though? It really was not realistic.
No, I mean, I don't think you hear stuff. But then again, we don't know. I would.
Well, no, I just think the whole trade maneuver, like you lose your picks and then all of a sudden you get your first round pick. I've never heard of that before. Has that ever happened in draft lore? And then you trade back. And
not that I know of. But then again, that's why it's a movie.
Let's see. You're exactly right. Should we draft a quarterback with Trask in his option year? By the way, you know how you knew that draft day was it was a good movie. It was. But it wasn't really that realistic because it was about the Cleveland Browns, who absolutely suck, like always.
I'll tell you what, they looked like a hell of a team on that movie. I'll tell you what, they did a fantastic job.
They absolutely
they did a fantastic job.
Who was the defensive player? Because he played Black Panther. What was his name?
Oh, what's his face?
He also played Jackie Robinson.
Yeah, I'm terrible with. He passed away too. I'm terrible with names. I am so bad with names.
What's his name? I can't remember his name at this point.
Oh man!
Oh my god! Terrible. I can't believe I don't know this. All right, let's go to Alex. Alex, the pick is coming up here, and a couple picks. What are we doing?
I'm predicting. Are you ready?
Predict it.
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Don't say Shador. Don't say Shador. Chadwick Boseman.
Penn State.
Chadwick. What now? Who is it? Who?
Chadwick Boseman.
Kevin Winston from Penn State.
All right, Kevin Winston, not
Kevin
Jameis
Winston. I thought he said Jameis Winston. I was about to say he's ribbing
Kevin
us.
Winston from Penn State.
Evan Winston from Penn State.
All right, so Kevin Winston from Penn State. Okay, and it was Chadwick Boseman. Is it Bosman or Boseman?
Boseman.
Yes.
Hey, I felt bad, man, because a lot of people were making fun of him because he lost weight and stuff like that. Nobody knew he had cancer.
Right.
Yeah, nobody knew.
idiots. Yes.
Hey,
Kevin Winston Jr., Penn State safety.
Just
Titans.
went.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go,
Sorry,
Alex. You're wrong, buddy.
oh,
Oh, here we go. Here's Tom Brady. Here's what he thought about that.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Yeah.
bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any freaking nonsense.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
That's the nonsense of the night. That's the nonsense of the night. That's brought.
You know what? This is a good one. This is a good show. I enjoy this because
say Shador Sanders.
Yeah, please don't say Shador Sanders.
Oh,
You know what? I am so upset because I'm trying to predict where this kid's going. I'm trying to break it, and it's disappointment after disappointment after disappointment. I'm done with it. Wherever the kid lands, he lands. I don't give a crap.
Hey, Peter.
Yes.
The Rays are winning 1-0.
All right.
Steelers pick is in. Here we go. We're one pick away from the Buccaneers.
All right. Did they go Shador Sanders here? How many
Peter?
times have you said that? Chadwick
do that.
Boseman. Yes, there you go. Chadwick
Don't do
Boseman.
that.
Let's see. Should we draft a quarterback with Trask in his option year? Well, we'll tell Gator fans that because they think he's the next heir apparent, the next coming of greatness.
He's still behind Tom Brady. Still waiting.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Man. I'm on a roll, baby. Let's go.
Kevin Winston Jr. Great job, Alex. I'm trying to think on the light level.
The pick is in. Here we go.
That's who I want, admitting some defensive faith and Bowles, and of course, light drafting for the future. What better than a versatile safety to complement Winfield? Agree. But I think they like Tyke Smith at that
they
safety.
do like Tyke Smith.
Mm.
That's why I'm not getting my hopes up.
Who we drafting?
taking it?
I don't know. We ain't drafting
Caleb
Kevin
Johnson, running back, Iowa. Steelers. Thank you. All right, Tampa. What are we gonna do here?
We trust. Okay.
Are we gonna trade back?
That's good enough to suck right there. Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Running
Shador Sanders, his career's over.
to his running back. Oh, we're losing it here.
Yeah.
We are on fumes after
We're running on fumes. You should have seen me at work. I was like, I went to go catch. I'm like, hey, buddy, can you give me a water bottle? He threw it, and I was just like this.
Listen, I came into work today and I was like, I'm gonna just have a bad day today. Like
Yeah.
I felt like Steve Carell in 40-Year-Old Virgin, where he tells all his friends he's a virgin.
Yeah.
And they're gonna forget about it. And then he wakes
Yeah.
up the next day, he's like,
Up
it's gonna
all
be-
night.
Yeah. I was like, it's not gonna be a good day. And it actually
You know when
was.
you're touching them and they're
Feels.
like bags of sand.
Yes, bag of
That's a
sand.
what? That's a what? Are you a virgin?
You're a virgin. It
Classic.
makes sense. I thought you were a psycho.
Pick is in. Here we go.
All right, who's there? Who
I
is
don't know,
there?
I'm gonna wait because every time we pick, it's a damn commercial. So I mean, geez.
I mean, you can take these commercials and shove them up, you know where.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what
The
JP has.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers select in the third round.
Hold
with
on.
the 84th pick. Come on. I swear to God, if it's another commercial, I'm gonna punch this monitor.
Was that Hines Ward there representing the Steelers? God, he's gotten old.
Wow, Jacob Parrish, Kansas State
Ooh.
corner. Jacob
All
Parrish.
So
Parrish,
they
Kansas
double dipped there. All right.
Oh, there goes Xavier Watts.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. And there's no
Probably gonna go to the Patriots because
Yeah.
the Patriots are picking next.
no Xavier Watts, so it's
No
Bucs.
Xavier Watts.
I'm
So
so
Buck fans.
What's his
Yeah, that's what that's. I'm upset now, Peter.
easy? Come on. Well, Bucs select what's his name again?
Jacob Parrish. He ran a
Parrish.
4.3.
Jacob.
Kansas State. He ran
Kansas.
a 4.3.
Okay. Quarterback.
Trade
So they-
alert with the Patriots.
So they double
They
dipped.
double
there.
dip.
All
New
right.
England Patriots trade pick to who?
Jacob Parrish, Kansas
To the
State.
Kansas City Chiefs.
All right. Let's look
Maybe
him
they
up.
pick Shador.
Jacob Parrish. Yeah. I don't think Shador's gonna get picked tonight. Let's
What's up
see.
with Kelsey, man? Kelsey is he's looking rough.
Well, again, Simeon Rice was on there. So Jacob Parrish. Let's check him out. Let's see what his profile is. 50. Okay, so this year 50 tackles, 1 interception. 2023 44 total tackles, 4 interceptions. Where's the scouting report on this guy? Trying to look for the scouting report. Let's see.
Nolan Williams, cornerback, California. What's up with Xavier Watts? There's something that we don't know.
No, wow, Noel Williams. I like that pick. Is that he would also be connected to the Bucs, and they didn't go with him. So let's see combine prospect profile here, as we're.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We have a interesting comment by Jeff Quinn.
What's
hating? It says y'all hating on the Trask. Y'all hating on.
Can he catch though? Well, it seems like he can. Let's see. Jeff Quinn says y'all hating on Trask while acknowledging Light as a draft guru. Trask has been number 2 to 2 of the best quarterbacks in the league since he got drafted. We're not hating on Trask. I was just making fun of some of the Gator fans there that think he's the next coming. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, it's
another select. I also didn't say that, Jason Light is perfect in everything. He has his misses, and we don't know what Trask can do because he hasn't gotten the opportunity. But
I've just seen him kneel on the ball a bunch. That's about it.
5'10", 191. According to NFL.com, 6.30 prospect grade, whatever the heck that means. 4.35 in the 40-yard dash. Broad jump, 10.9. So he's definitely explosive there.
Kind of reminds me of Christian Izzian a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. So you go double dip with the corners there. So once again, you have an opportunity to get an edge rusher, and you don't do it. They didn't want to go for an edge rusher.
So I think now, in the 4th round, I think they're going to go inside linebacker.
Yeah.
And D tackle.
Maybe
I think
Bassa from Oregon. I think that could be the guy.
And again, Peter, we never really seen this defense healthy, so we can't really judge and say, hey, they were bad,
right?
But I just can't help. I don't know why I'm looking at this, but like Travis Kelce looks rough, man.
I didn't see him. Jeffrey Bassa, that's who you could go with at this point.
He looks rough.
Well, that's what happens when you're with Taylor Swift.
Looking like a damn
crackhead.
Yeah, man, with that stupid mustache. What's wrong? Yeah,
let's see. So Jeffrey Bass is 6'2", 235. Could that be a possibility at this point for the Bucs to go? Let's see. Another slot corner. Wonder if the Bucs trade Dean trade bait. We'll see.
No.
You
know what?
Two cornerbacks.
We don't know. They could completely switch up this cornerback room. I mean, they're not going to get rid of McCollum. McCollum is legit. Who knows? They could be trading Jamel Dean for Jalen Ramsey. We don't know, man. This is not over yet. And the fun is nearly at its end now because I'm a little upset, man. I really wanted Xavier.
Don't be upset. Don't be upset. All right, let's go out to Ed here. Ed, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm pretty bored right now. So
what do you want to talk about, buddy?
This is kind of a little bit off subject, but do you guys think that we'll see the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl next year?
No, it's going to be the Baltimore Ravens.
I don't know, man. The Baltimore Ravens are making a good run for this in the AFC, but it's a long season. But, you could definitely see Baltimore there. It comes down to Lamar Jackson.
I mean, my theory is the NFL loves Taylor Swift, and to get her on TV during one of their games is what they want to do.
Well, I mean, we've kind of talked about that, but again, also there's talent. You have to have talent, and I think the Ravens have improved defensively with their 2 selections tonight. I mean, you would have to say getting Mike Green and getting Starks as a safety defense is already pretty good. Now it's going to be even better, and then you have that complement of weapons for. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people just think that. I think
still have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson on the same team.
Well, but Henry's 1 year older, but you're right. You're exactly right, though.
I don't know about you, Peter, but even at 1 year older, I'm not stepping in front of him to tackle him. No way.
Nope. Seen this, so you make a business decision. So, Ed, to answer your question, I don't know. Let's see how it plays out. Buffalo wants to definitely be in the mix also. It's a long season. We'll see. I don't think it's all, conspiracy theory here with Taylor Swift.
Conspiracy, bro.
Well, I think the referees may favor Kansas City to a certain degree. with some of the calls, stuff like that. But
I honestly don't believe they're that good to get it 2 years in a row. I just don't. I don't know.
I mean, it's just one of the comments here I'm seeing. How about Arroyo, Miami Hurricanes tight end for the draft tomorrow? He's gone. He went to the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think he went to the Seahawks. Seen this play before. We double down with Hargraves, SMB, and Dean. ABD, Bills 2. How about, okay, I thought he was gone too. Wasn't he gone? Tristan True. C got SMB. All right. And I don't know.
Caldwell, defensive tackle, Oregon, gone.
All their offseason free agents.
What's that?
Were the Bucs able to sign all their offseason free agents?
Yes, but
there's
there's a second wave of free agency, so there may be something that breaks out here where the Bucs go after somebody. Who knows?
Yeah, like School.
They signed all of their free agents.
No. School. They didn't re-sign School.
They didn't re-sign School. They didn't re-sign. Yeah, but these are not guys. They're just guys.
If we're talking like key free agents, like their own guys, everybody's locked in. Their own guys is locked in. So
no big losses at this point.
What did they sign Godwin to?
3 years, 62 million or something like that.
66 million, yeah, something along those lines. Really good contract.
Hopefully it's a good contract because 2 years in a row he got hurt.
Well, but
and these things happen. I mean, I get it. It's the NFL. These things are going to happen as you get older. You're going to get hurt more.
Sure.
But at some point, I mean, if he gets hurt again, you got to have to say, hey, what do we do? He's not there.
It's a team-friendly contract. So if anything was to happen, I think the Buccaneers, and they're not really known for this. I don't really expect that from Chris Godwin unless he tears his ACL again or something. But I think I don't think we're going to run into that problem with Chris getting hurt. I think he'll get banged up, but I don't think he's going to get hurt just because of the fact, look what they did day one. I give that draft pick an A+. Day one, A+, because you're taking the load off Chris. You're taking the load off Mike. You got a good infusion of youth at that wide receiver position. And I'm not giving up on Trey Palmer. Maybe he just had a slump. Maybe I don't know.
I like Trey Palmer, actually.
I like them too, but I kept it the thing. Again, this is why I don't like when guys like Kalijah was saying, I'm going to lead the league in sacks. Trey Palmer came in, same thing. Oh, I'm pissed off. Every day I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off, Trey. Okay, and what did you do? You did absolutely nothing. You looked lost in space. Like you look like your cell phone just died and you don't know how to read a map, and now you're lost. And that's how Trey Palmer played this year. And hopefully he gets it. But again, going back in all seriousness, the Buccaneers have a good infusion of youth at the wide receiver position with Jalen McMillan and their first pick of yesterday. And so, and Trey Palmer, hopefully he gets it. Hopefully he does, because we definitely we need his speed. So Savion Williams, wide receiver, TCU, Packers, off the board.
All right. Appreciate the call, man.
All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, Alex. Yes. Yeah. Alex, Jacob Harris, Kansas State cornerback. What do you think?
I don't know, but listen, I'm watching the highlights of Benjamin Morris. Damn, we got a hella pickup.
That's what I'm saying. Just stay healthy. Again, coming off an injury. So,
Have y'all seen some of his highlights over at over at Notre Dame? I'm watching some highlights right now, bro.
Not bad, man.
Y'all thought Jamel Dean was good. Sheesh. This man hella good, man.
All right.
How good?
So you're
how good? How good?
How good? Is he a cross between Fergie and Jesus? Is he the songbird of the generation?
Better than that, bro. Better than that. But Peter, we're just bringing some nonsense now.
Listen, all right.
Up is down, down is up here on the sports web right now. Everybody's running on fumes, man.
I'm telling you. All right, I'm going to read this scouting report here. Alex, appreciate the call. Go Rays, all right? All right. Here's the scouting report here from ESPN on
Sanders going to the Jaguars.
No way.
No, they're on the clock. What could they do it? Nah, man, Louie, stop. No, you're already.
No. All right. Let's read the scouting report on Parrish. 5'10", 191, Parrish has an outstanding 10-yard split. Ran the fourth fastest 40, 4.35 for corners at the combine. Once again, speed. Those numbers reflect what shows on tape. He runs with receivers and press. Once again, press. Recovers well when caught out of position. Closes quickly, breaking on the ball. Once again, ball hawks. There you go. Todd Bowles, Jason Light. Parrish's speed also allows him to change direction. Mirror receivers, getting in and out of breaks. He primarily played outside, but he also played over the slot at Kansas State. He tracks the ball well and picked off 4 passes in 2023. Let's see.
Caleb Bransaw just went to the Jaguars corner out of Tulane.
Post-draft analysis, general manager Jason Light drafted Tyke Smith in the 3rd round last year. Quickly developed. Now Light addresses his need at corner by taking Parrish here. The Bucs ranked 26 in interceptions despite seeing the 2nd most passing attempts last season. Parrish has 4 picks in 2023 and could help in that area once again. That is the pick, Jacob Parrish, Kansas State cornerback. Let's see here. Giovanni Stelli says agree. So there you go. Jaguars were on the clock. Now they're not. Houston's not taking him. Did the Rams take Shedeur Sanders? How many more picks do we got until this is over?
1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're about 7 more picks.
7 more picks. All right. So we'll take more phone calls. What do you think about these picks right now? 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. So 2 corners tonight for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's where they go. Obviously, that's indicative of what we heard from Jason Light. And what was he supposed to say? But again, they're happy with their edge rushers. Could have had Mike Green passed on him, of course, with character issues. Could have had a Razaku there with the first pick. Didn't go with him. So it certainly seems like they love what they have with the edge room. They're going to give Braswell every opportunity. Of course, Kalijah Cansey and Yaya Diaby there and Anthony Nelson. So we
got 14 more picks left.
Yep. Let's see.
Patriots are picking. Oh, that's the Raiders. The Raiders have picked 1, 2, 3 times in this round. Holy crap.
I'm stating the obvious, but the Bucs are clearly going for players who can step in on day one and play. That's not drafting for potential. Exactly, Jim. You're exactly right. Exactly,
That's
Jim Melvin. It is a great point. Great point, Jim. Riding there on the Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan club with the sports webpage. Appreciate that. You guys tuning into that right now.
I think I'm being a little hard on the team. I think it's just because I seen some of these guys.
You just wanted Xavier Watts. You
know what it is? It's kind of like when you go to the dealership and you see these cars and you know you shouldn't have it, but then you get it anyways.
Yeah.
And to what you just read out, I think that makes a lot of sense. It makes
lots of sense. And
Jaguars.
Fast.
They just what do they trade back into the round?
Where are they going?
Wyatt Milliam, guard, West Virginia.
West Virginia.
No, don't even start with that, man. Virginia. I'm
Take
sick
me
of that.
home.
That was a long drive, man, through Virginia.
Well, no, they sing that song all the time, don't they?
Well, it's funny because we were listening to something on the way down and we heard West Virginia, and I was just like, what the hell? How ironic is this?
Right.
But yeah, West
There you
Virginia.
Yeah. Interesting.
I drove through a little town too in Delaware. I don't know what it's called. Something Easton. I don't know. It was actually really, really nice. But Aubrey wanted to stop. She's like, oh, we should get like one of those, go to the coffee shop. I'm like, nope, we're going to keep going. Sorry. LA Rams on the clock.
Shedeur Sanders.
Maybe. Maybe.
Probably
Maybe. I don't know. We actually stopped at Buc-ee's, and crazy story from Buc-ee's.
Right.
The murder that happened, or the murder suspect that they apprehended, we were there. I want to say a couple of hours after that happened, because we seen it on the news. When we got there, I was like, "What the hell?" Murder suspect running around Buc-ee's.
Wow. Look at, by the way, Mr. Williams is inviting a lot of people to this group that I'm just approving right now. So
Rams pick is in. Here we
invited by
go.
Mr. Williams, sir.
They need cornerback. Maybe Xavier goes here. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Let's see here.
All right.
Curious to see this, what the Rams are going to do. I don't know, man. Pete, I think the Rams have having a really good draft.
Well, they do a pretty good job of.
Yeah, they've had a really good draft.
Yeah.
Considering they counted out McVay. They counted out the team itself when Aaron Donald retired.
Yeah.
And they went in the playoffs. They got eliminated. I mean, but they had to play to them. Playoffs? You want to talk about playoffs? I just hope we can win a damn game.
Songbird of our generation.
Oh boy. What was? Let me ask you, because obviously we're waiting here for these picks to roll in.
Yes.
Greatest rant of all time by a head coach.
Well,
Your
it's gotta be Dennis Green.
I was
They
just
are
about to
who
say
we
that.
thought where they are after the Monday night game against the Bears. That's got to be.
Yeah, when he slammed the side of it, because I remember that was on SportsCenter. That's when SportsCenter
Yeah.
was actually good.
Yes.
And I would stay up late, and I would. It was like dun 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 dun
Dun,
dun.
dun,
Yeah, and I would stay up late and watch SportsCenter, and then after the game, right away, immediately after the game, boom, right on, and all of a sudden you see him, Dennis Green, and I was like getting ready to fall asleep. So I was like this, and all of a sudden, like one eye open, he was like, "We thought who they thought they were." Boom, and he smacks the thing, and my eyes lit up. I was like, "Oh, okay, you got my attention." Holy crap!
There you
That
go.
one was good. And what's his face from the Cardinals? I'm having a brain fart when he's like, "I wasn't laughing on the sidelines." I don't think this is funny. I take my job very serious. You don't remember him? Oh, what's his name?
Well, I think you're.
Quarterback.
I thought you were
Quarterback.
talking about the coach, the college coach. I'm a man.
Oh
What's
yeah,
his
I'm a
name?
man. Come after me.
Gundy.
These are
Mike.
these are
Coach Gundy.
kids.
These
Come
are
after
kids.
me.
I'm
I'm
a
a
man.
man.
I'm
That was
42.
Yeah, I'm 42. I was expecting him to rip his shirt off. Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna make it to the draft tomorrow.
I
We're
don't
gonna
know.
give me the fourth round, man.
I'm gonna have a big, large Dunkin' coffee. I'm gonna get a bougie one too because I deserve it. I'm gonna get one
We
before
got,
we get.
we got some breaking news here when it comes to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Uh-oh.
That's not good.
And it is not good. Let's see here. Lightning's Brandon Hagel has been suspended for Game 3 after his hit that injured Panthers Alexander Barkov. So there you go, Lightning fans. Brandon Hagel suspended for Game 3, where the Lightning must win because they're down 2-0, and they have to go on the road. Mike
That's
Singletary, there you go. That's it. I want winners. Can't coach them. Can't play with them. Of course, being the coach of the 49ers. Very
Oh
good
yeah,
choice.
that's when he was
Yes.
on Vernon Davis too. Was it
He
Vernon
was-
Davis?
Was Vernon Davis, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see. Greg Allman says Bucs get 2 of the top 10 corners in this draft class, according to Dane Brugler rankings. He actually had 3rd round Jacob Parrish, 9th, a spot ahead of 2nd rounder Benjamin Morrison. So there you go.
Jasani Stewart, Michigan,
Yeah.
edge rusher. Okay.
Josiah Stewart, there you go.
Josiah. So I'm
Parrish
butchering
is
these names.
It's okay. It's all right. Parrish is a great pick. Roger Shue, Lightning, one and done. Sorry. We'll see.
Don't say that. All right, man. Like, we don't need that negativity.
Yeah. Okay. I want to play this video. Give yourself a break here as we're almost ending the draft. This is what TJ Reeves also had to say about the Ibuka pick last night. Some interesting tidbits here on who we would know in case you missed this. And we'll come back here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Enjoy. Sports Web. 25 years to the day. It's work done in Bucky Irving. And the media icon has hit that right out of the park because he definitely looks like work done. Maybe even better. This kid reminds me of Chris Godwin, 6'1", 205. And listen, you look at his production, okay? 74 catches in 2022, 41, I believe it was hurt in 2023, and then 81, 12.5 average, 10 touchdowns, and of course, was a big, major part.
Now remember, they played a couple of extra games in the playoffs this year for the first time ever. So that helps with the accumulation of the stats. But still, 1,000-yard season is a 1,000-yard season. And in the national championship game, he caught 6 balls from Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback. Again, and by the way, another fun fact for Peter, Louie, and the audience on the Sports Web, that Egbuka is a state of Washington, a Washington high school product. He's born in the state of Washington, played high school football in the state of Washington. Then they got him to Ohio State. So there, once again, the pipeline, he didn't go to the University of Washington, but the pipeline to the University of Washington with McMillan, with Cade Otton, with Vita Vea. You formerly had Joe Tryon-Shoyinka from the Washington program. The pipeline with the state of Washington continues. That's where Egbuka is originally from. Give you some of what Emeka Egbuka is telling the media right now. There are media members tweeting, and we will attribute to who is saying what. The Pewter Report tweets that Egbuka says that he's always considered himself a natural leader. He shouts out his elementary school 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Sparks in Washington State, who said back then that she thought I would be president of the United States in the 4th grade. He shouts out his 4th grade teacher. You got to like that on all these.
You know what?
On all these stories.
Just that right there, those characteristics. And I've been very crucial about this. To me, like, I get a good vibe from this kid. And I always tell people all the time, like the younger audience, like my nephew, he's getting into his freshman year of football, and he's kind of dabbling with wide receiver. And I said, you're a little undersized, but I mean, if you want to carry yourself like a real professional, go look at Mike Evans, go look at Chris Godwin.
Sure.
This kid right here, just from those comments, what you just said, I like him already. And like I said, because I feel like this locker room has no tolerance for any nonsense. We dealt with that.
Culture's a big thing. All right, so here's
changed
more.
a lot.
Egbuka reveals that he is thrilled to be back with Jalen McMillan. Again, the Pewter Report is repeating what he's saying on a media hookup. Egbuka's at his home, I believe, in Washington State, doing a video media conference. He says that he is a childhood friend of Jalen McMillan's. Wow. And they were on the same 7-on-7 team back in middle school. How about that?
So there you go. Welcome back to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. As we are wrapping up the 3rd round here, excuse me, the Ravens.
Milroe, quarterback, Alabama,
to where? Wow.
Seahawks.
So, wow.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan. I've seen the kid play.
It's Alabama. I mean, you could put me back there.
Accuracy is terrible. He's mobile, but obviously they feel like he's a lot better than Shedeur Sanders. I'm amazed by the dropping of Shedeur Sanders. Wow.
You know what we call this, Peter? A humbling experience.
Oh, this is humbling. And you're gonna start to hear collusion by the owners, which is, I guess.
Oh my God! Somebody just pick Shedeur Sanders, because I don't want to see any of this, because that will dominate.
Oh, it's going to.
It's gonna dominate. We know how this stuff goes, and I don't like when I see somebody doing bad. I try not to laugh at them or anything like that. I don't like doing that, because I feel like it's bad karma. But at the end of the day, like, I heard Nipsey Hussle say this numerous of times. You're going to lay in the bed you make. All right. And the energy you put out is the energy you're going to receive. Simple as that. So
Jalen Milroe, Alabama to the Seahawks. So future right there as the breaking news is coming in. So that's a big deal. And once again, no.
The Saints are on the board.
Shedeur Sanders. It's become a joke at this point. Like, we continue to say it, and you have New Orleans, you have Cleveland.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You have New Orleans and Cleveland picking. One of the two teams. I don't know, man. Do they take Shedeur?
I mean, it's amazing when you talk about Tom Brady, the greatest of all time, and he's a 6th-round pick. I mean, that's what you point to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that's where you get the motivation from. You're talking about Lamar Jackson, last pick of the first round. Look how he turned out.
We should
Milroe
do,
may be something. He may be something, but I from what I've seen, accuracy wise, one read and go quarterback. He's got the arm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at him right there play. I mean, he
17
could have just tucked it and
turnovers.
ran.
That's a problem right there. Yeah.
Scans the field a little too much.
45 passing touchdowns, 32 rush. I mean, he's got the athleticism. Future guy maybe for Seattle. They you already have
Well,
Darnold.
it's good for him because he gets to sit back, and just have a year under his belt under Sam Darnold.
Right,
And
unless
then
it becomes a situation where it's like, listen, they went out to the free agent quarterback at the time, and I'm trying to think of what his name was, Seattle, when Pete Carroll was there. And then there's a guy by the name of Russell Wilson in the third round. They drafted him, and he beat out the guy they signed from Green Bay, the free agent, and the rest is history.
Matt Flynn. Remember that?
Matt Flynn. Yes.
Yeah.
Matt Flynn right there. How about that?
Yep.
Matt Flynn,
Had a
big time
big contract.
and Russell Wilson beats him out.
Yep. That's
With
insane.
his girlfriend in tow there. Her
Yeah.
big old smile that didn't last.
What was
through.
the other one? CD Lamb, right? Remember when he got drafted, his girlfriend had his phone and he just took it, snatched it.
Yeah, snatched it.
And the other one,
Which is never a good thing. I mean, who was he texting at that point? What are you texting? Who are you texting? Why is he
Yeah.
checking his phone?
yeah,
What is
that's
he
fine.
What was he on OnlyFans at that point? What was he doing?
I don't know, man, but that's why these younger cats, man, they got to be careful, man. These girls are looking for paydays.
What are you tweeting out? What are you Instagram? Are you admiring somebody's pics? I mean, you're only going to get selected in the draft.
Yeah.
And you got your girlfriend there.
They got to be careful, guys and girls, man. You got to be careful who you get involved with, dude, because like I said,
13-12 record, not 12-13, but yes, 13-12 record by Shedeur. What is Mel saying right now? Love Mel. Mel is so passionate.
Jonas Sanker,
Who?
safety, Virginia. I don't know. Sanker.
Who?
Oh my God, who the hell cares? Okay.
That's funny.
High five.
High five. Very nice.
Very nice. I like you.
High five.
What? Oh no! We suck again.
A lot of Bucs
Yeah.
say that last night.
Yeah. Oh no, we suck
Oh,
again.
Oh no.
Oh no! We suck again.
That's great enough to
That's what she said.
I had to do it. I had to do it.
Do it again.
That's what she said.
Classic.
All right, we're nearly at 4 hours again.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna do this tomorrow. I think
We'll see.
I'll see.
We'll see.
We'll
No
see.
guarantees, everybody, but we'll keep you
guarantees.
in the loop. That's why you guys got to subscribe.
By
to
the way,
Sports
somebody
Web.
says on Facebook, and by the way, this guy picked. He'll remain nameless. He picked the Falcons to win the division last year.
Why you got to remain nameless, man? Put
Well,
a name
he's-
on it.
Oh, I know who he is. I'm just not going to mention
Oh.
him. Bucs with a solid F draft grade so far.
I don't think so. Oh,
Oh.
yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the problem is
I want to troll him so bad, but then I feel like if I do it, I don't know. I'm not going to mess with this guy, but I could.
the thing
Like-
is so let's put some credibility behind it. What makes the draft for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers so bad? I'd like to know. Put
Because,
it in the-
right. Well, I'm curious. I want to ask him why.
if you were up, what would you do? You know what I'm saying? There's like I don't know. Look, I was a little upset first round, but you know what? I went through the notions of, all right, Louie, calm down, relax. It's not the guy that you wanted. But then again, you're not the professional. You're not the one that's in that war room. You don't see the tape that they see. So what makes him special? Let's do some research real quickly on the fly. And we had some great guests on as well that we were talking to, and I was trying to do everything at once. That's why you see me kind of looking to the side a lot because I'm reading and I'm watching some stuff. The kid was a phenomenal pick.
I just trolled the guy. I said, why do you think it's an F? I said, why is it an F? And will you be picking the Falcons to win the NFC South again? Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hi, it's Abraham again. Yeah, this is a home run pick too because I just like who's Jacob Harrison, and then I said he's the number 10, number 9 corner. So
Yeah.
you got the number 9 ranked corner, and you got the number 10, and what's his name, Morrison, who would have been the top 5 before for the injury.
Exactly.
So
We got two top corners. I don't know what this Bucs and it goes back to this guy. He picked the Falcons last year to win a division. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. I mean, I get it. The Falcons beat the Bucs twice, but they didn't win the division. There's a reason why.
False pretenses.
Yes, right.
So, I mean, they addressed some of their biggest weaknesses last year with our wide receiver depth, with the injuries to Godwin and Evans last year. Even McMillan was out for a bit.
Yeah.
So they got 4 solid receivers they can count on.
Right.
Then now the corner, what's the name from Jets? He's coming back from being out all year last year. Then you still got Dean.
Bryce Hall.
Then you got that. This guy's a slot corner. He can play also outside, and he's good in coverage. He's a solid tackler against the run. So he's a Todd Bowles cornerback.
Yeah,
he does it. So he's a good position fit. So I mean, very versatile. The other guy Morrison fits in any scheme. So he's great in coverage. They're both 2 ball hawks.
Right.
So people don't know what the F they're talking about because they don't do their homework. They're not real fans.
Well, it's not even about a real fan. It's like trusting the process of what, Jason Light and this organization has done throughout the whole 5 to 7 years and longer. And this is the reason why the team continues to stay competitive. It's the reason why they have great character guys at the end of the day. It's the reason why you continue to win the NFC South as the Falcons are, the team that is, it's been favored in the division because they do all these splash things that don't work. They get these players they're past their prime. Or everybody's like Matt Judon, or the Bucs should have got him. Why? What did he do?
Nope.
That was so great? What did the safety?
Hey, I wanted Matthew Judon, and oh my God, the Browns. Check this out. They made their pick. Dylan Gabriel, quarterback, Oregon.
Oh, Shedeur.
Right, so I think Shedeur Sanders. I'm gonna give Shedeur one more chance. I think he's gonna get picked coming up. The Raiders have 2 picks, 98th and 99, and the Niners 100. If he does not go today, I promise you he goes tomorrow. No, I'm just kidding. If he doesn't go today, I could care less where he ends up because at this point, you're not going to be starting in the NFL unless you have a fantastic training camp and preseason and you show you have what it takes. I'm going to go ahead and say Shiloh Sanders is going to get drafted before Shedeur. So, and another key stat, Peter, that nobody mentioned neither for the last gentleman. Sorry to cut you off. There's a reason why the Buccaneers have been in the playoffs 5 consecutive years. No other franchise has done that so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Shedeur might go to the Raiders because of the Tom Brady connection. Plus, he can learn from Geno Smith because they have similar skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
So
we were talking about that. Yep.
Yeah, so I think he may go to the Raiders, but he ain't gonna start. So I think it's best him to learn from somebody else than thrown into the fire.
Yeah.
So I mean,
he can work with Tom.
Yeah,
he can work with Tom up there. You know who the Falcons are going to draft in this draft and in this round? You know what I think they're going to get? Be the best pick for him. Shedeur. Go get another quarterback. Go get another quarterback.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
I'm looking for them tomorrow. See who the Bucs are going to get because there's an edge rusher to be addressed. Inside linebacker.
I don't know.
I like that guy from Oregon.
I think they go linebacker with Bassa there from Oregon. I think that could be a pick. I think they're very happy. I think that's what everybody that has been. What's the word? I think it is at this point. It's a clear indication that Jason Light and company are happy with what they have, and they want to give Braswell every opportunity to be that guy that maybe turns out to be Nolan Smith. They love Yaya Diaby. They love Kalijah Cansey. They love Hassan Reddick. They think they have enough horses in that room to get it done because they had opportunities to get, and we're good. We're good with what we got. We want to go corner at this point. So go for it. Shedeur is officially a value pick at this point. Christopher Cole, look how far the top players fall. Christopher Cole, could Sanders go back to school? I have no idea. Abraham, Yes. Go ahead, finish
Yeah,
up.
so let me just finish it up. I'll just say, talking about Shador, I think the Raiders may get him tomorrow. But
they got 2 picks coming up.
Gabriel. So my thing is, Shiloh will be a good fit with the Tampa scheme because he can play slot corner. He can probably play safety as a backup, and he can play special teams. So
he can hit too.
Maybe. So I mean, I know we still need a safety, but probably. But Shiloh may not be because the way he hits, he reminds me of John Lynch. The way he hits.
I've heard that comparison before because he can hit.
He's got some physicality. So, and he's a little bit unheralded because his brother's getting more spotlight. But number 2, I hope we get Jeffrey Bossa. I like what I've seen from him. He's like a Levante David. So,
right.
A Derek Brooks kind of player. So he'd be a good fit in Tampa. So let's hope we get Jeffrey Bossa.
There you go. I agree with you. I'm just going back and forth with this guy. So here's what he said. I said, was it still an F, or will you be picking the Falcons to win the NFC South again? He says, but did they win? But they did win, didn't they? What's that 4 straight, right? Well, actually, he says this. He goes, we'll see. Will the Bucs need them to lose the last week of the season to finally clinch the South? I said, but they did win, didn't they? What's that, 4 straight, right?
Wait
Correct.
a minute, hold on.
And 2 losings in 2 seasons came down the last week to clinch. So saying the Falcons were close to winning it wasn't a long shot. And I say they still clinched, got in, and only a couple plays away from beating the Lions after destroying the Eagles in the first round. 5 straight playoff appearances. And
Son of a gun. Son of a gun.
Also, only a couple plays away from beating the Commanders.
So Atlanta just picked.
Okay, what did they pick? They picked Shador?
Nope.
Okay.
Ah, boy.
All right, Abraham.
That went up. Xavier Watts is an Atlanta Falcon.
All right, there you go. So Xavier Watts, Atlanta Falcon. You can't root for him anymore.
You can't make this up.
Well, I mean, again, Tyke Smith, Antoine Winfield Jr., they feel like they're better. I think they're better. Maybe safety wasn't a big, again, people assume, and we assume that this is what they were going to do or looking at, and they're telling
Screw
basically
that guy. He sucks anyways.
But y'all don't say that.
Yeah, you don't say that. You don't say that.
Nah.
What is he learn doctors?
This is a house of learning doctors.
Learn doctors. You're a curly-headed, fat, whatever.
Yeah. You're curly-headed.
This guy wants to say, well, they came close. I mean, boss.
Close doesn't count. Close doesn't count, Peter. I don't even know why we're entertaining this. Close doesn't count. Let me tell you something.
Every game you got to win.
Yeah. Not only that, they didn't win the division. If they were better than the Bucs, they would have won the division. They didn't win the division. That's like, that's like going into a boxing match and, and you're going in there. I don't know. I've boxed before. And so that's like, say the first 2 rounds, I'm getting beat pretty bad. I'm not landing any shots. I'm on the defense a lot. And then all of a sudden, I kind of, dodge a punch, and then I come in clean shot to the jaw and knock the guy out. A win is a win.
I could see the highlights here. Again, the Gursky Award winner in Watts. He's good, man. He's really good
very
player.
good.
Very good
Going
player.
back to that with what he's saying, you can't say that. Look, if the Falcons were better than the Buccaneers, yeah, they beat them twice, but there was no blowouts, and honestly, there was some controversial calls, but I'm not gonna get into that because I don't really like to do that. At the end of the day, don't get me wrong, the Atlanta Falcons are building a very good team, and it's a team that the Buccaneers are gonna have to compete with. But don't sit here and say what you're saying, because it doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, winning the division is the most important thing, and the Buccaneers have been to the playoffs 5 consecutive times in a row.
Yeah.
What have the Falcons done? Nothing. 28-3. 28-3.
Yes. Tom Brady called. He wanted to know what 28-3 was. There you go. Yeah, the Falcons sweep the Bucs. Guess what? Doesn't matter. Because guess why? They choked.
The New Orleans Saints swept the Buccaneers in 2002. Who won the Super Bowl?
The Bucs.
Yeah.
By the way, New Orleans Saints.
They swept them in 2021. What happened? We went in their house
and beat them.
Yeah. Were the Saints still better than the Bucs that year?
No.
Come on, man. Common sense.
At the day, I mean,
at the end of the day, like, congratulations, you beat us twice in the regular season. But when it came to the big game, they choked. That's when Devin White was actually.
I wonder what his grade was last year for the Bucs. If it was F this year, was it an F last year? He's a very negative person. I like to be like Jason Light on Facebook. I like to call people out and have receipts and stuff. I like to do that.
I don't like negativity.
I mean,
that negativity
negative about everything. And he's like, well, I'm a real fan. Okay, great. You're a real fan. You're a real negative fan at this point.
Yeah.
Because if you're not like looking at the history of this team and appreciating,
you should call in.
Well, yeah, call in.
Look, there's no disrespect, man. It's just you have an opinion, and that's fine.
Sure.
I'm curious to hear your opinion. I want to hear the facts behind your opinion and what makes you say what you're saying.
I think he's going to comment off here because I schooled him. Yeah. So solid F draft. There you go. Good stuff.
Yeah. Call in, man. 727-255-0391.
Listen to you. Listen to you, buddy. Listen to you right
I'm
there.
telling you, we're rolling. We're rolling now. Watch when the regular season starts. It's going to be on like.
How many more picks do we got until this damn round is over with? Because
Let's see. Oh, my bed is going to feel amazing. I actually need to buy a new mattress. But I'll tell you what, it's going to be amazing. All right. So the Raiders.
Instagram is still live. Weird, by the way. I'm looking at Instagram Live, and it looks like my video is frozen.
Yeah, I don't like doing stuff on Instagram Live. It sucks.
I gotta go do some TikTok.
Yeah, I started a TikTok. Shout out to Guru, man. He if you want to see a funny reaction, so I've done the show with this gentleman called Guru. He likes to interview people outside of the stadium. Peter, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but if you ever get a chance, go check out his Instagram page, Guru, Gure. Guru.
Okay.
If I misspelled it, sorry, Guru. I'm like working on fumes now. We're like the check engine light's on. Anyways, his draft reaction to yesterday's pick was priceless. I love him. He doesn't like the pick, but I'm gonna have a talk with him, and we're gonna break some stuff down. We're gonna break some film down. But if you get a chance, man, go look him up, Guru, and go check out his reaction. It's priceless. He was excited, and all of a sudden, it was same thing. The energy was gone. It was awesome. Shout out to Guru. I love that kid.
Guru. All right.
Guru.
Check him out. Off went to Atlanta, OFC. I believe that they're done at DBs. I think they're done at DBs too. Two of them there. So I think they could go linebacker.
Yeah, I think they're done.
I'm saying Bassa from Oregon. That could be the guy. Or maybe you go an offensive lineman. As crazy as it sounds, Jason Light has done that before.
Or maybe they trade out and accumulate an extra pick because they're missing that 6th round pick. You know?
But yeah, certainly possible. That's for sure. Let's see here.
Jalen Smith is off the board too with the Trojans, cornerback to the Texans.
All right.
We'll see what happens here. The Raiders pick is in. Oh, man. Oh, God. He's got to go in the 3rd round. I mean, you got the Vikings, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Raiders twice. I don't know. I don't think it's looking good for him.
Terrible, man. This is
Caleb Rogers. Caleb Rogers, offensive tackle, Texas Tech. Hey, maybe they're going to take Shador with the next pick.
There you go. Shador Sanders.
That's crazy. That's
still
insane.
Kyle McCord, Will Howard. Will Howard's who John Gruden loves. He loves Will Howard. Remember, he loves everybody.
How do you feel about John Gruden?
I love
your relationship.
I like John Gruden. I think he's a good X's and O's coach as far as developing young quarterbacks.
What are you saying, man? You don't like my style?
I love to have John Gruden on the show. I appreciate it for Tampa Bay. I appreciate it. I think he definitely was, the reason why that Bucs team won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he gave him balls. He
Yeah.
gave him the balls to go
All
into
right.
Philadelphia.
I think Alex is calling him for the 18,000th time here. So
Where's the other man? Where's the other guy?
Alex, what's up, man?
Do you know the biggest surprise in the 2025 NFL draft so far?
What's up?
The Browns haven't reached out for Sanders.
Well, they drafted Dylan Gabriel instead. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, either should the Browns, if the Browns think you suck and they haven't picked you yet, because usually this is a Browns move all the way, man. They would be all over that and nothing. There's something, I'm telling you, if he does not get picked tonight, gentlemen, there's something more to this story. Maybe, and I'm not one for the conspiracies and stuff like that, even though I love going down those rabbit holes. Those are very entertaining.
Sure.
But I think we have to. Charles Grant, offensive tackle, William and Mary. The pick is in.
Wait, man. No Shador.
No Shador. Yeah, something's up.
Shador.
How are you guys feeling this evening? How are you guys feeling about the draft so far? How are you guys overall feeling?
I mean, I love what the Bucs have done. They've addressed their needs. They've gotten value at all those positions. Like I said, this guy on Facebook, he says a solid F, because he believes that they should have went with an edge rusher, somebody that he wanted, and it didn't happen that way because the Bucs.
Hey, I wanted Jahad Campbell and I wanted a few other guys. I didn't get them, but I'm not giving them an F. Come on, you say you're a realist, dude.
An F?
That's not being a football realist.
How do you give a team an F with not even seeing the picks play?
Yeah.
Like,
I know you're tired when you're getting worked up for this, because usually you laugh about that shit.
Well, I'm laughing about it now. I'm gonna give him a.
How about new?
I'm gonna give him a JP. I'm gonna give
F
him
you,
I'm gonna give
F
him a
you,
JP.
F you, and F you. Peace out. I'm gonna go have a Guinness.
This show is great, bro. But listen, guys.
Yes.
I'm very proud about what the Bucs have done. I've done some really research on that Morrison kid, whatever his name is, over out of Notre Dame. Man, I think that's the one pick I'm most excited about. Listen, I'm telling you, man, as far as the defense goes, after what those two draft picks have done, especially with Morrison, I'm more hyped about him than I am anything else, because his highlights are great. By the way, you are incorrect. I'm about to tell Peter on his show he's incorrect. He did not take an ACL injury. He took a hip injury. I looked it up, did some research. So it's not an ACL injury.
All right, hold on a sec here, because this is what I saw on the thing here. So you stand by for a minute.
I'm about
Tell
to
me
get
I'm
corrected
wrong.
on trolling.
I'm gonna tell you, you better stop trolling me. Let's see what he's got here. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure it's
now you're pretty sure. Now you went from pretty sure to not. This is
if you weren't gonna research. He's like, I'm gonna shoot.
it's a bad look for you now, because you went down this rabbit hole that you're not going to get back there, Easter Bunny. Let's see here. Let's see. I don't think it's a hip injury. Let's see here. True freshman, however, June was cut short of their hip injury, required season-ending surgery. Tyler's a top 15 pick before the injury occurred as a ball hawk and the ball in. Well, that was, however, his junior year was cut short after a hip injury. So junior year. Well, what about his senior year? Was his senior year cut short too?
Junior.
Hold on a second.
Anyway, the reason why I'm talking about is because his injury is not as bad, so I think it's a good pick, and his highlights. He did play last year in that national championship game. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, then
I really think it's a good pick, and I'm telling you guys, his highlights from his
I think I was drunk then, or ESPN was drunk.
We'll use it as you're not on no sleep.
Yeah, well, I definitely would say that. Chris Paul Jr. is still available. Chris Cole was asking. Chris Paul Jr. is still available.
You guys think the Bucs are heading toward tomorrow?
Well, I want to read this first really quick. This is in care of Pewter Report here. New Bucs cornerback Benjamin Morrison says he had a private showcase 4 days ago and feels great, better than ever. He'll do whatever medicals he needs to do with the Bucs team doctors, but he feels ready to go. Also, this from Real Analytics. The Bucs just added a technician at corner and Benjamin Morrison. Morrison's 91% percentile IGA score, whatever the hell that is, reflects the kind of in-game athleticism that shows up on tape. Sticky coverage, top-end game speed, and disciplined footwork.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Telling you, hella pick, man. I've been spending the last 45 minutes on his highlights, bro. It's incredible.
All
man.
right, now here's the downside conclusion on this. This is from Bucs Nation. Ultimately, this pick will be judged by Morrison's long-term health. 2 surgeries on his hips, 1 on his shoulder are concerning. It's honestly surprising how comfortable Tampa Bay is with considering Jamel Dean's extensive injury history, the whole reason we're discussing outside corner in the first place. A+ for Morrison. So there you go. So that's the scouting report. I'm getting more excited about this pick. I think it's.
What would you guys?
It's all about health, and it's going to come down to him and Jamel Dean.
Best ability is availability. Yes,
right.
I got that right.
You said it
Peter,
right. So
I'm going to ask you guys real quickly from
Yes.
day one, real quickly. What would you grade the Tampa Bay Buccaneers day one for their draft?
day one, I think
Day
as
one
of
pick.
yesterday,
Yeah.
I think it's an A+.
I think it's an A+ too, because and remember, when a lot of these Tampa Bay Buccaneer fans want to put their insight because they think they know it all. Hence,
Ooh, I like that. Good.
Jason we trust and we trust. I'm telling you, they know something we don't know. Could it be something about the Godwin injury? Could it be long term? Also, again, remember, Mike Evans is already 31 years old. You're not going to get you're not going to get 1,000+, which, by the way, Mike Evans is already a Hall of Famer in our books, and he's going to be inducted to the Hall of Fame when his time comes, but you're not going to get 1,000+ yards much longer. I mean, shit, we took the last play of the game of the season to get that 1,000 yards. So I'm thinking that the Buccaneers are thinking long-term. I don't think that they're just thinking in the now. I think they're thinking in the long term. Plus the Godwin injury again. I give an A+ for that pick. And I'm shocked with you too, because I really did think that the defense was going to be the key here going into this draft.
Right.
But yes, I was surprised as much as anybody else, because obviously our offense was not the issue of last year. Obviously we averaged, I'm pretty sure we averaged an NFL season over 30+ points a game.
Right.
So obviously our offense was and never is the issue. And obviously with Baker continuing to lead this offense and the core guys that we have with Bucky Irving and Jalen McMillan and all these guys that we have that showed up last year, I am shocked, but there's something that we just don't know. So I like the pick. I give an A+ to answering your question for yesterday. As far as today goes, I'm going to give it another A+, because number one, we addressed the issue with Jamel Dean, because at the end of the day, Jamel Dean can't stay healthy. You got 2 options in the same position, in the cornerback position, and both, I think Morrison and Jacob, I don't know his last name, but I think they were 2 good picks. So you addressed a key issue. Now, do we have issues in the safety position? Do we have issues in the in the edge rushing position, what I think is our biggest issue? I don't know. I think that gets addressed in the last few rounds, but I give the Tampa Bay Buccaneers an A+ today.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, Louie.
For me, with the pick yesterday, I'm going to give them a B+. And for today, I'm going to give them an F because they didn't get the guy I wanted. No, I'm just kidding. For today's picks, I'm going to give them a very strong C+, and I'll explain. Because we talk about, availability, Jamel Dean, this and that. He can't stay healthy. And I think they did a fantastic job at addressing that. But the reason why I push so hard for Xavier Watts is because he's the Swiss Army knife. And not only that, we're going to have to see Xavier Watts against the Falcons 2 times. And I wanted him because Antoine Winfield Jr. did not have the best season last year. Why? Anybody know why?
Injury.
Exactly. Who is to say that doesn't happen again this year? So why not? When you can rotate Xavier, you don't have to put him in there full time, but you can rotate Xavier Watts. And this is why, see, there's a method behind my madness when it comes to these picks. When you can rotate a guy, like say if Antoine goes down again, now you can stick Xavier there. And if Antoine's healthy, you can put him, in the nickel position. You can have guys fresh over there rotating, and he's a reliable candidate. I mean, he's a reliable guy to put in that rotation, in that mix, because he can play all those positions. You saw that this year because guys were going down so much. And it's tough to sit there and say, hey, Christian, this week you're going to play nickel. We need you to play nickel. And then, hey, next week we need you to play safety. That's tough to do, man, because once you start getting comfortable and then you got to go do this because so-and-so went down and then we have the next man up. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? Like, I thought he would have been a great fit for Todd Bowles' system. But, hey, hopefully everybody can stay healthy. Hopefully Antoine can stay healthy. And like I said, I give him a strong C+. They addressed the cornerback situation. Now they have to be very smart tomorrow on draft day I think they're going to address the interior of the defensive line, and I think they're going to address the inside linebacker position.
I agree. I actually agree with everything you said. But it's also key to make sure that you have multiple guys in the same position who can produce more talent than the other. And I think, I think, to be honest, again, I'm going to remind you guys, 29th. The Bucs were rated 29th in
ugly.
pass defense last year. That's really awful. And again, it shows to the testament when the Bucs played the Washington Commanders. I'm going to remind you again that how crucial it is to have an upgrade in the pass defense, because obviously it just didn't work with Jamel Dean and it hasn't worked. And with that gap not being fulfilled, I think the Bucs addressed that here today. So I actually downgrade a little bit. I give him a B+ because there were better options that the Bucs could have went to, but I like what guys like Morrison brings and so much more. And if these guys can stay healthy, and again, that's the key, guys. That's the huge key is health. We did not get a full healthy Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense last year. Did we not? No,
we
we
got
didn't.
We got robbed of that. And that was a big problem with the team this year, unfortunately.
Wait. We still won the division.
Yep.
And we still, out of everything that was happening with Godwin, keep in mind, guys, too, we lost Godwin. We lost Winfield. I mean, so many key plus injuries.
Erland Shepard was your starting wide receiver.
Look at the Bucs fans representing there. I know some of those guys. I've seen some of those guys out there. Sean Connor was out there. The other guy was out there. Bucs fans just representing there in Green Bay. Good stuff. Got to get those guys on. All right.
But yeah, guys, just stay confident.
Just let it. Yes.
Tomorrow.
Just let it marinate. Let's see how it plays out.
At the end of the day, before I go, because I'm actually going to be done for the night. I don't know how you guys are up so late, but I'm done. But
because we're machines, man.
Machines. I'm an AI machine.
Before I go, though,
machine.
Before I go, stay confident, guys. Stay confident. The Bucs have another 2 picks to go.
Yes.
2 more picks. 2 picks.
2 more picks.
Yeah.
So 2 picks.
3 more picks. I'm sorry.
3 more picks. 4th, 5th, and 7th.
4 picks.
We don't know if we're going to do that. Yes.
But they got 4 good picks to go. There's some great talent still on the board. So if you're a Bucs fan, you really are happy. And again, how many years? This last thing. How many years in this tough division have the Bucs been able to at least seal the deal in the division and still growing? Remember, you are not going to get a Tom Brady roster, win a Super Bowl, and expect greatness immediately after the GOAT leaves. It's going to take time to rebuild. And I think the first year, last year, we saw a preview, and that's without a full healthy roster or a lineup of great talent. So can you imagine if everybody comes back healthy, Can you imagine what the Bucs can actually freaking do?
Well, we had one of the best offenses last year, and it's a shame that our defense couldn't stay healthy.
Guess what? And I think we're going to do it again this year. But I think the key thing is I think we're going to stay healthy this year. But guys, thank you guys so much. It's been a long couple of days with you guys.
Yes.
I'll call in tomorrow. The draft continues tomorrow. But thank you guys for all your hard work. But I am out of here.
All right, brother. Great stuff
Peace.
there from Alex. We'll wrap this up on that. Shador Sanders not picked tonight. Let's go out to Christopher Cole here. Did I miss Chris Paul Jr.? I didn't see.
He's still available.
He's still available. So we'll see what the Bucs do tomorrow. But final thoughts, because I'm going to wrap it up here.
Really? You don't want to go another 4 hours?
No,
I'm
I'm
just
good.
kidding.
I'm good.
No, man. Listen, Buck fans, B+ for serious. I'll tell you what, I'm starting to feel like that. I am. My lips are dry from drinking all that beer the other day. Not doing that ever again. We're done with that. It's a shame because I have a whole gym right there. I'm looking right at it in my garage and I don't even use it. Stupid.
Right.
Anyways,
Gotta use
yeah, I don't use it.
Use it or lose it.
Yeah, I got to start using it.
Isn't that a line from the movie from 40-Year-Old Virgin? If you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
See,
real
now
classic.
you're going to make me go upstairs and put that movie on and I'm going to fall asleep. It's either that or a draft. I'm telling you. But
it's
yeah,
gonna
man,
draft
it
day.
was fun. It was fun. I give credit to you, man, because you were here a half hour longer than I was. But hey, I have a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun doing this one. Hopefully tomorrow morning, if we're gonna do it, I think we're gonna do it. It's gonna be. I'll have a large coffee. I'm not gonna lie.
We'll see. But
We'll see.
I definitely think we may do it tomorrow. We'll see.
And if not, webheads,
Monday.
we're gonna address everything Monday. That's gonna be a loaded show. So make sure you guys like and subscribe to all the YouTubes. See, we need rest, man. You hear me? All the YouTubes. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And I am going to be working on a Facebook page to kind of get the Frozen Pirate podcast up and running. The Frozen Pirate podcast is kind of taking a little bit of break because we're on the sports web right now. And the sports web needs me, and I need the sports web. And I love doing this, and I love sharing my insight with you guys. And that's pretty much all I got, Peter. I'm pretty tired, man. I didn't even realize it's 11:26.
It's 11:26. We are out of here, my friend. Get some sleep. You did great tonight, as always. What do we say?
What do you hear? What do you say?
We need to get that Bullet Club outro too. I see now. I'm being a diva. I need an outro now. I'm being like Shador.
All right, Shador.
Oh, don't ever say that.
I know. All right, brother. I'll see you.
All right. See you.
All right, there we go. We're out of here for the night, guys. I'm not going to do you bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Why I just did it. Thanks to Louie of the Frozen Pirate Podcast. Who knows? We may be back tomorrow or maybe Monday. But Bucs take 2 corners tonight as they go with Benjamin Morrison, the corner out of Notre Dame, at number 53 for the second round. And in the third round, Bucs select Jacob Parrish out of Kansas State. We'll learn more about these players tomorrow, and we'll see what they do. 4th, 5th, and 7th round, no 6th round pick. So we'll see what the Bucs do. Guys, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake. Do 3 things. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, giving you something to think about. Your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay sports fan, especially Go Bucs fans, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. As we always say to end the show, Go Bucs.